From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Graham Gano, the 9-year veteran, just signed a new contract, will try a 45-yard field goal from the left hash. And that ball is mishandled. Blocked and picked up by the Cowboys defender on the right sideline. It is Noah Igbinoghene, and he runs it in for a touchdown for Dallas.
Every broadcaster's worst nightmare. Collinsworth was trying to stay away from the name as well, but that is how things started in the romp. Choppy's already dancing. Hopefully you are as well. Good morning, Metroplex. What a way to kick off the season. We need our music. Turn it up. You got to go slow-mo, like JWoww in the club in Jersey. Sitting there with the hand motions.
Is that a Jersey Shore reference?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I haven't thought of JWoww in a while.
Or get the Dion music. Give me my theme music. I love that music as well. 40 zip. Well worth staying up late last night for the embarrassment on 105.3 The Fan and on national TV.
Oh man, I'm getting teary-eyed here just thinking about
Igbinoghene?
No. Well, yes, that brought a smile to my face. No. Just the fact that is day one of the day ball funeral.
Man,
I can't. There's, I needed a few victories. I needed a victory. That was it. That was it for me yesterday, man. That and the gambling. 'Cause other than that, it was terrible. But the fact that Brian Daboll, like I said, he will never make the playoffs again.
Man, you have been aggressive. Very, very rare that someone has an anti-Daboll take.
I know.
But I joined you late last night when he kept Daniel Jones in. That stage, in my opinion, that's what happens when you're in the relationship fight and you know you're wrong, but you're not gonna cede right there. Like, I might apologize in 3 hours. I might apologize tomorrow. I'm not doing it right here in the heat of the moment. I'm just not going to do it. And leaving Daniel Jones out there to die in the rain. You want to keep him out there for execution of the offense, get something going? Okay, I guess. Fine. I still think that's dumb. But to be calling the quarterback design runs in those moments last night with the Dallas Cowboys defense, a bunch of hyenas waiting for you to fall off the cliff, that was ignorant. And I joined Team RJ Choppy when it comes to Team Anti-Daboll. And I love that all the New Yorkers, the Giants fans, have left at least my chats. They did last night. Now they have this little seed of doubt in the back of their minds. Is Brian Daboll really that stupid? Is he really that foolish to leave our brand new quarterback with his brand new contract out there to die at the hands of the Dallas Cowboys D?
Crazy, man. Crazy. The fact that you're out there letting him out. I mean, it's pouring. Dak was out there probably 2 quarters too long. Probably could have pulled him at about 26-0.
Here's what they did last night. By the way, truckwreck.com text line is open. We will take calls on a Cowboys Monday at 8 o'clock. Brad Shamble join us. Bobby, fresh off the plane in New York at 6 o'clock. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, was inside the locker room. We're giving away Aaron Rodgers Jets tickets during the expressway. Aaron Rodgers Jets tickets. We also have Rangers tickets as well. Here's what your Cowboys did last night. Largest shutout win in franchise history. Largest one ever. Second largest margin of victory against the Giants in 122 matchups. The Cowboys become the 5th team to open their season with a shutout of 40-plus on the road. Last time, 99, Steelers beat the Browns 43-0. They sacked, by the way, when you open up the ESPN recap and it's just nothing but notes, history, notes, and facts, that is a glorious beginning to your Monday. They sacked Daniel Jones 7 times. Most sacks in a season opener by a Cowboys defense since they had 9 in 1994. Tony Pollard, the 5th Cowboy in the last 50 years with multiple rushing touchdowns in a season opener, first since Marion the Barbarian in 2008. All these things happened last night, and you got that special teams touchdown to set things up First time in Cowboys history, the first 2 touchdowns came from special teams and defense. It had not been done in the National Football League since 2016.
Well, hopefully this season ends better than the 08 one did. That ended with a dud. But this was a complete game. And ironically, all right.
Walking in at 5:35, fresh off the plane.
When you win 40-0, you would think the biggest question of the offseason was answered, and I don't even know we got the answer to the biggest question of the offseason was, how's the play calling look? Because they were just so dominant everywhere else, it didn't even matter. And save it, man.
Look, everything turned, obviously, on the Wanye Thomas play. Mm-hmm. At first, it was same old Cowboys defense. Collinsworth was talking about it on TV. They brought in Mozzie Smith for this. It's making zero difference as the Giants are going right down the field. And they had a 3rd and 1 set up before Micah scared the tackle and made it 3rd and 6. And I think he had a bad snap then. And then Wanye Thomas ends up running it back. Good morning, Roberto Belt.
What's up? How's it going?
How's your energy level?
I'm good.
Feeling good?
Yep. Got a second wind.
Fun flight home?
I mean, it was, I don't know about fun. They were all having fun in the locker room. Flight home was just, I think everybody was tired. But, sort of a quiet plane ride. Little stormy leaving Newark, but it's pretty good.
Oh, you mean there was a downpour the entire damn game?
Yeah, well, second half of the game, it really started pouring, and it had been raining all weekend. We had to actually, going into Newark, the plane, instead of just taking a direct shot to Newark, we had to fly up around Buffalo and come back down.
Sounds amazing.
No, it was awful.
I love Micah afterwards saying, I knew this was going to happen. Zero doubt in my mind. I saw it before anybody else, Micah Parsons, with the reaction to that defensive performance.
I thought it was good, all 3 phases, but it started off with the special teams, that big block, and I just think we just carried the momentum and the shift from there, and we just never let up, which is good. Great sign, because last year we might have let up a little bit, but we just stayed on them and didn't let them breathe. We smothered them.
We'll go with shift.
Safe harbor.
Momentum
before
and
6 a.m.
shift from there. And, it sounded like they were having some fun back there in that locker room. And then you get the Deron Bland interception return as well. 16-0, and the wheels fell off the Giants. I was siding with RJ Choppy again last night. Uh-oh. He doesn't like fluky, misdirectional things in sports. If you don't just run your straight traditional offense, Daniel Jones running around with that stupid little gimmick that they do offensively. Once that was taken away, it wasn't taken away apparently, because that was still their number one option, down 40-0 in the rain. Once that was taken away, night, see you later.
Night. Maybe that's why McCarthy said, congrats, buddy, good job.
They're going to run Daniel Jones into the ground like a running back.
They are.
They're going to run him into the ground like they're going to DeMarco his ass.
They really are. Because he's not, I don't know, I just don't feel like he is as, powerful as, Jalen Hurts.
He's not.
You don't
have to feel like that. He's not.
Yeah, because he's not. Look, he's big. He's bigger than Lamar. But Hurts is he's like a battering ram.
Yeah.
But maybe Jones just will still stay healthy. Who knows? He fumbles a lot. At least he has early on in his career. He hasn't done that lately. At least last year he didn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was all they had yesterday working for him. They couldn't throw the ball at all. Daniel Jones was massively confused post-snap almost every single time he would drop back for a pass. I don't know what it was that Quinn was doing that was throwing him off so bad, but he just didn't have a beat on anything they were doing. All of his pre-snap diagnosis was wrong, almost the entire game, because you could tell as soon as the snap would hit, his eyes would start darting around and oh, okay, this isn't where I thought it would be. So all he had was just the ability to scramble, and as soon as they started eating up those lanes, it fell apart for him.
His QBR was an 8. And QBR does side heavily with with rushing, not heavily, but it factors it in, and he can run, and it was still just an 8.
When's Tiki on? I know we're spying. The Tolas want us to spy on New York radio, which Pepe is doing off of 2 hours sleep, working the game last night. I didn't see much Tiki Barber interaction after he said he would take Daniel Jones over Dak 100 out of 100 times. I didn't see that. I didn't see Orlovsky too much on social media. He's never tried to run his mouth any other time, but I think he had Daniel Jones over Dak. How long ago does the Super Bowl feel like when we had Orlovsky on? Doesn't that feel like 3 years ago?
In a sense, yeah.
I thought to myself last night, I was like, was that after this season? Was that towards the end of last season when he had Daniel Jones over Dak on the quarterback list? And then I went to look at Orlovsky's list, and his tweets were nowhere to be found. Let's go inside the locker room. You can tell we're in a great mood. Does not matter that everyone's running on a little bit of sleep. You got the adrenaline from 40 zip. A 40 brisket. Or is it 50 brisket?
Well, it had been 50 brisket, but I think it should just be 40 points because we should retire burgers and briskets and all of their terms.
877-881-1053. Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, inside the locker room, star up, star down at 6 o'clock. If you're new to the show, that's your version of your Cowboys report card. It's going to be a fun one. Glad you're waking up with us right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
¡Pase interceptado! ¡La diagonal! ¡Qué bárbaro! Es número 26, LeBron Bland. ¡Qué bárbaro! El balón saltó como liebre y Bland dijo ¡Merry Christmas! ¡Qué bárbaro! Entrando en las diagonales y fue Trevon Diggs el que aplicó el primer contacto.
This is not Chicaline on the Grande. This is Sean and RJ. That was the Cowboys Spanish Radio Network. The Deron Bland interception. Christmas on every station.
Chicaline would have showed up in the second quarter. Definitely would have missed that play.
He still showed up earlier than the Giants. So.
Chicaline and the Tolos who go back and forth because we see it on the Truckwork.com text line. Chicaline only talks to me when I do something that looks fancy. He's one of those guys. I call him the Hispanic Ben Rogers. I go on what looks like a private plane. He hits me up.
He hits you up. Yeah.
I'm sitting there at Nobu. I'm in Malibu. My wife is talking to Paris Hilton for a second, really harassing her for a photo. He hits me up. Otherwise, nothing. Poof. Into the wind. Like a fart. Like a fart just in the wind.
Vanishing in the wind.
Yes.
Gone.
40-0. Bobby Belt, fresh off the Cowboys plane in studio here on Sean and RJ. Hit us up at 877-881-1053. Star up, star down at 6 o'clock as they humiliate and embarrass. So what was it like? When did the people start leaving?
Well, see, it was hard to tell. Were they leaving because they were bailing on the game, or were they getting under like the concourse area to get away from the rain? But once it got to 33-0, people started running out of there. So midway through the third quarter, it was starting to empty out. And I mean, once the rain calmed down, you didn't really see many people come back. So it was probably half empty by middle of the third quarter.
How many Cowboy fans? Because I really heard them the most when Deuce got in at the end.
It wasn't like a Cowboy takeover at all.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like there was it was no more than your just normal road game. Like I'd say maybe 10% were Cowboys fans.
That is a photo of 40-0 where it's just Cowboy fans left.
Oh, wow. Was this someone at the game?
Yeah. So a friend of ours was on the sponsored charter. I guess they had two planes.
Oh,
well.
They had two planes to this one.
One for the plug, one for the load.
Yes, she was on the sponsored charter, and it was pretty cool. But this is like all Cowboy fans left, and there's a good amount. You know, anybody else would consider this like, holy cow, this is the greatest road crowd we've ever had in history.
Right, exactly. Mike McCarthy on the statement win last night.
I mean, really, the focus was to get off, the season.
Yeah, of course.
Take the first step. We accomplished that tonight. I think just like anything, it was our first live game together. So, then you had the weather factor in. So, a lot of good things tonight to build off of but I mean, it is one win. It's your first division win, your first road win, and all those are important because it's important to get that first one under your belt. But just the way we played, and it's nice when you see the players, emphasize. You see it exercised in practice and carried over to the field. I thought the defense in the block field goal got it started, and and it really never stopped. Defense was relentless all night. The takeaways, and just what a great job with the return game and the offense for taking care of the football. I mean, there was some tough conditions. You can see both sides handling snaps, handling punts. Exchanges were a challenge all night, and I thought the offense did an excellent job in that area too. So, the big play production was probably as high as I can recall. And that's how you get to these type of games. But it's one win. It's a really good start for us.
The Giants gained 38 yards on their first drive. They would gain more than that on just one of the remaining 11 drives. They had 3 drives that resulted in negative yardage as Dak Prescott wins his 11th straight start against the G-Men, as CeeDee Lamb reminded us last week. 10-0. Get that as a drop.
11-0.
Get that as a drop in the background for the rematch. 11-0.
I'm stunned that it was only 38 yards that first drive. I felt like they drove the damn thing 80 yards in that first drive.
Yes.
I can't believe it was only 38. But look, the defense absolutely. Once the field goal block happened, the Giants had absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. And like the concern is after that and the touchdown's like, okay, defense a little gassed. They've been on the field for 6 minutes or whatever. No, didn't happen like that at all. They came right back down.
The Giants on Sunday had a negative 23.8 offensive EPA, expected points.
Wow.
Negative 23.8. The Broncos game from a couple of years ago, the COVID year game where Kendall Hinton had to step in and play quarterback when he wasn't a quarterback for a whole game, theirs was negative 23.7. So the Giants were worse last night than the Broncos were in that game.
That's stunning. Like that's a number that doesn't even make sense.
That's one of the more dominant performances I've seen Dallas's defense have ever.
Why did McCarthy say congrats to Dayball at the end?
I don't know what you're talking about.
So at the handshake, he goes, "Congrats, buddy. Great job."
Congrats on
All
what
season
you're building.
On finishing the
Having
game.
the balls to keep playing Daniel Jones.
Finishing the game.
Bobby,
Congrats, buddy. Great job.
were you heading down to the locker room? What time do you guys go down to the locker room? And when did you realize that Daniel Jones was still out there getting pummeled?
I don't know. So we go down usually around the 5 to 7 minute mark of the fourth quarter, something like that. And so you're kind of walking the tunnels and you'll hear it over the PA, but you won't necessarily see the play. So when they said Chauncey Golston sacks Daniel Jones with like 5 minutes left, I was like, why is he still in? And then by the time we got to the tunnel and it was that last gasp drive, they obviously had the different quarterback in, but it was I have no idea why he was still in there. The only thing I can think is he demanded to be in there.
Who else spoke in the locker room? Who were you able to catch up with?
We got J-Ron Curse, Micah Parsons talked. You had Tony Pollard, Dak Prescott obviously went to the podium, but I mean, this was it was a very jovial locker room. Everybody, when we walked in, DeMarcus Lawrence had said, he's like, "Do you just want the entire defense to line up for you guys? You want to take us one by one?" And somebody had asked J-Ron Curse, like, "Hey, what would you say was the biggest, change in this game or biggest moment of this game or biggest reason that this game turned?" And then CJ Goodwin is sitting right at his locker next to J-Ron Curse, and he just like leaned over and went, "Special teams." And so, like, they were all feeling themselves. All of them were big on what they were doing.
And let me say this, because I know it's going to come back to haunt me, and it should. I unleashed 9 months of S-talking last night. I mean, you talk about some unbearable Cowboy trash talk. It was coming from all angles on social media. I was destroying all my New York Giant meatball friends on the text messages.
It's like you're punching a little person.
I was going after Tiki Barber. I was waiting for Sean Mraz to open his mouth. Anybody. I was just and I was like, man, this is not handling success. This is not handling prosperity. I got 9 months since San Francisco built up of just wanting to rip and talk smack to anyone I could, and I did. And it will come back eventually, of course, when the Cowboys are getting whipped or when
San Francisco or something.
When they suffer a lot, maybe the New York Giants, who knows?
Yeah.
But for last night, I let it all out. Everyone had 9 months saved up.
Good.
But woo, man,
good.
felt
Do it.
good.
Let it out.
Why not, though? Like, I mean, the Giants had earned it. The Giants were awful last night. The Cowboys were really, really good. There's no excuse for just being that inept. That's awful.
Yeah.
That looked completely unprepared. That looked like a team that didn't know what they were doing at all. And Dallas was a team on defense that had complete command of what they were doing. And that's what happens. You run into a 40-0 buzzsaw when you have those two meet.
But here's what doesn't make sense. The Giants' first drive looked pretty decent.
Yes.
Like
they ran the ball.
It was that could be a tone setting drive if they just converted that field. If they converted the touch, that's a tone setting drive. And from that moment on, it was like I've never seen a team quit in the first quarter of a game, and it seems like they did.
By the way, the Rangers won 2 of 3 against the Athletics. I know it's football season time. We're about to do star up, star down. They've won 2 in a row. They're 3 back in the West. The Mariners are stumbling, but we're still half a game behind the Mariners. The Mariners are 2.5 back. We are 3 back. Seattle's lost 3 straight. They're 3-7 in their last 10. Unfortunately, so are the Rangers. And the Astros obviously are sitting on top. And now we get ready for the series that everyone says will determine everything. Toronto. Tonight, 5:30 on the Fan.
Yeah, it's an East Coast game. It's in Toronto, so you're going to get a little earlier start time. But they were able to pick up ground this weekend. Back to a half game now. They had dropped to a game and a half.
We need to stop updating the West, right?
No, I mean, look, that's one bad series. They're back in it for Houston. One bad series for Houston, one good series for the Rangers, and they're already back in the driver's seat. So no, I don't think you have to stop updating the West yet.
Houston gets Oakland in the arm.
All right, never mind. You got to stop updating the West.
All right, so that's where we stand on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Aaron Rodgers, Jets giveaway, 7 o'clock hour. Rangers tickets 8 o'clock hour. We're going to have Section 133 night in just a few weeks with the entire building joining you in Arlington. Your Cowboys report card. Star up. Are there any star downs? Let's party it up on your home of America's team with Star Up, Star Down next.
DFW. and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Parsons is lined up at left tackle. And Jones back to throw. Parsons coming. Parsons got him. Slung him all the way back at the 12. There's number 1 for the Lions.
Brad Sham with the call. He'll join us at 8:40. Good morning, Metroplex. 40 zip over the New York Football Giants. This is Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell right off the plane back from New York here on your home of America's team. That is the Fan Replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. We're going to go inside the locker room right now with Mike McCarthy talking to his team after the beatdown.
Hey, man, great start on a number of fronts, Way to take care of the ball and way to take it away. That's who we are. Great start. A lot of great things. First win, first road win, first division win. Whew. Great start. All right, you guys know the schedule. I'm going to be quick because I know D-Law's got a few words for us. All right, great job, guys. Great job. Nice win. Nice job.
That was a big job tonight, man. Hey, let's put this behind us tomorrow and bring that shit next week. Okay. Cowboys on 3. 1, 2, 3. Cowboys!
And we start off with Micah. 3rd and 1 on the first drive. Giants up the middle. Mozzie Smith, waste of a draft pick. That's what I'm thinking. Yes. Where are the linebackers? What the heck is going on? Same exact kryptonite that I've been complaining about over the past 3 years. 3rd and 1, Micah causes the false start. That sets up 3rd and 6. Bad snap, block field goal, 6-0 after Brandon Aubrey misses the extra point. The speed, like just watching it, it really looks like you're hitting fast forward with how he's moving faster than anyone else out there. It's crazy. He tracked down Daniel Jones on the Gilmore interception on the sideline. He just ran him down. He's a stalker. That's what I tweeted. He is a freaking stalker out there. And none of us could wait to see what other part of Micah's game he was going to unleash after all the offseason work and after his dominance in Oxnard at training camp. In the first half, Micah Parsons recorded 4 pressures and a sack on 18 pass rushes. He was double-teamed on half of them. All 4 of the Cowboys' sacks came on plays when the Giants double-teamed Micah Parsons. That was the beginning of the 7 sacks. All of them, the first 4, when Micah was double-teamed.
He's, he's the definition of a game wrecker.
Yeah.
At this point, and sometimes you'll get, your game wreckers. Some guys will have these great disrupt. A lot of times, like a disruptor will come from the middle, and a wrecker will come from the edge. Right? Like, you'll just disrupt the guy from the middle. Micah could come from anywhere he wants at this point, and he did last night. I mean, he came from all over the map. He came up the middle, came from the edge, and he's just so much faster than everybody else.
Yes.
And Collins was like, well, his arms aren't that long. Yeah, his feet are faster than everybody else's, and that's kind of why he's able to get around everybody. He's Dwight Freeney, but it seems faster than Dwight Freeney.
Yes. Well, he's definitely lighter. Like with Lawrence Taylor, I mean, I'm not going back and looking at LT film, even though I went down a Parcells rabbit hole the other day. It just seems, I know Lawrence Taylor is the comparison. He just seems faster. Like speed is his number 1 attribute right now. I've always been surprised. I'm like, I don't look at him and think power with the amount of power that he does play with. He has it certainly, but dude, the speed is crazy.
It is, but also the thing, that I think separates him from Freeney is that you can get Dwight out in a running game. You could just take him out of the game, and I don't think you can do that with Micah. At least I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, Micah's big. I mean, Micah had a ton of success blitzing right up the A gap yesterday. That was where he was causing a lot of problems. He was coming free on twists and stunts and doing different things. And if they're going to double team him, you've got to do some different things to try and free him up. But it's funny, when you look at his stat line in this game, when it's all said and done, where it's just the basic stat line, not the pressures or anything else, obviously. 3 tackles, a sack, 2 quarterback hits and a tackle for loss. And that sack counts as a tackle for loss. So we didn't have any of those. So you see it and you just go, okay, that doesn't look that impressive. It doesn't speak to just how dominant he was. The fact that he literally ate up 2 Giants blockers and just let Oso Odighizuwa run free and get the sack he is an absolute monster, and it's 18 to 20 sacks this year.
I got to be honest, in watching the earlier games, I was like, okay, TJ Watt, he might be better. You're thinking about Bosa as San Fran is destroying Pittsburgh. Myles Garrett with the game-clinching sack on Cincy and Joe Burrow. And I'm allowing these other pass rushers to get into my mind. And I don't know who's the best of all of them right now, but then you see Parsons and you're like, okay, like this is something different that he brings. He had a third down sack on the Giants' second drive, and again, he caused the Stephon Gilmore interception that led to one of Pollard's touchdowns to make it 26-0.
They are going to, those four guys you mentioned, him, Watt, Bosa, and Myles Garrett, they're just basically going to take turns handing over Defensive Player of the Year honors to the other person. Like, I think it's, and now it's Micah's turn. Like, all three of them have one, and it's just Micah's turn now.
As long as he closes out the season strong. Like, as long as he's finishing out December strong, then yeah. And that's the thing. My biggest concern right now about Micah, and you just referencing there him forcing the interception, Nick Eatman and I were talking about this in the press box. We both thought he was about to get flagged for like roughing or like, oh no, Daniel Jones has gone out of bounds. You couldn't hit him like that. I think, and they were whining for it, the Giants were, I think teams are going to start complaining to the league office that, hey, you got to watch Micah and the way he does it. My one concern right here is that we're going to start seeing Micah get hit with some like ticky-tack roughing calls. Like just late hits or like pushing a guy out of bounds or whatever else. I'm worried that we're going to start seeing little ticky-tack calls.
Let's talk about the rest of the defensive line, because Dak said it afterwards. This game ball goes to the defense. Dante Fowler was in the backfield. Tank Lawrence was Jason Garrett's key matchup to watch in the pregame. Dorrance Armstrong, Jerry's favorite. And then Osa. Osa had 4 sacks last year, and he had 2 last night. 7 total sacks, 4 in the first half. David Hellman tweeted out at one point, Daniel Jones has been sacked nearly as many times as passes he's completed. Daniel Jones had 0 completions to receivers in the first half. He had a 12 halftime rating, Tiki. The first wide receiver completion for the Giants came with 6 minutes left in the third quarter. Mike McCarthy on the pass rush as a whole.
Well, that's who we are. I clearly feel, we've taken another step. You could see that in training camp. But I would say, you look at the way teams are going to try to play us. You look at their first series. They're going to try to pound the ball and challenge our run defense, over and over again, try to, soften up the pass rush. But, the pass rush was relentless tonight. We gave up contain a couple times early, but, after that, I clearly was in total control of the game.
Total control.
Fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka, Mike McCarthy. Afterwards, we have the video, thanks to Ryan, on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. If you're new to the show, this is Star Up, Star Down. It's basically the Cowboys report card after every game at 877-881-1053. That is the truckwork.com text line.
It's a very specific one. Early on in the game, the pick play to CD.
Yes.
I love a good illegal play that's technically legal. It's technically legal, but it's also illegal.
You love loopholes.
I love loopholes. I love a good technicality. Okay, and that is that.
Well, old Jay Walker Garrett wouldn't do it. Remember, it's elite. We can't do anything illegal.
We're not gonna do pick plays.
We can't do any pick plays.
I like that. I like that. That's something that it's very New England Patriots. I think they kind of saw the loophole about 20 years ago. And finally things slowly make their way down here.
That was a third down. There was a huge gain to Lamb. And then I think they did it to Ferguson. I think they had another pick to Ferguson like right after that, but I wrote down the pick plays as well.
Did Ferguson catch it?
I can't remember. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no, the pick play was, I don't know that CD's ever been that open in his life.
No.
He was completely wide open and just got a little gassed running down the sideline trying to finish it off, but no, CD, I thought, the design was good, but I thought CD was good last night, even in the limited opportunities he got. I'll tell you who I was really impressed with Star Up with is Brandon Cooks. And Brandon Cooks doesn't have like a gaudy stat line or anything else, but man, he sold the hell out of that third down pass interference call.
Yeah.
He kind of savvied that one. Same thing with went to the sideline, drew the illegal contact over there. He had that tough 4th and 3 catch over the middle, held onto the ball, getting hit. Then he had a nice 16-yard gain to start off a scoring drive. So I thought Brandon Cooks was really, really good for a stat line that doesn't look that impressive.
Absolutely agree. First team. The Giants were the first team to start 2 rookies in an opener since 2008. That was an ugly drive where Dak was a little bit off. He heaved it up. 3rd and 12, PI, bailed it out. And then, as you said, the 4th and 3 on the Giants' 39 in the second. McCarthy obviously going for that. Tell us about Wanye Thomas, his story.
So Wanye Thomas is a guy who has scrapped to get where he is. He spent all last year on the practice squad. He was a linebacker safety hybrid at Georgia Tech, went undrafted, signed with the Cowboys, hung around, worked his ass off all of last year, all of this offseason. But he's got a really, troubling background as a child, like what he went through. He was, I believe he was 4 years old when his dad lit their house on fire with his mom and him inside of it. And, his mom came in, scooped him up. They were able to get out of the house. His dad ended up in prison. But that's one of his earliest memories, he says, is sitting in his bedroom and his mom coming in and, pulling him out of the house that was burning. And he just had a really, tough childhood, just him and his mom growing up and living in a single parent household and dealing with the trauma of everything that went on with his dad. And he is scrapped, fought. J-Ron Curse was so happy for him last night, could not say enough nice things about him. That's a guy who the old right kind of guy line from Jason Garrett. That's the guy that currently in this building, that's one of those guys that they would say, that's a right kind of guy that we want. That's a nice character guy. It's a character guy. It's a glue guy. And he's somebody who, man, the work ethic is off the charts, and I know Dan Quinn is a big fan of his.
And I felt like he made a nice tackle on the first drive, and then he had a pass breakup, but in between that was the field goal block that led to the Igby touchdown.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
Yes, we'll call her Vita from now on.
Not just that, not just blocked the field goal, but then also blocked the kicker out of the play and let Igbenogany run down the, like, if he's not there and working his ass off to block down the field, I don't know if Igbenogany may have gotten tackled. But you mentioned the run stop on the first drive. That was the first time they stopped a run on the entire drive, was when he wrapped him up right in the hole for no gain. And then, he had the pass breakup. And it wasn't just a pass breakup on, there was a little throw to the flat. He was sticking to Darren Waller, who is their big offseason acquisition.
You mean
Who's
LeBron?
Their big threat. Yeah, LeBron. LeBron James.
You must have missed that.
I mean, I can fill in the gaps there. But no,
Collins were saying, when you have LeBron, you got to let him shoot. When you got Darren Waller, you got to get him touches. I was like, oh, Chris.
When you have Taysom Hill, you got to let him run. Yeah, so I mean, it makes sense.
Best ever.
But I mean, he stuck with Darren Waller when he was asked to do that. He made plays in the run game. He had the big block. That is a guy who, you want to talk about just a rock star debut for 2 drives. He is honestly the first domino that got pushed over. If you want to talk about the catalyst for yesterday, it was Wanye Thomas.
Another guy, Marquise Bell, I heard Broadus in the pregame say he may be taking over the Overshown role. He had a 3rd down play on Daniel Jones that was really, really big with that gimmick crap. That's the only thing that New York can rely on offensively. So I had a little star up for Marquise Bell as well. Let us know yours, y'all. 877-881-1053. We'll get to your star ups. We have some star downs. And what else happened in the opening day in the NFC East? That's next for the 6 a.m. club here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. But
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Ferguson, Turpin, and Cooks have each caught 2.
It's going to be a toss left.
Third and goal. It's a toss left to Turpin. Tyron Smith opens a massive hole, and Turpin blows through that and runs into the end zone for his first NFL touchdown from scrimmage.
Star up Mike McCarthy getting Turpin involved. Deuce finally played late in that game. 40-0 Cowboys. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thanks for waking up with us on a glorious start to the start of your season. It's Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Truckwreck.com text line for your star ups, star downs. And I'm not fazed whatsoever. Staying up late, sleeping on the couch.
You did?
Yeah, I had to sleep on the couch last night.
Uh-oh, in trouble?
Nah, my boy was sick.
Oh, so he gets the bed.
He gets the bed. I said, you know what? I'm not doing this. Got the iPad in there, the light on. You know, he's taking up the space. I said, I'm just going out here on the couch. Screw it. Don't care. Don't even mind. Doesn't matter. And start to Mike McCarthy getting Turpin involved. I was worried. Bobby had me a little bit worried that, you know, because the Cowboys wide receiver profiling and maybe Turpin having a question of whether he was going to make the team or not, that they were never going to look at him. I remember asking McCarthy at the end of last season, why can't Turpin just get the ball despite his size? And it seemed like they were totally against it. Well, not this year with the touches as he ends up scoring. So those are basically my star ups. Penalties I was happy with. 5 penalties for the Cowboys, 6 for the Giants. And I think we've basically covered everything else unless you guys had an additional star up, because we do have to get to a few star downs.
All right, let's go to star downs.
Okay, tight ends.
Yeah.
Our boy, Jake Ferguson, 3rd and 8 drop in the second quarter. That led to an Aubrey field goal to make it 19-0. He had another drop. There was another issue in the fourth quarter, and then Peyton freaking Hendershot. Opening drive, third quarter. I just wanted to see Dak a little bit sharper, a little bit crisper. He delivered the perfect throw, and Hendershot drops this thing. Then you had Tony Pollard fumbling on the same drive. Biotish recovered it. Pollard eventually scored a touchdown, but really, my only star downs, first drive run defense, Aubrey, extra point, and the tight ends. Those are all of my star downs.
Look, outside of the missed extra point and the first series run defense, I struggle to find a star down, man. Like,
not the tight ends.
Yeah, I mean tight ends for sure, but I mean still, like the amount. There was so few passes in this game, period. Anyway, from the Cowboys, just because they were in such a big lead, there was really no chance for them to make up their star down. You know, which kind of stinks. Which kind of stinks from their perspective. And I wonder, did the rain factor in all that crap? We'll give them a little benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
The first series run defense was like, okay, this is going to be a problem all game.
Yeah.
All game, all year. But they quickly got over that one.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. That felt like, was that rust or I mean, Damone Clark had a really bad run fit on the first drive. Chauncey Golston got absolutely blown out of the way on one of the Saquon Barkley
It's
carries.
not rust. They haven't fixed it.
No,
Mozzie Smith, so far being a disappointment, could be a problem. Could be an issue. When Mozzie Smith isn't out there starting and being a factor as your first round pick, it's still going to be an issue, in my opinion.
But I mean, the running wasn't an issue after the first
because it was
drive.
14-0.
Okay,
because they blocked a field goal and because they got Deron Bland, and all of a sudden New York started to get taken out of their stuff.
Okay,
that's why, in my opinion.
But when they tried to run it later, it was not nearly as efficient as it was on the first drive. Is all that I mean. And you had better run fits from the linebackers after that, so that's a positive. I'll say, even though the tight ends were disappointing with the catches, obviously Luke Schoonmaker didn't get any targets. But Luke Schoonmaker had a couple of really nice, like, space clearing blocks. The Pollard run, where he busted like a 25-yard gain, that was a good block from Schoonmaker there. Star down, obviously, like we said, to the run defense on the first drive, the tight end's hands, those were bad. The rhythm of the passing game in general, just like trying to get into this timing 3-step, 5-step, ball out, here, be here, be here. That was not in sync yet. Like, and obviously in the second half, a lot of rain was coming down. That was making things difficult, but their timing just was not like sharp.
Here's Dak on the communication with McCarthy in his headset for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, great. Yeah, not necessarily me and him getting to do it in the preseason, but heard how he called all the games, the first couple of games, and then we've had opportunities at practice, whether it be 2-minute, whether it just be put the ball down, call it plays, whether it be the red zone drill, where I understood his flow, I understood his tempo, how he got things in the plays, and his purpose in it, as I talked about all spring, and that goes just honestly to our communication throughout the week of why he's calling something, when he's going to call it, and what he wants to call it for, and thought it went smooth and a great start.
Real quick, in defense of the offense, I mean, they barely had any possessions. They had one possession the first quarter. Like they barely, because the way the Giants got it, and the blocked field goal, and then they punted, and the Cowboys get it, they get a field goal, and then the Giants get it, interception, touchdown, and the Giants get it again. So it's like the Cowboys barely had a chance to get anything going. By the time they really were like getting to their double-digit plays on offense of the game, they were already up 3 scores. Yeah, it's like they're already up to the point where it's like, all right, this is like,
let's burn some clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there was, when the game was clearly comfortably out of hand, and even when it was wet and there was rain and everything else, I think Dak stayed in as long as he did because they didn't get the same opportunity that they wanted. They didn't get the opportunity to take advantage of some of the passing game stuff. I think that's why Dak stayed in later into the third and had some passing concepts in there. I think they were like, well, let's get some reps in. Like, let's try and do some of this. And, Nick pointed it out last night on Twitter. They got inside goal-to-go situation, first goal-to-go situation for the offense. They threw the ball 3 straight times.
Yeah.
They didn't score, but they were from the 6, goal-to-go, and they went with 3 straight passes. They didn't run the ball 1 time. And so that is what it is. Now, this is one that I had people, this is a star down for me, a big one, and I'll go back and watch the game over today and see if it was as bad as it felt. But I thought Tyler Biadasz was really bad last night, actually. Like Biadasz, and look, he was going up against Dexter Lawrence, and that's what my Twitter mentions got flooded with was, well, he's an all-pro. What's he supposed to do? Okay, well, you know what? Tyler Biadasz is a Pro Bowler, and Tyler Biadasz is somebody who wants to get paid. Tyler Biadasz needs to at least be competent. He can't be getting driven back and blown up almost every snap. Now, Dowdle's first run, the 10-yard run, he did a good job moving Lawrence, and that was impressive. But for the majority of the night, he was getting pushed back, blowing up plays. That was a single player that I can genuinely say that was a star down. He did not have a great game.
Of course, Tyler Smith was missing in this one. Tyron Smith, who was banged up on the injury report late last week, was out there playing. Saw him out in space on the Turpin touchdown. Pepe, what are the Tolos saying?
Yeah, Sean from the 682, a star up to Dak, said he had really great ball placement. The tight ends just dropped the passes. And from the 817, they agree with y'all, star down to all the tight ends.
Yeah. What happened with the Aubrey first kick?
I don't
Laces
know.
out, Dan.
So he hooked it, he pushed it left, and he then had that field goal. I think it was the second field goal he kicked of the night. That one almost hooked left out. And so I don't know. There wasn't a lot of wind. I don't know if that's just slick. We didn't talk to Aubrey after the game, so I don't know what his issue was. If he just, it was nerves, or if there was something with the surface that caused him to hook it a little bit. But obviously, the missed extra point, that got a loud groan from everybody in the press box right after the touchdown. But I'll give him this. You don't have to wonder about the kickoffs. Those are going through the end zone every single time, so you can comfortably say teams aren't going to return on you this year. That's a positive. And he bounced back, and he kicked consistently after that. So those are positives for him, I think, and I'll take that. And jumping back there, you mentioned Tyron Smith. I know we've talked a lot about Tyron Smith, what he can have left. The fact that he was banged up with an ankle, I thought Tyron played pretty well. Now, I'll go back and look. I don't know how many opportunities he had to really showcase what he can do, but the first look of it, I thought, okay, Tyron didn't look washed.
And look, one of our major concerns, probably the biggest concern going into this game, was the Cowboys' offensive line against their front. Dak was not sacked. NBC just kept doing a recap of time left to throw, time in the pocket.
Those little semicircles that they put around it. I mean, he had room. He had so much room to throw, room to step up in the pocket, room to scan the entire field, go through all of his progressions. Yeah, I don't know what happened on the kick either. That thing was left from the get-go. That was no wind. That was nothing. That almost like it was a miss hit. It really just like he caught on the inside part of his foot too much. It was like a miss hit. That's something like you do that in golf. You know right from the beginning that's just a miss hit.
I want to say most of his misses in camp were to the left.
Did you say Bobby knows that in golf? Are you going along?
I mean, you going along with what? Going along with the reality? Look, do I need to set you guys straight again on something after I had a ton of victories that we haven't even got a chance to dive into from over the weekend?
Do I need to get vegan sales guy Cody to come out drive you like he threw you the other day?
Hey, we'll see. Maybe I was just giving him a little confidence boost. He needed a dub, and we'll see on Friday at the Firehouse Tour in Louisville.
You're right. I messed up. I just assumed Bobby could play golf. I shouldn't have done that. Can I
give since it seems we've exhausted the star downs, can I give a very particular star up to something that really stood out to me yesterday was Trayvon Diggs playing physical football.
Oh yeah.
Which I've never seen him play that consistently physical as he did yesterday. And I'm really fascinated to know when we get a chance to talk this week to Quinn, when we get a chance to talk to Diggs, is this a very intentional thing for him this year? Because he rocked Saquon Barkley.
Yes.
And forced that interception. And, he was willing to made the chase down, physically wrap the guy up, punch the ball out, was able to scoop up, force the turnover. I was really impressed with how physical he was playing.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if someone in the locker room was going to ask Diggs if any of the San Francisco whispers bothered him, if that factored in at all in the offseason.
Did y'all see what he did going to the locker yesterday? As he was going to the locker room,
Stephon?
He held up the W, and he ate a W, Jameis Winston style.
No, did he?
He was doing it like doing a parody, but as he was walking, he made sure to look at us, smile real big, do the W, and go, "Arr, arr, arr." And
that's not a Twitter reference.
No, that's
that's a Jameis.
That's a Jameis reference. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Settle
down.
We can see the likes.
Settle down. Can't anymore. He's locked.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line for your star up, star downs. What a beautiful, magical way to start off the football season. 40-0 on the road. And now you're getting another New York team with the Jets and the home opener. We're giving away those tickets in the 7 o'clock expressway. Hooking you up. 6 a.m. Club, we want you to win it. You are our highest rated audience of the entire show. You're up with us early after a late game. Aaron Rodgers, Jets, and then you get to sit back and just enjoy it tonight. That's my favorite Monday Night Football game. Just sit back, scout the opponent. Jets, Bills, Aaron Rodgers tickets coming up, 7 o'clock expressway on DFW Sports Station. Let's talk about the rest of the contenders in the NFC and what else happened in the NFC East after this on Sean and RJ.
Chevrolet. Labor Day savings are back in a big way. Shop their biggest holiday savings of the year. Over 700 new Chevys. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings do sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
They have to get to the 37 for a first down. Back goes Jones. Pumps, looks, fires. It is deflected and intercepted. Intercepted. Running along the near sideline. It's Darius Slay. Breaks a tackle at the 30, 20, 10, 5. Pick six. Darius Slay.
Not the same juice from Merrill.
No, not the same juice at all. I wonder if
And normally it would sound like what?
Oh, it's a touchdown for the Eagles. Darius Slay running all the way down the sideline.
I mean, he is 96 or whatever he is.
Yeah, I will say, I think New England
He can run
is,
for office.
Yeah, perfect. I think New England is. By the way, I saw a shirt, a political
Don't
shirt
even
over the
start.
weekend.
Keep
It
it for
said
your
no.
group
It
text.
said anyone under 80. There you go.
True.
Yeah. Anyway, I think New England is like the best setup for a press spot. It's like lower level midfield. You can't use the excuse that you couldn't see it there.
Get that press photo to Ryan.
I just emailed it to him
for the fan cam as the Giants media did Bobby
well,
dirty.
Well, so Scott Agolnick from the Cowboys, he talked to me and he said, he's like, this is your fault. This is the only picture I have. I was like, you've got other pictures of me, Scott. He's like, no. He's like, send me another picture. Because San Francisco last year and this one, he's like, this is the picture I had to send him. It looks like a meme. It is my face super close cropped and it looks ridiculous. And everybody, we're in the locker room yesterday getting audio of Micah Parsons and Calvin Watkins has his head down with his phone. And so because his head's down, he ends up looking at my credential and he just picks it up and he like starts tapping. He's like, what the hell is this?
Coming up momentarily on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's go around the NFC East. That was the call on Eagles radio. Filthy jumps out to a 16-0 lead at New England. Now, I was encouraged that the Patriots came back. They had a chance late in this game when I definitely thought it was over. They got the ball back again, didn't get the second foot inbounds, but Bobby, hopefully something got figured out from Belichick with the Hurts offense. I don't know, but the Eagles do hang on to beat Zeke and the Patriots 25-20. Zeke Elliott with a fumble in his debut off a reception. They were lining him up at wide receiver.
Yeah, 15-pound lighter, Zeke Elliott. I wonder with that game, a lot of these games, because that I don't remember an NFL opening weekend with sloppier weather. That was bad, like league-wide. Anything east of like St. Louis was awful.
This was 16-0 after the first quarter. New England won the second quarter 14-0. So 16-14, 17-14 heading into the fourth, but New England could not make it an absolutely perfect Sunday with Philly winning. Zeke, 7 carries for 29 yards, 5 catches for 14 yards. 5 catches, 14 yards for the Zeke debut. Jalen Hurts, 22 of 33 for 170 in the air, 5.2 a pass, and on the ground, 9 for 37.
Real quick, if you ever draft a Patriots running back on your fantasy team, you should give up.
Yeah.
Because that poor Ramondre Stevenson was like one of the best backs in the league last year. And he is, I mean, he's splitting carries with Zeke. Not quite splitting, but close enough.
He should call Tony Pollard, ask him for advice on how to deal with that professional situation, how he copes with it. But I'll tell you what, this is, first off, I will say, we were talking about like, wow, how is Philly only, -4 over New England? Another example to point to and go, Vegas is pretty good. Vegas knows some stuff, knows how these games play out a lot of times. Mm-hmm. But here's the other thing here is that, and I know it's one game and you don't overreact to one game, but that did not look like the same Philly team from last year at all. In terms of just, they were not as efficient running the ball. Jalen Hurts, because they weren't as efficient running the ball, didn't have a lot of the same opportunities to throw. And this is where that secondary, you can test that secondary if they're not generating pressure. And they were not generating pressure like they did last year.
Mack with 316 and 3. Now, AJ had 7 for 79. Devontae had 7 for 47. So their wide receivers did get involved. But Mac Jones had some success.
Yeah. Now, there was 2 stats that were working in New England's favor. And this is another point about Bobby that you made about Vegas being really, really good. Since 2000, Super Bowl losers are 5-18 against the spread in week 1. So that shows you that there's a little bit of that hangover, that Super Bowl hangover.
Yeah.
And this is another reason why we have seen that no quarterback has lost their first Super Bowl and made it back since Jim Kelly did it in the early 90s. Like, it just, you have that year, and you have to capitalize on that year. And Hurts, against the spread for his career outside of Philadelphia, is just 6-13. Now, they covered it yesterday. They covered the spread yesterday. But still, like, it's a telling sign, and we'll see what winds up happening with this team, especially as they get home and as the weather gets better than yesterday.
So filthy escapes, but they went up 16-0 in this game.
Now Jalen Carter did have like 7 pressures.
Oh,
he was really good yesterday. Yeah. The rest of the defensive front really didn't generate a ton of pressure at all. In fact, I don't think they had a sack until 3 minutes left in the fourth, and then they finished with 2. But Carter was really good yesterday, and that's obviously never been the question about Jalen Carter. The biggest thing about Jalen Carter is he going to be invested enough to reach like is he David Irving, or is he gonna figure it out and be invested?
Meanwhile, jersey of the day was by Dan on the back of a Commanders fan as the new ownership was checking out their new team against sorry Arizona.
Greg George has it. This is going to be the last play of the game. Stops at the 10, cuts back to the left. He's surrounded by Commanders, taken down at the 3 by De'Ami Brown and friends. And Washington is a winner in week 1 over the Cardinals, 20-16.
Washington survives.
Yeah.
Against sorry Arizona. Josh Dobbs didn't know the name of his teammates. He threw for 132, and Arizona almost won. Sam Howell out there with a couple of turnovers. But the Commanders win for their new ownership and new era.
Yeah, sidebar. Someone just shot a firework off right there. I just saw it out of nowhere.
Out here?
Out here. Yeah, right over there by that school. Someone just shot a firework off.
My neighborhood.
Cowboys fans are really happy.
Yeah, they are. No, look, I feel bad. Poor Josh Dobbs. Last year he starts with Tennessee, meets his teammates on like a Wednesday, and then now he doesn't even know half their names. There's no chance. Like, Arizona's not even trying to win these games, and they almost beat Washington.
Yeah.
Listen to these 2 stat lines here. You take Zach Ertz and James Conner yesterday. They had 11 combined receptions. They had 29 receiving yards.
God.
11 receptions, 29 yards.
Is he throwing screen? As all it was screen passes?
I mean, Zach Ertz had 6 catches, and his longest catch was 6 yards.
There was a lot of offensive issues yesterday around the league. You can get that in week 1, as I learned watching the red zone, which took me 90 minutes to figure out and get.
Why?
You want to see someone scrambling and panicking? That was me yesterday at 11:57.
Okay, so what time did you finally get it started? Was it like
probably
1:30?
1:30.
Wow. Did you have YouTube or do you have DirecTV?
DirecTV. So normally every year I can go to the Red Zone channel and order it like you can a movie.
Uh-huh.
You go and you hit OK. You're going to purchase this. This is how much it's going to cost. Confirm. Yeah. Couldn't do that yesterday. Couldn't do that. It says, for more ordering information, scan the QR code. Go to our internet site or call the number. I said, okay, you know what? Just to be sure, I'm going to go ahead and call this number.
Oh, wow.
50-minute wait time for DirecTV. 50. Then I go on the website. I'm going to go through all this. One of the 40 passwords I can't remember.
Yeah, I've had to do that.
Including my Odyssey one. V Creative, apologies for those of you who I'm supposed to cut commercials for. But then I'm sitting there searching on their website. They make it so damn confusing. They try to sucker you into buying like the premium package to where it's like $350 a month versus like the cheapest package that I'm paying for right now. And then I got to Google, okay, how can you just add the red zone? What premium pack? What package you have to have? The sports system. And then finally, like you see like the little block that I have to search out after you keep getting kicked off, after service errors, after there's clearly an overload with people going on there. I finally get it for like adding it for $13, $14 a month.
That's really not that bad of a price.
No.
At all.
And I did not get, I'm not getting the Sunday ticket for the first time ever. I don't need it. I don't care. All I need is Red Zone. You don't need the Sunday ticket unless your team, your favorite team, like Giants fans, my giant meatball friends that live here in the Metroplex, they have to have it to watch every Giants game.
Do you now? Because you could see, I saw a lot of people post in the $4 of games. Is that strictly a YouTube thing? Can you do that on DirecTV too?
I don't know if you can do it on DirecTV. YouTube TV, you can.
That's cool.
And this is my first time also with Scott Hansen over Andrew Siciliano. They do things a little different with Scotty.
I think Scott's good though.
He's not better than Andrew with this.
Yeah, but
he's not as good. This, they don't transition you to the games with their voices. They just go to the next game. So if you're in the kitchen, you're hearing like 8 different play-by-play calls in like 10 minutes versus saying, all right, now over to New England, over to San Francisco, over to Philadelphia.
They don't do it?
Bam, it just goes to the next game.
Was he in the bathroom the whole time? See, Andrew used to say he can't go to the bathroom at all.
That's right. Scott's taking a lot of pee breaks.
Wow.
No doubt about it. So that was my day of watching. Those were the other games in the NFC East. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. So after the 40-0 beatdown, 40 biggie, you got 3 1-0 teams in the division, and the Giants are the only ones with that big fat L.
We got the famous New York Post back page. They've put it out today, which is they always go for they try to go for the clever headline. So what we have today is it's Micah Parsons on top of Daniel Jones for the sack, and it's Big Boo.
Oh, wow.
Instead of
They're
Big
good.
Blue.
And look on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, y'all. We have Bobby's media badge, Mr. Professional with the media. Look at that mustache.
That's not a mustache. That's a beard. And that's how close cropped it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't complain about it. Every day at 9 o'clock, that's what you want. You have Ryan zoom in. You may as well have your stupid tongue out and your fingers up there like you usually do. So that's what you want every day at 9 o'clock while we're fist pumping. So that should be your media.
By the way,
badge.
I'm going to correct that one because that one we keep getting all the time. I am not smelling my hand. I am brushing my lip. I'm brushing my lip.
I don't know what Bill was doing, but Bill was sitting. I put the video up on my Twitters and Instagrams.
Show him, reenact it on the fan cam.
So he's sitting here and
zoom in on Choppy's nose. Well, zoom out on Choppy's nose.
You gotta
right?
zoom out. He puts his finger over his mouth here, and pushes in, and then he goes right to the nose. He goes and smells it.
Yeah, I saw
like he's the German soccer coach from the World Cup a few years ago.
Go one more time.
He's sitting here and they go. Ugh.
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh. Is that a breath check?
I don't know, but you who breathes on their finger?
What did y'all
in the palm of your hand?
What did y'all think were the differences in the Mike McCarthy offense? McCarthy versus Kellen, and our New York Jets Aaron Rodgers ticket giveaway for the Cowboys home opener next on Sean and RJ. But y'all were
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Graham Gano, the 9-year veteran, just signed a new contract. Will try a 45-yard field goal from the left hash. And that ball is mishandled. Blocked and picked up by the Cowboys defender on the right sideline. It is Noah Iganbanamaki, and he runs it in for a touchdown for Dallas.
Oh, man. The poor play-by-play guys. Tirico was on it.
He paused, but he gathered himself really quickly, and he nailed it. The poor press box announcer for the Giants could not. I don't know what he said. I can't remember, but when he said it, the entire press box started laughing.
Iganbanamaki.
It was something like that.
Look at this glow outside.
Oh, wow, it's glowing.
Wow. Look at that glow. Are you kidding me? It's like blue mixed with a little blood, like giant blood bleeding. It's like isn't it?
Doesn't this mean it's going to rain?
Hopefully.
Isn't that what it means? What is it? Red at night, sailor's delight. Red in the morning, sailors take warning.
I don't know, Captain Ahab. I have no idea what.
Ahoy, matey.
Ahoy. I have no idea what that means.
Look at that. What a morning. How can you not have a fantastic Monday? 40 zip. 40 bigger. The dominance last night on 105.3 The Fan as they destroy the New York Football Giants. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. What a beast. Getting right off the airplane from the Meadowlands and walking in here. Here are the things that the Cowboys accomplished last night. Largest shutout win in franchise history. Second largest margin of victory against the Giants in 122 matchups. They become the 5th team to open their season with a shutout of 40-plus points on the road. They sacked Daniel Jones 7 times, most sacks in a season opener by a Dallas defense since they had 9 in 1994. And, Bobby, I don't know whether you wanted me to relay this from the commercial break, but speaking of purple outside, you were mentioning a little purple in the commercial break with this Cowboys defense. Is that stretching things too much? Going to the Ravens?
What did I mention during the break?
I'm not even going to hold anything against you. Your brain has to be fried. Ravens defensive comparison to the Cowboys D.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot what we were. I was sitting here going like Neville Gallimore doesn't wear purple.
Right.
That's what I thought you were referencing at first. So I was like, I'm missing the tie in here. No, last night I was talking to Sean during the break, and I said I don't know how it carried over on television, but at least in person. It has, not that they're this good, but it has that same vibe of these dominant defenses we've seen in the past, like the Ravens, where there's a talent level and a swagger and a style of play that just is draining to the other team. Like it just kills their spirit.
Oh my God.
And that's the Giants yesterday. Just, you could tell they felt just dead. They sapped all energy, all morale, and that's the kind of thing that championship defenses do. And Micah said after the game, he's like, this is the best defense in the NFL. I've been saying it. We're the best defense in the NFL. You'll see it out there. And if they can generate that kind of pass rush consistently, and if the run game, or if the run fits look more consistent like they did in the final 3 quarters of the game, then this is going to be a really dominant defense.
You can really disrupt another team's flow with a pass rush, obviously. But then on top of that, the Giants, you could steal their will too, and they did. Like the Giants really had a really good first drive. That was impressive.
Yes,
like they kind of
a drive that has me a little still worried about the Cowboys' run defense moving forward. That's what I was thinking during the first drive.
I mean, but the problem is that you can't pass on this team, and if you do, it's basically because you decided not to rush.
Because I didn't notice Gilmore one time other than the interception, and that's a good thing. I didn't notice him once. Trayvon Diggs playing physical. That was missing, obviously, in the San Francisco playoff game. Deron Bland had his moments.
I mean, just look at if this defense plays, if this front plays the way they did the entire season, the Cowboys will have nothing but checkdowns against them.
Now
There's no time to throw downfield.
Now, the Giants for years have not fixed their offensive line. Where do we stand with that, Bobby, based upon acquisitions and draft capital in terms of having it fixed?
So Andrew Thomas is a great left tackle. He's really, really good.
They took Neal too, right?
And so they took Evan Neal at the right tackle. He had his bumps and bruises his rookie year, as a lot of offensive tackles do. They're hoping he takes a jump this year. But Evan Neal was one of the higher ranked players in the draft last year. And so they think they got their tackle situation figured out. They drafted a really good center, John Michael Schmitz, in the second round this year that a lot of people felt like was a first-round type of player. Similar comparisons. I don't think he's quite this good, but he was talked about similarly as maybe a poor man's Tyler Linderbaum, who we heard a lot about coming out of Iowa. And so those are three really good spots. The problem is their guards are still really bad, and a lot of teams can wreck your shot by getting pressure at those guard spots on the interior. And, I mean, they just named their starters on Friday, and they were still talking about potentially doing a rotation at guard throughout the game. And so there's some instability on the interior, but otherwise they're building something that could be good in a year or two.
Here's Micah on working New York.
I thought it was good, all three phases, but it started off with the special teams, that big block, and I just think we just carried the momentum and the shift from there, and we just never let up, which is good. Great sign, because last year we might have let up a little bit, but we just stayed on them and didn't let them breathe. We smothered them.
The Giants better beat the Arizona Cardinals on the road. I know that. They better win in Arizona. Then they're at San Francisco. They will host the Seattle Seahawks, at Dolphins, at Bills. So some pressure on the Giants against Arizona in week 2. And tonight, oh, man, I love just sitting back. No worries. Get to scout Aaron Rodgers and the Jets against the Bills Monday Night Football. Holy crap, I'm excited.
It's on comeback with a bowl.
That's right.
What was that?
It's on comeback with a bowl.
Oh, Rodgers from Hard Knocks. What a dream start to the season. Talk your talk this morning in the office or to your buddies on the group chat. Was this the performance of the day? I don't know, because of what this team did in Pittsburgh.
Stretch run coming left to McCaffrey. Stays place side, breaks a tackle, 45. Blocked from Ayuk down the sideline, 30. Cuts back inside 20. Still inbounds down the sideline. Diving for the end zone. Touchdown! CMC!
The San Francisco 49ers. This is the game where I was trying to work out Red Zone that I got on my local TV. 30-7 in Pittsburgh. Brock Purdy, 19 of 29, 2 touchdowns. McCaffrey, 22 for 152 running it. 3 catches, 17 yards.
I don't even get to spike the football. Here's my phone call. Thanks a lot, Sean. You timed this up perfectly on purpose about my San Francisco 49ers. You jerk.
Our other radio station here doesn't realize, I guess, no one knows that Bobby's actually on a morning show from 5:30 to 10. No, we'll fix that after the show. But the day of Bobby Belt interrupted with his San Francisco Brock Purdy love and call.
I honestly don't know if this game told us more about San Fran or Pittsburgh. This may be the year Pittsburgh has their losing season.
People were trying to late buy Pittsburgh this offseason.
Yeah, late. Yeah, you do the late buy. It's maybe an undervalue. And as you get closer to the season, people are dying for something to talk about.
Yep.
So they just kind of they try to convince themselves of certain things.
Kenny Pickett had a 24 QBR.
Well, I mean, that's not the worst of the day. That's for dang sure.
Well, I have to go around and look at some of these QBRs.
Oh, they're bad. I don't know if you want to. I can go do a deep dive. I'd do myself a dive. But look, the Niners look really, really good. And again, I don't know if that's Pittsburgh looking bad or if that's really San Francisco.
Well, the thing is, I give credit to San Fran. Pittsburgh's at least a 500 team. They're a good, solid team. They're playing at home, and the 49ers did that. I keep waiting for the Brock Purdy fall. I keep waiting for Brock Purdy to be exposed, and I didn't see it yesterday. That was pretty frightening early on.
Brock is the perfect. I mean, he is the textbook definition of, if you wanted to look at the way the quarterback position is, you don't need a big arm. You don't need arm. You need decision making. Like, that is the absolute number one thing you should want out of your quarterback. It's not the old school measurables. He can make all the throws. I don't care if the guy's 6'5" with a cannon. Does he make good decisions? And Brock Purdy makes good decisions. Like, he throws the ball exactly where it's supposed to be thrown every single time. He doesn't make mistakes. Just doesn't.
Man, that was impressive.
Very.
San Francisco over Pittsburgh. By the way, afternoon games, all 5 road teams won yesterday. All 5.
Okay. All 5 road teams won, and 5 of the 8 games were decided by double figures in the noon department.
5 of the 8?
5 of the 8 were decided by double figures. Like, that's a lot. That's a college day.
All right, let's just go through some of the others because I want Bobby to have the expressway for his Longhorn celebration. He deserves it. We're also going to have our Aaron Rodgers Jets giveaway. We're hooking you up only today to see the Cowboys home opener against A-Rod and the Jets. I'll go through the rest of the early games. Falcons beat the Panthers 24-10. Bryce Young threw the same interception twice, and Bijan, I feel bad for Bobby again. Bijan had a nasty move.
He had a really good move. He did.
That was Barry.
He only got 10 carries, which I thought was a little bit surprising. They gave
it.
Algiers, wherever his name is, who I had on a fantasy team. They gave that, so it was a good day for me.
Oh, you played him?
No. But I drafted him.
I was like, because I have him too, but I didn't start.
Yeah, I didn't play him. I played Miles Sanders instead, so that's cool. So he had himself a really good day. And I'm interested in Bryce Young. By the way, his QBR 14.6.
Bryce?
Yeah. Again, not the worst of the day.
The worst loss of the day may have been suffered by the great Joe Burrow and Derek Holland, relentless on our group message after his Brownies did this.
And I'll tell you what, if his Browns have the number on any team, it continues to be this team, the Bengals, as the Browns win it today, 24-3.
Nathan?
Way to keep that in there, Pepe. Browns beat the Bengals 24-3. Peyton, as Deshaun Watson only threw for 154 yards. This was a mess.
It was. Look, the weather was nasty.
Yeah.
It was a run game, run. And look, Joe Burrow's barely played in the preseason. Like, in terms of even in practice, he's barely played. Ever since he rolled right and the whole world thought he ripped up his Achilles, we've barely heard from him.
Meanwhile, your Texas Rangers desperately needed this. They didn't get the sweep. They did get the series win thanks to this guy.
And now here's Corey Seager drilling one down the right field line. Fair or foul, just inside the foul pole. Line drive home run for Corey Seager. That's his 30th blast of the year. Make it 9-4 Texas.
2 of 3 against the Athletics, and things still looking from the third place perch in the American League West.
Yeah, half game back to the wild card. I'm interested to see the attendance yesterday around the sport, how much it dipped from your averages.
Yeah.
The Rangers only had 26,000 out there last night. They've been over 30, basically the entire year.
Yes.
I do wonder if you were to go around the sport, look at how on the opening day of the NFL, I guarantee you walk-up numbers were very, very low yesterday.
Man, this series, it was on the brink for me on Saturday, man. Watching this, tied, and they had like 1 hit, 2 hits through 5 or 6 innings, and I'm like, here we go. This is the crash. This is the crash.
Yeah, because if you lost 2 or 3 to Oakland, it was that's demoralizing.
So Simeon homers twice, had 4 hits for the second time in 4 games. You heard Corey Seager going deep for number 30, and the Rangers get the W. Was that on our sister station? Did we have that on 1080?
Yes, that was 1080.
1080 KRLD.
Hey, he's back.
5:30 pregame in Toronto. What a series. What an appetizer for Monday Night Football. 5:30 pregame, first pitch at 6 o'clock on this station. Astros lead the West over Seattle by 2.5. Lead it over us by 3. Let's hook you up with tickets. I mean, this could be the biggest celebrity game in the Metroplex. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets visit the Cowboys for the home opener. How do we feel about Mike McCarthy versus Kellen Moore's offense? And we'll let Roberto brag about his Texas Longhorns in the Expressway, commercial-free, after this.
After we get you over to Zerez to get your carpet clean, Clean Way, Green Way, Zerez Way, RJ Choppy Fan Special. Amazing offer for you. Take advantage. They have extended the Labor Day sale. Extended it. 4 rooms, pre-treated, clean, and sanitized, $99. Plus that 4-room cleaning, you're going to get a $35 gift card to Bavette, a classic American bistro, an extraordinary dining experience. Went there a couple of weeks back. It's fantastic. The wine list is really good. Their spirits list is fantastic. Appetizers off the charts. Get your carpet professionally cleaned. It's awesome to feel that carpet just be rid of the dirt, dust, and allergens, all the pet hair and dander that's inside there. Man, you get it cleaned up every year. Carpet and tile every year. Also do the upholstery and the hardwood. Ask about the clean air special, the sweep of the ventilation system in your home, the bacteria and the mold spores that are up there.
be a sneak.
Prescott, instead of a sneak, with a wide pitch to Pollard, starts right, comes left, goes right. Behind Aduga pulling. Touchdown, Tony Pollard.
Thank you, Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys, will be joining us at 8:40 this morning. Tolo phone calls to celebrate, pick apart, whatever you want to do at 8 o'clock this morning. This is the Expressway. We are commercial free with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Rai running things in the back in a matter of moments. The New York Jets, Aaron Rodgers, home opener tickets. We're going to hook you up. I'm jelly of this one. I'm jealous of this one. I'm like, man, I wish I could get Monday off. I wish this was a Saturday game because this is going to be a lot of hype and a lot of ratings. Aaron Rodgers, Cowboys, home opener, and we are sending you there thanks to Miller Lite in a matter of moments at 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line.
They have the Cowboys.
And the phone number, sorry.
Regardless of the best games, like the best games this year might be on the road against Philly, on the road against Buffalo, things like that. But if you just want to talk about, like you're talking about the hype and everything else surrounding it, this opening to the season for them is just loaded the first 6 weeks where you go Giants Sunday Night Football. It's normal hype. Then you get the Jets and it'll be the Rodgers-McCarthy thing. And then the Patriots and Zeke and everything coming back to AT&T. And then you get the 49ers and Kellen and the Chargers. It's just loaded these first 6 weeks with storyline games.
And the spread for this one I do have in my hands already, even though the Jets have not played tonight.
Wow.
Would you like
to
guess?
Cowboys by 5.5.
Cowboys -4.
4.
Is it 4 of that?
4. I did not understand the Giants spread. I said take the Cowboys with the points. Not to that degree, especially in the rain. Just bet opposite of whatever Mike Bassick says on KMC. But let's see tonight. Will the week of Bobby Belt continue being right? Find out in a second. Let's stop having y'all wait any longer. Let's just hook you up. It's too good of a day.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys take on Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets at AT&T Stadium this Sunday afternoon, courtesy of Miller Lite. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, so a couple of different storylines, and then we're going to let Bobby break out that T-shirt and celebrate the Longhorns and rub it in Neville Gallimore's face here in just a few minutes. Couple of storylines I did not respond to last night. I didn't want to go down. Bobby, what you're going to learn about me is my moods are, well, you may already know this.
I think I know.
They are wildly predictable based upon Cowboy wins and losses.
Mm-hmm.
If my wife wants to get something out of me, I'll purchase something else.
Oh
yeah.
Credit card.
What would the other thing?
It would lead to numero dos, maybe. This is the time to do it. This is the time to strike. I slept on the couch last night because little one was sick. I don't care. I stayed up late. Do not care. All the work. Do not care. My mood is way too predicated on wins and losses. So today I allow very little negativity. And on social media, I wasn't going down any rabbit holes. Here were the two options, though. One, Mike McCarthy versus Kellen's offense. Choppy, admit it. Admit it. Mike McCarthy is the man. Kellen Moore overrated. And number two, people were they tried to bait me. I wasn't doing it. Trying to pick at Dak Prescott a little bit for that performance. But let's start off with McCarthy versus Kellen. As yesterday, the game of the day was Chargers-Dolphins. Holy crap, was that freaking fun. And good for Tua. I'm so happy for Tua after everything he went through last year. NFL, AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
And the 3rd and goal at the 5-yard line. Going in. Flips it to the corner, and it's caught! Tyreek Hill, touchdown!
Who else can you beat in a game? My gosh. Tyreek Hill, again. What a throw. What a throw by Tua.
If you had Tua and Tyreek on the same team, congratulations. Dolphins rated with a call. Tua, 466 and 3. Tyreek, 11 for 215 and 2. As he says, the goal this year is to have 2,000 receiving yards, and the Miami Dolphins win a thriller over the Chargers, 36-34. How is the Chargers offense going to look with the great Kellen Moore over there? Justin Herbert, 23 of 33, 228, 1 touchdown. They ran for 234 yards. They
Yeah, they
ran for 234 yards. 40 rushing attempts to 33 passing attempts for the new school Kellen Moore. How about that?
Listen, you can have your Kellen Moore, thank God he's gone conversation someday. It ain't today. They converted. They moved the sticks on 83% of their possessions.
You mean first down?
Yeah.
83.
They moved. I saw this stat. I am blown away. The Miami Dolphins on first down. What percentage of first down plays did they get a first down on yesterday?
Don't say 70.
40%. 40% of first down plays, they got a first down.
Yeah.
That is insanity.
Yeah.
And the Chargers did it on 25%. That's insane, too.
Yeah.
And then 56% of second downs. And then 83% of third downs. Like, that was one of the most, Kellen, you can have your Kellen Moore is not a good offensive coordinator conversation at some point. You can't do it today. And spare me, Michael Lombardi, that, well, they didn't win the game. Pretty sure he put up 34 and he was in the lead late. And then the defense let it go. Like that. This ain't the day for that.
Tua made an amazing throw. That was an amazing game-winning throw.
Yeah, they had a 47% success rate on third and fourth down of converting that, and 62% on first and second. Like, this is not the day for the Kellen Moore, thank God he's gone conversation. We may have it, because they'll put up a stinker.
Sure.
But then ain't today.
What did everyone notice, X's and O's wise, schematically different about the Cowboys offense with Mike McCarthy calling the plays at 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, and we'll take Cowboy calls at 8.
I will say absolutely nothing. Because I don't think it's possible to see it. Because it's confirmation bias. If you want to see something different, you'll see it. If you don't want to see something different, you won't. Because you would have to go back to every other play that's ever been run and say, okay, what did Kellen run in a 16-point game? Okay, what did he run in a 7-point game? What did he run in when you're up 19-0? Like, it's just impossible to know. So I hate to throw cold water on it, but like, I don't know, especially from that game, they didn't show us anything good. I didn't want them to. Like once the game got out of hand, put the playbook in your pocket.
There were subtle things I think you could see. I mean, like, for instance, you guys saw that pick play. That was not something that was like that kind of a route concept was not typically going to be in there. I think you saw the slant flats that we've talked about, that those were going to be heavy. Michael Lombardi even referenced it, when he came on, that's heavy in his offense. You saw that very first play, the quick flat throw to Jake Ferguson, and that's going to be in there a lot. I don't know if it felt like it to you guys. I'd have to look to make sure, but I'm pretty sure what we had anticipated ended up being true, which is I don't think they were using motion nearly as much as they did typically under Kellen, but it was little subtle things, and I think most of them, if they got pointed out, you'd go, oh, okay, I guess if I think about that, that's what it is. But they would say that it's those subtle details that they think will make the difference.
Here's the way I'm judging it, and I'm going to need this stat throughout the year of, you know how they do like average time to throw with protection? I'm going to need like how quickly that ball is coming out, the Tom Brady stat for years. Now, look, that may not be a direct tie to the offense. Here's the way I'm judging the West Coast offense with McCarthy. How many steps in the drop back is Dak Prescott taking? Last night, in my opinion, and maybe this is because confirmation bias, I wanted to see it. It felt like it was 3 steps out. It felt like it was up, out. That's what I want to see. In my opinion, Dak Prescott, when he gets, like all athletes, when they find their rhythm, Dak Prescott can play like an MVP. And I think Dak has a wart in his game of having a little bit too much time sometimes to decide and going 1, 2, 3. I think Mike is trying to take that away a little bit by saying, bam, you go to this, bam, you go to that, and you do it on the 3rd step. So I would love to compare how many passes are going to be thrown this season when he hits the 3rd step and the 5th step in the drop back. That's what I was looking for, and that's what I felt like I saw. That's why I asked McCarthy on Friday, is the West Coast passing attack beneficial when you're banged up front, right? It's like you've always said about offensive line, Choppy. It's not Sacks are not on the line. It's on the quarterback getting the ball out. That's Tom Brady for years. When you're missing Tyler Smith, when you have Odoga go down as really the lone major injury, I don't even know how major it is. Bobby can tell us.
He came back. He got poked in the face.
When you have Tyron out there on the injury report at left tackle, how much does it help when your quarterback is 1, 2, 3 out? That's what I was looking for. That's what I felt like I saw early signs of.
I am going to lessen my interception numbers.
Yeah, Dak. So Next Gen Stats already has like the week 1 numbers out. He was the fastest time to throw in the NFL this week. So he was getting the ball out faster than anybody else.
2.37.
Beautiful.
2.37. Which that's got to be the concepts, because if you're running slants and flats, the ball's got to come out. Now, what you also have here is, again, I know there were some people who said, no, we're going to take shots down the field. It's like, I don't know, and I know it was raining, but his intended air yards yesterday were also like 6. So he was not really pushing the ball downfield. I saw one for sure. There was the one to Cooks that got the pass interference, but outside of that, I don't remember a ton.
He missed the touchdown to Lamb. He overthrew him. He was way too high. And then the one I couldn't figure out to the left sideline to Gallup, that was some intended air yards. I don't know whether Michael took that ball out of bounds or Dak threw it too far left out of bounds. But otherwise, it was rainy. You didn't need to sit there and go deep. Work on your concepts. You had the lead. Run the clock down.
Yeah, so like for example, like Bobby said, his intended air yards were like 6. Derek Carr was at 12. So he's obviously not going to be able to get the ball out in the same type of speed. Dak last year, so it was 2.37 seconds this year. Last year for Dak, it was 2.72, which is still pretty quick. That's still pretty fast.
Say that again, I'm sorry. Last year?
Last year was 2.72.
For the year?
For the year.
2.72 in this game last night?
2.37. Okay. So it's only a half second.
Yeah.
And that's not a huge difference. It's a difference. It's a difference. But it's like, and look, 2.37 is the fastest from last year. Last year's fastest was Tom Brady at 2.45.
Oh.
So again, it's one game. You're going to have games where you're not going to be able to do that. Dak at 2.72, his intended air yards are two yards further downfield. Is that a half second? I mean, I don't know. Like you'd have to figure out exactly where it is.
Here's McCarthy on getting back on that headset.
I mean, it was good. I think like anything, because of the weather, you had to adjust. And I thought the offensive staff and the communication of players was excellent tonight. I mean, there's always going to be things that, I'm going to want to do better, and that's it's no different tonight. So, we had a couple things, but I thought it was a relatively clean game. I thought, I don't ever want to say conservative. I think you have to be smart in spots there, and I thought Dak did an excellent job commanding that and being smart in the decision making. Particularly because you can see the way the game started there early. After their first drive, the ball. Protecting the football was going to be a big challenge tonight, and I thought Dak and the offense did a really nice job of that.
All right, truckwreck.com text line, phone calls at 8 o'clock as well. Any differences? McCarthy versus Kellen, as the Chargers put up a lot of points, but they end up losing to Tua and Tyreek in Miami. We all good? You ready to brag? You ready to turn the show over to you?
I'm ready to brag. I will just say that I think that the grade, just one last line on this, the grade on or the takeaways from McCarthy's offense week 1, I don't think you can say, thank God we don't have Kellen anymore. I don't think you can say, dear God, please bring Kellen back. It's incomplete. We don't know what it looks like yet.
I agree. And let's not forget, this was 14-0 without the offense.
Yeah.
Now that's not a knock on the offense, but that changes everything. I'm not having a total complete meltdown. Well, I would like to think I'd be a little bit more reasonable Giants fans than these idiots who thought that they were going to win the East or be second over the Cowboys, and that last year wasn't a fluke. That's why we're here, to give you the dose of reality. But I'm not having a total complete meltdown if I'm a Giants fan, just with the way that game started and went in the rain and with the conditions. I'd have a meltdown over Dayball, putting my freaking brand new quarterback contract out there in the rain and calling design runs with your pathetic playbook. That's all you have. Like you're playing high school on a Friday night, running your quarterback and having the man get destroyed and crushed with pellets all up in his face. That is what I'd be furious about if I'm a Giants fan. Let's let Roberto have his moment.
Shotgun snap to Ewers. Quinn going deep. He has Mitchell open. Throws it. He caught it. Touchdown, Texas. Adonai Mitchell. He's used to big catches against Alabama, and A.D. Mitchell strikes again.
Longhorns jumping. Actually, you know what? I told you to get the Texas music. Don't. Keep this.
The eyes of Texas are upon you.
Don't want any issues
all
on a Monday.
the live long day.
Take it away.
The eyes of Texas are upon you. You cannot get away.
It's amazing he knows the words. He didn't go there.
That's right.
I know.
He's wearing the Longhorn shirts, though.
Because I'm Texan through and through.
The Texas,
right down to the university.
The Texas Longhorns jumped 7 spots to number 4 in the AP poll yesterday after beating Bama. The Longhorns getting 2 first-place votes after their biggest regular season victory in years. They're in the top 5 for the first time since starting the 2010 season at number 5. They have their highest ranking since finishing 2 after losing the BCS championship game to Bama in 2009, as the Longhorns become the first team to beat Alabama by double digits on their home field under Nick Saban. The loss drops Bama to 10, their lowest ranking since early last November, when the Tide were also 10th, and Quinn Ewers put on a show with 349-3. Bama had their 21-game home winning streak snapped, along with a 57-game regular season run against non-conference teams dating back to Saban's debut in 2007.
Wow.
What a performance.
Yeah,
what
it
a
was.
performance. Bobby told us it was coming.
I did. Now, look, here's the thing. I think Texas is really talented this year. This is as talented as they've been in probably since the 2009 championship run, when they got to the title game and lost. And Quinn Ewers, very impressive. It's like his coming out party a little bit. That's great. You had Anthony Hill stepping up as a big time freshman pass rusher. That's all great. I love all of that. I still think
Where were you watching this?
In my hotel room.
What other media members? Oh, no other media members had to suffer around you?
Went to my hotel. I mean, I was whoever was around on the hotel floor probably heard me. I was loud.
Were you naked?
No, I was not. Not until after the game. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So had a bowl of cereal watching that game. But I'll say that I still think at the end of the day, what this comes down to is more about Alabama than Texas.
Oh, you're nuts. You got a great quarterback. Your quarterback. He came into his own.
You hope you have a great quarterback.
He came into his own, man. That dude was dropping dimes. Dimes over the top.
He was dropping dimes. This is why I hate Longhorn fans.
He was
because
just take your victory,
take
man.
your
Like,
victory.
You won.
I'm not saying this about you.
Yeah.
I'm on social media. I'm watching the game and I'm like, yours deep ball is money tonight. And I know that I know the reputation of Quinn throwing the deep ball is not great. But I got all Longhorn fans. Tell me you don't watch Texas football without telling me. Yeah, I don't watch Texas football in the second half of the season because you've already disappointed and screwed up all your hype. You're the college version of the Cowboys, except you're actually worse. But you got these stupid, annoying, arrogant, dumb Longhorn fans rooting against their quarterback like Cowboy fans do against Dak. It's the same exact thing, but he was dropping in dimes.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful throws, and their quarterback not ready. Yeah, the guy's got a cannon. He's got the legs, no doubt about it, but he doesn't look like he's used to playing quarterback back there. And the Longhorns were the better team. I just thought it was going to be something that Texas screwed up in order to lose this game. They ended up making big plays. And Sark was a little cocky afterwards, too. I thought he was going to be total Mr. Humble. Nah, he dropped this in there.
They were 52-1 in their last 53 games, so I guess they're 52-2 now.
Woo!
There you go.
Woo!
He's feeling a little cocksure.
Yeah,
right there. They put it to him, man, and that was about the quarterback. So to me, it was about Quinn. You know, if you look around the sport now, you know, college used to be about whoever has just the most talent, right? With the portal, it's not about that, right? Everybody's the talent has been thinned out. It's so much more NFL now. You got yourself the better quarterback. It used to be you could beat the team with the better quarterback. And now I don't know if you can. But you can, but it's going to be an upset.
Quinn is very, very talented. I believe he was the highest graded quarterback in the history of 247. I mean, he's incredibly talented. The thing is, it's just he's never been consistent.
Nope.
And that's I love what I saw against Bama, but like you do have to see it consistently from him. I feel like this could be his coming out party, but there's just a little bit of reservation, I think, to say he's here now. This is him, and this is who he's going to be for the rest of his career at Texas because it's just been inconsistent. That's all.
Yeah.
But I will say that,
and two of those deep throws, they're going to be, those are hard to replicate, especially the catches from the receivers. That was Willie Mays. Those are Willie Mays catches.
The first touchdown to Worthy,
beautiful.
That I felt like was more Worthy than Ewers. It looked like when the ball got dropped in, it looked great. But when you saw the full shot, like Worthy had to run completely the opposite direction. That was incredible tracking. But yeah, Quinn was great. The biggest thing that kills teams usually against Alabama when they've got a lead is that when Alabama comes back like they always do and they start punching you, a lot of teams crumble. Like they can't take the best shot. Texas came back and stood in there and scored every time. And that was the biggest thing for them. But this is what we were talking about last week, or what I was trying to say last week, was just that offensive line can't protect the way it has for years. That center couldn't snap the ball. Yeah. I don't know what the hell was wrong with their center. Milroe skipping throws. You'd never see Saban teams. When was the last time you ever saw in a Saban loss, the game was iced on a penalty from Alabama? Like Bama doesn't
last year.
Bama doesn't make terrible penalties. Bama doesn't lose their nerve.
So
last year they had 17 penalties in the Texas game last year.
Yeah,
17 in the Tennessee game, or was it 15 and 17? They were is it befuddled by penalties last year, and they haven't cleaned it up. They just haven't cleaned it up this year.
So I don't want to take away your moment, but
just tell me you agree Bama isn't Bama. Would you agree with that now?
No, but that's exactly where I was going. That separates into two different things that I feel like we were talking about late last week.
Okay.
I felt like you were wrong in downplaying the overall greatness of the Bama program in general. In the last 3 to 5 years, where you were dead on right is you said this team would lose to Texas and this quarterback was not ready. But I still felt like you underplayed them as a dynasty.
Oh, I don't think. No, I thought that was the whole point, was that I was saying they've been a dynasty for 10 years. They've been this program for 10 years. Yeah, 10 to 15.
Yes.
10 to 15.
And last year they finished.
And last year I said was the first year where there were cracks and they shouldn't have finished fifth. And then this year I felt they were given way too much deference to be graded fourth.
Well,
whereas this roster the last 2 years has had serious cracks and the talent is not the same as it's been for years.
They probably should have been a spot lower. They should have been behind. Tennessee beat them head to head. They should have been behind them. Because they also had the same record. We've done this before with Saban. We've done this before. We did this after the Ohio State game, where it's the end of Nick Saban. He's slow. They've got linebackers at safety. They've got edge rushers at linebacker. They're too slow. And we did this before. They had back-to-back 2-loss seasons, and then they lost a game to Ole Miss where they allowed 43 points at home. And we've done this before with them.
But here's what people are trying to say now. People are trying to say that the NIL, I'll just give you internet reaction. People put up a photo of Boston Shaq and said, this is Saban when the recruiting opportunities are even. You can't out-talent everyone. Saban and his staff had a large... So if they're saying that other schools can even out the talent by buying it, that Bama won't have this advantage, I'm still going to wait and see.
That's true. I mean, like, you're not going to... So Alabama's not going to be able to, and they haven't been able to stockpile 3 first-round draft picks at each position behind each other.
Yeah.
And that's true, and that's always been the case. But they still get among the 3 or 4 best recruiting classes every year.
They had a bunch of recruits there to watch this game, and one of the is it Keelan Robinson?
That the recruit they had watching?
The Longhorn.
Yeah.
Former Bama running back, and now he's, of course, with Texas. He ran by that section and said, y'all come on over here now. Y'all come on over here. So they talk that talk, walk that walk as they go into Bama and win.
Yeah, this is, it's interesting. John Machota and I were talking about this yesterday while we were going to the Yankees game.
Whoa!
And John is I don't know that I'd take it this far, but I thought at least the comparison was interesting. John said he thought it was odd. You remember we had that article a couple weeks ago, Saban is smiling more in his press conferences than he ever has before. And then Saban, I guess, was a little more. He didn't have the same anger it felt like you'd normally see from Saban after a loss like that.
Yeah.
And John said, I've seen this before. And he's like, because I'm a Florida State fan. And he's like, and I remember distinctly in the early 2000s when Bobby Bowden didn't seem to have the same energy he had in the 90s, where he didn't want to hold guys accountable the same way. And it was like, hey, these guys all recruit good players too. And he's like, it feels sort of like Bama might be getting there.
I mean, look, they just going by 24/7 Sports. They had the second best recruiting class in 2022. They're number one right now for 2023. They were number one in 2021.
They get killed in the portal.
But they get killed in the portal, yes.
And that is the new measure.
Right, it is. Because, now what you're doing with the portal is you're not bringing freshmen in who aren't really ready to play. You're bringing in guys who can – you're bringing in plug-and-play juniors.
This can come back and haunt me. I'm admitting I have not watched Bama play with this quarterback, and this could come back and screw me.
Well, nobody really did because what they played Middle Tennessee the first week.
Played a little last year.
I'm surprised that Saban put a kid at quarterback that looks this raw playing it. Like, you can just tell with the way he holds the football, and I'm surprised he didn't put someone there with a little bit more like pocket presence or stability. Now, look, you could tell he's a freak athlete, running around. Again, he's got a cannon, but it just feels like he's uncomfortable playing quarterback. It feels like Saban just threw an athlete back there.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised by that. And let me call someone out. And I think he's listening. And many of you in the state know Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church. He's a diehard Bama fan. And I texted College Game Day, cooking, grilling for all of them. People are more impressed. My buddies are more impressed if I show them a text from Matt than when they hear us interview Jerry Jones. And I texted him. I said, man, your quarterback ain't ready. He goes, why do you think I didn't go? Why do you think I didn't go to the game? I said, so when you front runners are ranked number 3 in the country, that's too low for you to show up versus you bandwagon Bama fan. You can only show up when you're ranked 1 or it's the SEC title game or the national championship. So Matt Pittman, shame on you, Matt. Shame on you, Meat Church. Disgraceful.
You know what? I'm going to stand up for him. Life is too short. They're for bad football teams.
Send me some pellets, man.
Okay, life's too short.
That's the thing, though. They're not even a bad football team.
They were ranked 3.
They are. Here's just the thing.
They are on preseason rankings. They were ranked 3.
They have been immortal for 15 years.
Yes.
They're mortal this year.
And look, and they know if you know they're not going to win the title, I'll save the bullets. I'll save the private jet fuel. This Meat Church guy, he's going to say the private jet.
No private jets. I don't.
So
think.
yeah,
He could be. I don't know.
I mean, look, we all do this. We all root for our team a little bit more when they're good.
They were 3. If they're number 3, and every year you're used to being in the Final Four, you show up against Texas.
Look, I mean, we're a top 10 team. I know we ain't that good. So is my interest as the season goes on going to be a little bit less for Tennessee? Absolutely. It just will. As we go on, and I see that we can't throw the football anymore, it should be a little bit less.
One more story before we get to your Cowboy phone calls at 8 o'clock. The story of college football continued.
3rd and 10 to the 12-yard line. Shadour's out of the shotgun. Dylan Edwards off his right hip. Motion man Jimmy Horn drops. Moves to his left. Has all kinds of time. Rifles this one. End zone! Touchdown! Touchdown, Colorado! And that time, Shadur Sanders came with the heater. There was flames on that ball.
Flames on that ball.
Colorado radio with the call. This was an ugly first half. Matt Rule's quarterback was allergic to the football. Kept giving it to Dion. Colorado selling out. They had the atmosphere. They rushed the field after moving to 2-0 by eventually blowing out the Cornhuskers. Someone put a milli on Colorado to cover. Bam. Cash it. -2.5 as the Buffaloes are undefeated.
So generally when you're gambling, you don't necessarily gamble with the hype. You don't bet with the public. The public's usually very, very wrong. The public is dominating with Colorado this year. The sharp bettors.
What was that win? What was that over/under win total? 3.5.
The sharp. They're going to hit that next week because Colorado State's very, very manageable. And then they're going to wind up. I mean, they play Oregon, they play USC. But the sharp bettors have stayed away from Colorado because there's no data on them.
Right.
And if you're betting I said this on my BetQL radio show this week.
Well,
if you bet on Colorado right now, you're strictly betting with emotion. And that's a dangerous way to bet. But because there is no numbers on them. There's no data, there's no history, there's no nothing. So the only thing you have to bet on with Colorado is emotion. That's it.
But it's also like you said, college football has become so much about the quarterback, and you know that quarterback.
Yes, you do. He's good.
I gotta be a little bit fair to my man Matt, who I just destroyed. His event at Bama did get canceled. He had his kid's birthday party, so I had to throw that in. 877-881-10.
Roll Tide.
But still, he was like, I knew this quarterback
No
wasn't
time for facts. No time for facts.
More like receding tide.
I had to, yeah. What was the first one you said?
I said roll tide, and then I said more like receding tide.
Yes. All the Bama statements were coming in. So there you go, Matt. Still, send me some pellets, man. They're expensive out there. All right. Let's open up the phone lines for the Cowboys celebration. 877-881-1053. Your own star up, star down. We want you to join us for the Cowboy party with your phone calls on the home of America's team next. But
app.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Two safeties very deep.
They do not want to drop. Or he's going to hand it off. They do not want to drop.
Parsons at left tackle again, makes a stunt, and Jones throws it out to the left. Fumble! Recovered in the air at the 20. Run into the end zone by Deron Bland.
It is time to celebrate with you. Cowboy Calls on a Cowboys Monday with Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, 40 zip, 12 quarterback hits, 7 sacks in the rain, special teams, defensive touchdowns, Brandon Cooks, Stephon Gilmore, almost impossible to want anything else. Tony Pollard replacing Zeke, getting 2 scores himself. What else you want? Tell us and give us your own star up, star down here on your home of America's team. Let's start off with Alex in Fort Worth. Alex, you're live on The Fan.
What's going on, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
You guys feeling the 40 burger like I am?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. I don't like the name, but yeah, we're feeling it.
So, start up. You got to give it to the next man up, Marquise Bell, and I think his name's Janae Thomas. Those guys were flying. And then start down was the drops. You know, Fergie had a first down, and he just didn't see it in. Dropped it. Drive killer.
Thank you for the call. And Hendershot dropped the touchdown. Opening drive, third quarter, perfect pass by Dak. Star down to both of the tight ends. It hurt. We left training camp becoming tight with, in our version tight. They don't know it yet. Ferguson and Overshown. Overshown gets hurt, and the tight ends end up dropping the football yesterday. Hendershot had a guaranteed 6.
The tight ends were targeted entirely too many times. Ferguson and Hendershot had as many targets between them as Cooks and CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, there were a lot. But I mean, that's also
maybe that's the way the defense is playing.
That's part of the system too. But also, this was, and I got to look back and think there were definitely at least 4 drops yesterday. Not just of the tight ends, because it was 3 between the tight ends, and then Turpin had one in the red zone. And I'm trying to think. I think there may have been one more, and so that could have been wet ball issue. That could have been things with the rain. But either way, the drops are going to burn you at some point if that keeps up.
I'll tell you this: after watching the Chiefs Lions game, the definition of a drop has completely been skewed. I am stunned they only had 4. I thought they had 18 in that Chiefs game.
You mentioned, Sean, the Giants receivers didn't have a catch till 6 minutes left in the third quarter, or whatever it was. So one of my favorite tweets yesterday was after the Giants fan base spent all the time mocking Kadarius Toney, it took, more than a half for their entire receiving core to surpass Kadarius Toney's 1 yard receiving from the other night.
And I wanted Darren Waller in fantasy. He burned me last year. I wanted him, and I didn't think he was going to play in this game. I think he beat Gilmore for 1 pass when Collinsworth compared him to LeBron James, that you got to feed in the rock. But every offseason I hear it. Oh, the Giants' weapons. Oh, Daniel Jones ready to take the next step. Oh, they finally fixed the offensive line. Not last night. Polo and Garland. Polo, you are live on DFW Sports Station. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all doing this great Cowboys Monday?
Awesome.
Man, I'm giving them a great star up. I mean, you guys already talked about it. I feel like the drops, it had to be the rain. It had to be the water. I mean, there was times where you saw him and you were just like, man, he could have gripped it a little bit better or anything like that. I'm really happy with what our defense did. I'm excited to see them do more. And I'm grateful to be a Cowboys fan on this Monday morning.
Thank you for the call. How about Dez? Man, Dez has it in and out, whatever it is, for Jason Garrett. Here's what Dez tweeted last night. I think he deleted it. Coach McCarthy treats his players like grown men. I would have hated if you had the opportunity to coach a player like Micah Parsons. Take notes, Jason Garrett. I would have hated to see you have an opportunity to coach a player like Trayvon Diggs. Blank a good guy. Where the dog's at. McCarthy's got him. That's your boy. That's your boy Dez.
Yeah, but he knows better. Who did he just name? He named Micah and Diggs. Those are not the guys that Mike McCarthy is working with. Those are Dan Quinn's guys. And I like the insinuation they're like, blank a good guy. So what are you saying? Like Trayvon Diggs and Mike Parsons, those aren't good guys.
Bad seeds.
Like, what is that?
Very bad seeds. As if Jason wouldn't want either one of those guys.
Oh, Jason didn't have Greg Hardy here. He didn't have Rolando McClain.
Yeah, plenty of bad guys
Dez
here.
was no saint.
Yeah.
So
I'll ask Des. Maybe I'll see him today at my kids' football. Tomorrow. I'll see him at tomorrow's football game.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
I picked up Luke over the weekend and or on Friday from practice, and he goes, "There's Des," and I'm like, "Where?" He goes, "In the black rolls." Oh, and I was like, "Oh man, I didn't even say it was an SUV, and it was like it was all like blacked out, black tires, but you couldn't really see the markings on the vehicle." I was like, "Oh, that is a Rolls. Damn, it was literally right in front of me. I don't know how I missed it."
All right, with a name like Boom in Dallas, you better bring it strong. Boom, you're live on Sean and RJ.
Counting on, leave it on. The Dallas Cowboys can't do no wrong. I say the defense looks so good. I was like, man, them guys there got a championship defense flying around like that. And Dak, hey, Dak, just keep doing what you're doing and just keep guiding us, leading us, scoring what we need to score. I'm talking about 25 plus points off the defense. It's called pressure set. They can't contain us, man. We off the chain. I'm excited. And like Jimmy Johnson would always say after week 1, how about them Cowboys?
There we go. There we go. Boom. Bringing it strong right here with the phone lines. 877-881-1053. Marco, you're up next. Marco,
Polo.
you are live on the fan. We had Polo earlier.
All right, guys, it's Overreaction Monday here. My overreaction is I think we might have a defense. I'm not a Dak supporter, really, but I think we have a defense that Dak cannot mess up.
Oh.
This might be the 2000 Ravens again where the defense will take over, and we just need that bus driver, man. I've never been really a Dak supporter, but I think this year will be the year. Ray Lewis, reincarnated, is Micah Parsons. We're going to bring it. Bring us that Super Bowl again. We need that number 6 title because it's been 27 years without a title, and we need one already. And Parsons is going to get it for us, and Dak ain't going to be able to mess it up for us, guys. What y'all think?
Great call. Sure. So much in there. And don't want to ruin Bobby's morning. So I'll start with this. I'll put it off as long as possible.
You can't ruin my morning. I haven't slept in 24 hours, so I mean,
it's already ruined.
It's not morning for you.
No, I mean I don't even know what day. It could be morning, night. I don't even know.
So a couple Tolas have asked me, and one smart ass, Alex, he's always a smart ass. He's like, "What do you have to say about the defense now? You don't think it's a great defense?" I don't know. Do you have a better feeling? Well, that's a dumb question. Of course, you're going to have a better feeling about the defense versus the offense. How much did you learn or have confirmed about the defense last night? I don't think the New York Giants can throw the football. I think the New York Giants were put in a hole down 14-0, and you had nasty weather conditions. Do I think the Cowboys' defense could be great? Yeah. Do I think... I'm talking great. You talk about the Ravens, Legion of Boom. No, I don't believe the Cowboys are that yet. I think they've had a very good defense, has been special enough to shut teams down in the postseason. Do I have my mind changed after last night? I don't yet. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that my mind is changed, but I'm still worried. Great defenses do at least one thing all-time great. The Legion of Boom had their secondary. The Ravens, you just could not run the football. I think you can still run the football somewhat against these Cowboys. Tomazzi Smith or the defensive tackles shut me up. What is this team special at? Right now, it looks like it's getting after the quarterback.
Yeah. And look, you can win. You can win. We've seen teams win Super Bowls that way.
Denver,
Giants.
Von Miller was Micah for the team that won the title.
Yes, he was. And we saw the Giants do the same thing. And both those teams had elite coordinators. You had Wade, you had Spagnuolo, and you had Dan Quinn with Seattle, and here he is, obviously. So the formula's there for them to be able to do that in terms of having something special that they do, something unique, and you've got to have that individual player that can do that, and they've got it in Micah.
I mean, what they do that's elite, what they do that's been at the very top of the league the last 2 years, and they continue to do last night is take the ball away.
Yeah,
they've been number one in the league in 21 and 22. They did it 3 more times yesterday, and I mean the last team to lead the league in takeaways back-to-back years was the Steel Curtain.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen because it's not really predictive. It's hard to you really basically, especially interceptions, it's off of player mistakes, quarterback mistakes a lot. Now, the Cowboys do such a great job of getting to the quarterback, they force that player into mistakes. And then on fumbles, we'll see a team force the same amount of fumbles year after year, and one year they recover 12 of them, and the next year they recover 2.
Right, but
the ball just bounces all different ways.
Right, but we are at this point talking about a 35-game sample size where they are the top takeaway team.
Now, look, they started off hot last year, and I said that they're not elite, like special, like San Fran, and that ended up being right. They gave up 19 versus Tampa, 17 against Cincy, 16 against the Giants, Washington 10, Rams 10. Those are outstanding numbers. And we were starting to have a conversation. Could this be a great special elite D? They didn't end up being, but last night, I mean, be honest. I know your automatic answer is probably no. Didn't you feel a little bad for Daniel Jones at the end? That's how dominant and that's how ferocious these guys were. I didn't feel bad for that dumbass Dayball leaving him in there, but I felt a little bit bad. Even though Daniel Jones got a little cocky this offseason, started running his mouth off a little bit. I'm worth this, and I'm worth that, and I'm going to prove this, and I'm going to prove that. Watching him get pummeled in the rain, I'm like, I don't want to see the guy hurt. Mike and Mesquite. Mike, you're live on 105 through the Fan on a Cowboy Monday.
Defense, man. That's all I can say. One of the best defense I've seen Cowboys have in a long, long time. Probably the best one I've ever seen.
Woo.
But I got a question. What do y'all think we need to do on the offense? You know, get a new tight end, pick up a tight end, or how about the play calling?
Man,
you can't tell.
What would Randy Galloway call this?
What a win-win?
An overreaction
Monday? Overreaction Monday? I mean, he coined a lot of phrases.
Cows win. Cows win.
Yeah, this is not a cows win, cows stink.
Guys, it's one game against the third place team in the division. One game against the third place team.
You cannot make a judgment on the play calling today. We didn't see it. The game was out of hand before the Cowboys even took the football, basically. Like, that's a half joke, but you know what I mean? Like, this is far different of a situation. Because the Cowboys got out to such a big lead, they put that play sheet away. They put it back in the folder.
Yeah, I mean, you honestly could make an argument. There's a little, there's more, but not like a ton more that you could take away from it than you would from like a dress rehearsal preseason game.
I mean, listen, by the time the Cowboys went through their fifth, let's say they script 15 plays still, right? By the time the Cowboys got to play number 15, they were already up 16-0.
Yeah.
So,
and it's hard to judge the other team off that too.
Yeah, I mean,
when
because
two fluke things. Look, they were fluke things. A blocked field goal for a return is fluky, and when you get a pick six return, that's less fluky. But I mean, that's hard. That's hard to battle out of.
Right, it is, and you know, so their offense changes. They completely abandon the run. Now they're in pass mode. Your offense changes because it's like, all right, let's just. The only way the Giants are getting back in when the Cowboys are up 16-0 and then 19-0 and then 26-0 and we're not even at halftime yet. The only thing that could get the Giants back into that football game is the Cowboys. Making mistakes.
Let's finish up the calls right now with Dominique in Arlington. Go ahead, Dom. Finish up strong.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I want to say it's a great day to be a Texan, period, from the Longhorns to the Cowboys.
Welcome.
The defense showed up and showed out. And I got two messages for Tiki Barber and Pat McAfee. How they like us now. They talk down on us.
Did McAfee talk down?
I think he picked the Giants, right?
He may have
Florio
picked the Giants.
did.
I think he talked down to Texas, though, also.
Well, I know someone who didn't. We'll play that audio tomorrow as Bobby and his mortal enemy are becoming closer and closer by the week. Who had the worst losses of the day yesterday to open up the season? That's next. And the voice of America's team, Brad Sham, right here on Sean and RJ. But
you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
They have to get to the 37 for a first down. Back goes Jones. Pumps, looks, fires. It is deflected and intercepted. Intercepted. Running along the near sideline, it's Darius Slay. Breaks the tackle at the 30, 20, 10, 5, pick six. Darius Slay.
So much for Kenny Pickett and the Steelers making their statement as they lose to San Francisco and the Philadelphia Eagles beat New England. Not even Tom Brady returning.
Tom Brady
could go ahead and bring the magic. I thought he was going to relay some of that magic to Mac Jones, but incomplete pass, second foot out of bounds after Jalen Hurts fumbled late in that one. Eagles win. Eagles radio, of course, and then the Commanders survive Arizona. This is Sean, RJ, and Roberto on a Cowboys Monday. I want to talk about the worst losses in the league yesterday, and we need to look at the rookie quarterbacks. We can start off with the rookies. So Bryce Young loses to a little bit of a chic pick in the Atlanta Falcons. He threw 2 interceptions, basically the same one in the middle of the field. My Ravens buddy.
Real quick on Bryce Young.
Yeah.
In the history of the National Football League, the number 1 overall pick who's a quarterback.
This is incredible.
5-22-1 in their first game.
Not since David Carr has a quarterback picked won the opener.
Who did he beat? The Dallas Cowboys with an expansion team by 9 points.
So
18-9,
19-10.
11, yeah, something like that.
Bryce went 20 of 38 for 146. The passer rating was a 48.8. So not since David Carr has
his only win.
Number 1 pick. That's right. Before he got crushed and Daniel Jones out of the league. So that was Bryce. Then you had CJ Stroud against the new look. Man, I was rooting against the Ravens. Bobby has poisoned me. And because
come to the dark side.
They didn't have, I believe, a design run in the first half. And Steve Young and everyone else telling me they're holding Lamar back from being Mahomes in the pocket. He can just throw it around. John Harbaugh, bad coaching. So they're like, okay, we're just going to go ahead and throw the ball around. Odell Beckham trying to get his attention, the attention whore that he is, saying, can someone tweet me my career highlights? Was that on Friday, Bobby?
Yes. Tweet me my career highlights. I want to see how y'all remember me, and I want to be motivated. And gosh, you're such a diva.
Good grief.
Blessed.
So that was an ugly game. Baltimore eventually pulled away. My Ravens buddy's like, it doesn't matter. Houston found their quarterback. I'm like, they have 6 points. He's like, doesn't matter. CJ, 242 passing yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions.
Yeah, I wonder because that was bad weather in that game too. There's bad weather in all these games. You're trying to throw the football?
Like 2 stadiums in that, 2 college stadiums in that area of the country got like lightning bolts knocking out the scoreboard.
Well, NC State, they just put a brand new scoreboard in there, and it knocked the scoreboard out. Brand new. I think Virginia Tech was the other one.
Yes.
They got hit.
Yes.
Yeah, Tim was there. Tim, our engineering buddy from Oxnard last year, I was riding next to him on the plane back yesterday, and he was in the stadium when that thing got hit by lightning.
Wow. But the quarterback I was rooting for the most, and it wasn't even close, to try to rub 2 things in Basic's face this morning.
Well,
Anthony Richardson. Oh, I was praying for a Colts win over Trevor Lawrence in the Jacksonville. And I was getting ready. I had the tweet. I had the text sent. Wow, Tila. We got Tila. With this stupid teal jersey he wears in here. And it was a turnover fest back and forth. Jacksonville ends up winning. Anthony Richardson, 223 through the air, 40 rushing yards, 2 total touchdowns. A lot of people think he can put up some stud fantasy numbers this year, but those were the 3 major rookie quarterbacks yesterday.
And they had a chance. You know, it was a close game. They were in the lead, and it was a close game with Jacksonville.
Yeah, there
and
was a crazy DeForest Buckner touchdown.
Yep.
Crazy.
And then at the end, you know, I had particular interest in that because I had Jacksonville minus the 4. And here come the Colts, and they're like, it's 31-21. There's a minute to go. If they score, and then the Jacksonville gets the onside, they're going to do the onside kick, and Jacksonville recovers, they're just going to kneel it down. I'm going to lose. and they stopped the Colts on the 1 yard line like 3 times.
You guys know NFL coaches, they're big into tendencies, figuring out trends.
Oh no.
Ralph James.
Oh no. Go ahead. Go get some talent.
Well, how about this trend?
Hang on. We gotta explain this. I was going to RJ to talk to him while you were talking, and the coffee. Get your mic on. Did it get on the computer though?
No, I got on the phone, but
Okay.
it's an iPhone, Bobby. Now it's
Oh,
dropped.
now you
broken.
just probably cracked the screen.
I was gonna ask you. I'll just do it behind the scenes. Sausage made. The Brett Favre clip was about what? What was the Brett Favre clip? Interception clip about?
So his first completion of his career, Favre's, was a deflected ball to himself.
Okay.
And Bryce Young's first completion, was it Bryce Young? Yeah.
CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud. First completion of his career was the same thing, but the Brett Favre call is what got to me because on the play-by-play is Doc Emmerich. And I had no idea Doc ever. I'm a mess. I am an absolute mess.
The coffee just went all over his Apple products. He dropped the phone on the ground, and the mic just hit his hat. Things come in threes. That's it. Doc Emmerich called football?
First NFL completion, and it's to himself. Knocked down by Ray Seals at the 10.
No.
Ray Seals was the one who tipped it.
No. Someone kept Doc Emmerich on air after hearing that?
Someone did, yeah. Back in the early 90s, Doc Emmerich apparently was on, the NFL. I guess it was on, maybe on Fox. 1992, probably not. CBS still.
Wow. All right, Bobby.
To himself.
Yeah, so by the way, Quinn Ewers also this weekend had a pass completed to himself, as you'll recall. But when you look at trends and tendencies, Anthony Richardson threw 37 passes in this first game. You guys think coaches are going to pick up on the fact that guy does not like to throw to his left at all? Look at how heavy that spray chart is to the right. Teams are going to go, oh, okay, well, we'll just take away the right, or we'll just sit here.
2 passes to the left and only 1 beyond the line of scrimmage?
Yeah, it was pretty rough there. As you can see, he had, I believe it was, technically, if you count the stuff behind the line of scrimmage, he attempted 7 passes away from the right side of the field. So 30 passes to the right.
But by far, the worst loss of the day comes to the Netflix star Kirk Cousins, and the Minnesota Vikings lose to Baker Mayfield and Tampa 2017, and Minnesota lost this game at home. An awful loss. Justin Jefferson went off in the first half. He was limited, I think, to only 12 yards in the second half. Cousins had 344, but an interception. And Baker, I'm happy. I'm happy for Baker Mayfield and Tua yesterday. Baker with 2 touchdowns, and they go into mini. Mike Evans 6 for 66 and a touchdown, as it looks like this will be his final year with the Bucs. Worst loss of the day, Minnesota.
And what was Minnesota's record in 1-score games last year? 11-0. Wow. It's 0-1. Yeah, and this is a winnable game too. Like, this was obviously a winnable game for them, and here you go. All right, this is what we talk about. Bill Barnwell's brought this up for years. Look for the teams with a really good or really poor record in 1-score games, and then the following year it usually flips.
Well, when you look at it, let's look at this too. You mentioned earlier Miami's insane first down success rate on first down plays. The second worst conversion rate on first down plays yesterday was the Giants at 4.2%. They were really bad. The Cowboys were just dominant on defense. The worst in the NFL yesterday was the Buccaneers, who end up beating the Vikings. They got 1 first down on 25 first down snaps.
Choppy, your boy, Russell Wilson, not fixed by the great Sean Payton, as the Raiders and Jimmy G win an ugly game in Denver, 17-16. I love how Sean Payton started this game, though. He went back to the Super Bowl when New Orleans won it. He started the game with an onside kick. They called it back because they were offside, barely offside. Russell Wilson's numbers, 27-34 for 177, 2 touchdowns. The QBR was a 75. That's better than many of these guys that we're recapping this morning, but they end up getting the W and ruining Sean Payton's debut.
Both quarterbacks were fairly efficient in this game. Like, if you look at their numbers, like, they were actually, Jimmy was pretty efficient. His QBR was in the 80s and 83. And so was Russ. And it's not like, now Russ was throwing much shorter. Russ was like, he was checking down. Jimmy was throwing a little bit further downfield, not much. neither one of these guys was lighting it up, but this was a relatively efficiently paid quarterback game, which is odd with the score. To see the score at 17-16 and see two guys. If you told me that the quarterbacks would combine for 13 incompletions and they would only score 33 points, I'd be stunned.
Jimmy Garoppolo led the NFL yesterday in completion percentage over expectation. He was 12.4 percentage points above expectation. You know who finished last in the NFL yesterday in completion percentage over expectation?
Baker.
Dak Prescott.
Minus 15.
Minus 15.
So,
because everything was underneath. It was underneath, and it should have been stuff that was easy to complete, and he had a 50%. Now, he had 4 or 5 drops. That impacts it pretty significantly.
So they don't take that out. They don't take drops out.
Nope.
I would think, because that's a next gen stat, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would think next gen would be able to do that.
Let me have a moment. Just turn off your mics. Spill your coffee. The Green Bay Packers.
Oh, yeah.
Crushing the Justin Fields MVP narrative.
Dobbs to the left side. On the wing right side to Ray. Love throws the fade. Dobbs leaping grab left to the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, Green Bay Packers.
Now we're talking.
A beautiful touch pass. Romeo Dobbs right over the rookie Stevenson.
Bobby wins the weekend of sports takes. Choppy, you're taking the loss as Justin Fields had a 21.7 QBR.
21.
And the Chicago Bears get stomped by my boy, Jordan Love. And the Green Bay Packers. Love throws 3 touchdowns. What was the headline? What were the headlines for Love, Rodgers?
Was there a Love Rodgers one?
Yeah, you guys were giving it to me. It was a fantastic one. Maybe it was just on
Sean's
TV.
always wrong.
And I read it. Aaron Jones was the star of this game.
Yeah.
Please don't have your hamstring hurt. How about this? Green Bay crushing the Bears in Chicago. All that offseason hype.
I will still say this. He didn't live up to the MVP hype, but I think both the Packers and the Bears can feel good about the progress their quarterbacks are making based off of that game. Like, Fields wasn't terrible. Fields looked like he had made improvements throwing the ball to me, and I think that he'll continue to progress. Now, it's not to the level of the expectation that's been talked about with him, but he's playing above in this first game where he was at, and Jordan Love looked really solid.
Fields took way too many sacks. Way too many.
4.
Now, look, he is still a very good runner. He's one of the best runners of the football in the league.
Yeah.
If not the best. And the whole thing is, if he could just throw a little bit,
yeah,
that's where the hype is coming in. Like, if he just throws a little, if he can throw a little bit. The problem is, let's just fast forward 5 years down the road. Like, he won't be able to run like this, I would think.
No, I mean, that generally you lose it.
Right, so he's going to have to learn. He's going to have to become a better thrower. Like, if he just does a little bit with the way he can run now, he's going to be dangerous.
And some people are arguing the worst loss of the day was Seattle getting smacked by the Rams, the most disrespected team on this show and in the league. Maybe Sean McVay and Matt Stafford getting it done with Cooper Kupp on IR. The voice of America's team, Brad Sham, joins the Cowboys party next.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics. My voice cracked right there. QC Kinetics can get you healthy. And they're going to keep you healthy. Look at this. I could raise my arm all the way to the top. No pain on the left side. Oh, baby. And that's just round 1.
$700 new Chevys. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings do sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Parsons is lined up at left tackle. And Jones back to throw. Parsons coming. Parsons got him. Slung him all the way back at the 12. There's number 1 for the Lions.
And it ended up being 7 for the team. He also forced the Stephon Gilmore interception, stalking Daniel Jones on that sideline as the Cowboys shut out the Giants 40-zip. This man had the call. Brad Sham, the voice of America's team, with us every Monday on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, good evening. Do you know what time of day it is?
Looks like 8:45, but I'm not sure AM or PM.
Fill in the blank. That defensive performance was
very impressive. Very impressive and thorough. Except for that first possession, you could not see any of this coming from the first possession of the game.
Yeah.
I was thinking defense out of whatever was going on there, and then it just got relentless. I don't know how you could have done very much better.
Brad, what do you think could be this defense's defining trait or characteristic? Like with the Ravens, I remember you couldn't run. Legion of Boom, secondary, Seattle, pass rush, Denver, Vaughn, D-Ware. What do you think it could be for this group?
It's so early to say because obviously we've only had one game, but the pass rush is one thing that you do not want to let get going. And you could see that on that most of that first drive. I mean, the only pass they threw was a screen until things got sideways for them. So that, and I remember McCarthy saying that a couple of weeks ago. He understood, they all did, that until they stopped the run, that was where everyone was going to look. And so as people put the tape on from yesterday, then that's going to be something they're going to see, and they're going to have to figure out whether it was just run fits or whatever it was. And that's going to happen now. They're not going to get a shutout every week, and they're not going to get into the kind of a game every week where they can really just play free. I asked Prescott as I was getting on the plane last night, and he was sitting there. I said, "You ever pitch?" He said, "Pitch? No. Why?" I said, "Because it's a lot easier to pitch when you're ahead 6-0."
Yeah.
And that's a big part of it. So, they got the opportunity to let him not have to worry, not him and McCarthy both, not have to worry about every little fine point of every play, and you just kind of play because the defense and the special teams were letting them do that. But I think the run game is what they're going to be attacked with more and more, so they prove that they can't that you can't run on them either. But we got a long way to go. That's obviously just one game, so we'll see how they adjust to that.
Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys, Jones here at 105 through the Fan. You mentioned that we got a lot of answers about the defense. Then you brought up the offense that they didn't really have to do a whole lot. And we were kind of asking ourselves, biggest question of the offseason, the changes, how are they going to be impactful to this game? Did you think we were able to get a good idea of the changes in this game, or they just didn't need to because of the lead they had?
Yeah, I think that, RJ, and don't forget the weather. I mean, you don't know how much of the bad snap just before the blocked field goal, some of the balls sailing a little bit, or some of the receivers not being looking real tight with how the ball came to them. It was wet, and I don't know how much that factored in, but I don't know how it couldn't. So I'm unwilling to say that that's their offense. I mean, we went through the whole first quarter, and I think that they'd only had the ball parts of 2 possessions, and yet they had this big lead. So that's not typical. We'll have to see how it plays out, and I don't think that he called it, McCarthy, that is. I don't think he called it the way he will after a while. It's going to be a quarter of the season. It'll be at least 4 games before we'll have any kind of a handle on what the offense looks like. And whether we do, to what extent we do after even 4 games, will depend on how those games go. I mean, I don't think we saw very much of what it really was because we didn't have to.
Brad, you mentioned there that because of the weather and them being up big, that maybe it's not exactly what the offense is going to look like. So the fact that we see, relative to his snap count, such a high usage rate for a guy like Kevontae Turpin, where he has 6 touches, 11 snaps, do you think that was a function of playing to the elements and the situation in the game, or do you think that he's going to be involved like that routinely throughout the season?
Well, I think, Bobby, it's going to be mixed up as we go. I mean, it would be really premature for me to say that's how he's going to be used. Plus, I'd be making it up. I have no idea how he's going to be used. But everything in the first 2-3 weeks, they know what they're putting on tape. They know what they want people to see. It's just like setting up a hitter. And so I think that if I were to tell you that's how they're going to use him, I'd be making it up. I have no idea. But I do think they have a plan for him, and I think they've got a plan for Vaughn, and we didn't see it last night. That was circumstance, the way the packages that he was in, the routes that he ran, that kind of thing. And I don't care how much they like I don't care how much they being like Dak and Cooks, for instance, threw together and did things in the off season. You got to go play games for them to know each other. So some of the things that Cooks did, like the biggest contribution he made early, the first big contribution he made was drawing a pass interference. But as the games unfold, we'll see more of what kind of routes they think are good for him. So it's not just Turpin. I think it's all a work in progress, but one with a plan that they have in mind, but they are not sharing it with us, nor would it be reasonable for us to expect them to. But I think that he'll be involved in many different ways than he has been in the past, Turpin. But so now everybody's seen this tape, and they're asking themselves the same question you just asked. Is this what he is? You got to think about it now, and then they'll find out what works.
We're talking with Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys. Brad, one of the interesting things that I noted yesterday before the game was, pretty much in hand at halftime was, especially on third downs, they were upshifting and downshifting, like changing their pace pretty severely when they got to third down. They, quick huddle up to the line, then they'd slow it down. Normally when we've seen them go tempo, I feel like they are in tempo for the drive, or they're running normal speed for the drive. They seem to be changing it up play to play. Do you think that was a McCarthy, Schottenheimer type of ideal, or do you think that was just Dak playing to the moment?
Oh, no, I think that my guess would be that would be a McCarthy, Schottenheimer kind of deal. There was also, like I asked him on the pregame show that we did with him, one of the things I'd read during the spring was that as we saw this offense, it would involve him being under center a lot more. And I do remember there was a stretch last year where it was pointed out that he was really successful under center, and that he was, compared to being in shotgun, he was having a lot better success. And I found that really interesting, and I even asked McCarthy about that yesterday. He didn't want to say that he would be under center more in this offense, but he said when he is under center, here's the things that how that kind of goes with his skill set. So I think that is similar to the question you're asking about pace. I think that McCarthy has very much in mind that people are looking at the tape and they're seeing the same thing you saw. They're looking at how fast things happen on third down, how quickly a play is off, how often are they under center, how often are they in shotgun. And he's definitely trying to give people things to think about, I think, as things go, and including himself. Let's see. I mean, obviously, we didn't see him playing any preseason games, Prescott, which I think is the right thing to do. But he's got to find out himself about those things under game conditions, if that makes any sense.
Can you give us a little quick reset when it comes to the story of Wanye Thomas?
There's something about, especially in special teams, that they just loved about him, and how they can see that even before preseason games start. I'm not entirely sure, but I do know that John Fossil, I think that we had one opportunity publicly with the coordinators during training camp, and Fossil, who's sometimes honest almost to a fault, someone asked him about Thomas as a special teams player. And I know that he was a kick returner at Georgia Tech. He's got great speed. But someone asked him about Thomas as a special teams player, not just a return man. And Fossil did not want to talk about it. I'll never forget him just kind of looking at the ground and then looking up and saying, yeah, he's pretty good. and so it was clear that there was something going on, that Fossil saw something in him. I'm really looking forward to later this afternoon. We'll hear from Fossil again, and I'm sure that he will be more than happy to talk about him. But between him and Bell, and I said this during the game, I can't help but think of when Charlie Waters and Cliff Harris made the team, which is before my time of starting. I think it was 1970. Cliff was a free agent, and Charlie, I think, was a third-round pick, but he'd been an option quarterback at Clemson, and then later on, when Everson Walls made the team, he and Mike Downs were both free agent defensive backs, and they made the team. And I can't help but think of those things when I see Bell and Thomas. It was also clear during the summer, and particularly after Overshone got hurt in Seattle, that they saw Bell as the guy who could handle that role. And so when you watch them, they're like playing linebacker, and Thomas is doing the same kind of thing. Their skill sets aren't identical, but they're very close. They're very similar. And Thomas obviously has some kind of a knack for playing on special teams with the kind of abandon that makes special teams players really stand out. And it'll be interesting to watch him as the season unfolds, because I think a lot of the things those guys do, we don't really see unless there's a play like that in the game. And, hey, listen, special teams, when they line up on field goals for the rest of the year, one of the first things coaches are going to do is say, find number 30.
Thank you,
Don't
boss.
let him through.
Thank you, brother. Get some sleep.
Okay.
Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys. How did the new and old Cowboys do yesterday to kick off the NFL season? Final hour. Sean and RJ on a Cowboys Monday after this.
Let's get you over to
our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Two safeties very deep.
They do not want to drop. Or he's going to hand it off. They do not want to drop.
Parsons at left tackle again, makes a stunt, and Jones throws it out to the left. Fumble! Recovered in the air at the 20. Run into the end zone by Deron Bland.
Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I mean, how could you have a bad day? I slept on the couch. My son is sick. None of it matters. None of it matters after you start off the season like that. 40-0 on your home of America's team. No team, this is from The Athletic, no team has ever lost 40-0 or worse, along with losing the sack battle 7-0 or worse, losing the turnover battle 3-0 or worse, had a blocked field goal return for a touchdown, threw a pick six in the same season. That's never happened. Ugh. The Giants did it all in one game, and it happened at the hands of your Dallas Cowboys. Now, look, we've been spying Pepe in addition to staying up last night. I can tell the brain is foggy because I asked you guys to get the Gilmore pick, not the Bland one. So
you didn't have it.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that I didn't have it. It was a no call on the call. Yeah, Brad didn't see
a no call?
Brad didn't recognize
it as a pick. He called it incomplete, and then he was like, "Oh, it's intercepted," and so there was no call for it.
So nice. I like the shots fired at Brad. Peyton spied on both New York stations, but there's a reason for 10 years we haven't gotten that type of radio reaction from them like we get from Philly.
They don't do it. I mean,
they're talking Yankees.
Their
prospect getting hurt.
Yeah, Dominguez. Now this year they may not be talking as much Yankees as normal, or they're talking the fall of the team. But yeah, because it's Boomer.
Yeah,
Boomer's not a hot take. He might. I take that back. He's not a yeller. He's not like the guy in Philadelphia. My dead grandmother rolling over his grave. Yeah. That's what she was doing.
Yeah, I've heard those sports minutes. Yeah. You can't say he's not a hot take guy.
He's a hot take guy. He's not a yeller. And then I don't know about the other ones, the ESPNs. They've got a hockey guy on Rick DiPietro, the former Islander.
Oh.
He's on their morning show. So I have no idea.
So we spied on both as the totals requested. We no one crying or melting down. Hopefully we'll get that after the Jets hopefully lose to the Cowboys, as we hooked you up with Jets tickets to the home opener in the Expressway, and then Peyton just hooked you up with Rangers tickets to win as they beat the Athletics in their series, and then the monster matchup against the Blue Jays, 5:30 pregame tonight on The Fan, first pitch at 6 o'clock. Here's Mike McCarthy in the locker room with his squad after the domination.
Hey, man, great start on a number of fronts, Way to take care of the ball and way to take it away. That's who we are. Great start. A lot of great things. First win, first road win, first division win. Whew. Great start. All right, you guys know the schedule. I'm going to be quick because I know D-Law's got a few words for us. All right, great job, guys. Great job. Nice win. Nice job.
That was a big job tonight, man. Hey, let's put this behind us tomorrow and bring that shit next week. Okay. Cowboys on 3. 1, 2, 3. Cowboys.
All right, Roberto, the reason I wanted the Gilmore pick, let's talk about the new additions and the ones who left.
Yeah, so first, I think that he's only technically a new addition, but I do think it's important to point out Jonathan Hankins, who only played half a season last year and re-signed this offseason. It was a guy Dan Quinn singled out to us when we talked about, hey, who are the guys you point out in the locker room to new players is, hey, this is the work ethic, this is the toughness you need to model. And he mentioned Hankins as the guy for the defensive line. And I do want to say that there were times last night, he didn't fill up the stat sheet, but he really provided a lot of solid base and gap eating and left things free, really helped the linebackers out and helped out a number of the edge rushers too. So Jonathan Hankins was good last night. We had Stephon Gilmore, who was great in coverage. You mentioned the Darren Waller reception earlier today. That was one of, I think, 2 that I saw him give up, and they were both just quick off coverage slants. He was locked in. And it helps when you have, the pass rush that the Cowboys do. But Gilmore was locked in, had that ridiculous pick that, honestly, I was a little bit like Brad Sham. I saw the play.
Yeah.
I couldn't totally tell watching it that Daniel Jones had gotten rid of the ball even. I thought he may have kept it in bounds, and then I was looking for a penalty flag. And then when we looked over there, I thought there was a fight going on, and that's why there was a scrum. And then all of a sudden you see the ref pointing, and it was very confusing, but he was great.
And then you thought the ball hit the ground. That was my initial thought.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it was he was fantastic. He's somebody that, man, these corners, Bland, if Diggs can be the type of physical player that we saw last night and continues to grow, and then you couple that with Gilmore and just how smart he is, these corners are really, really good. And that's massively encouraging. But Brandon Cooks last night as well, 2 catches, 22 yards. That looks so bland. It doesn't even begin to describe the impact that he had. I thought it was very interesting that the 2 biggest plays, it felt like, while the game was still in question somewhat, the 3rd down throw where he goes down the field, Brandon Cooks draws the pass interference, and then the 4th and 3 where he hits Brandon Cooks over the middle and he, secures the ball even though he gets, jacked up. And then he draws another illegal contact penalty to extend a drive. In fact, that was on the CD miss on 3rd down, wasn't it? I think that was a 3rd down play where he missed CD in the end zone. And so you're talking about 2 3rd down conversions thanks to penalties that Cooks had picked up. Then he had the 4th down conversion there. I just thought it was interesting that Dak was trusting him that much to go to him in those instances while the game was still in question. And it just goes to show what Brandon Cooks can bring here. But I thought Cooks had a great game for a 2 for 22 stat line.
I agree. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, star up, star downs. We talked about Wanye Thomas with Brad, Trayvon Diggs clearly with that hit, trying to make up for that San Francisco whiff in the playoff game last year. Also had the 4th quarter strip. The other D lineman, Dante Fowler, needs to get some props.
Yes.
Dante Fowler, he may have been, I don't know, him or Osa, who was their 2nd best defensive lineman. I'm counting Micah. And then you throw in Tank. And then you throw in Dorrance Armstrong. And David Hellman tweeted this out. Daniel Jones has been sacked nearly as many times as passes he has completed. What was the QBR? Was that an
8.2?
What does that mean? Translate that.
It means with that, a good way of looking at that is saying with the exact same game, you have about an 8% chance of winning that game.
So that's improvement.
Right? Like you have basically 0%. You're not going to win that football game. The other team has to turn the ball over 68 times for you really to have a chance to win. And, Daniel Jones, if you just go, it's so bad. He averaged 3.5 yards per attempt.
It was
3.5.
It was not good. He was misreading things a lot. But in terms of the better defensive line last night, I think Armstrong, Fowler, Osa, I think Osa Odigizua, that's the best game he's played of his career so far. He was really good. Fowler, you're right. He was fantastic. He had a couple pass breakups. He was rushing the passer, generating a lot of pressure there. Dorrance Armstrong, who, I've been critical of at times and feel like he's too inconsistent and sometimes he gets some coverage stuff. He was really good last night. And they were taking advantage all across that offensive line. It wasn't just they found a single vulnerable spot. They were making life hell on Daniel Jones and Brian Dable.
The first possession that the Giants had after the blocked field goal touchdown, right? That first possession, to be able to, they had a 3rd down and there was the Micah sack. Great defenses get the ball back. They get you off the field on 3rd down. There is no extending drives on 3rd down. It's a good mark of a great defense is you see what your 3rd down numbers are. And again, a lot of that has to do with who the other quarterback is. And then down a distance. 3rd and 1 versus 3rd and 7. Or 3rd and 4 versus 3rd and 10. And the Cowboys put them in a lot of long, 3rd and long situations. And this pass rush, you cannot get into a passing down against this team.
No.
You just can't do it.
Mike McCarthy on the pass rushing that we all saw and enjoyed last night.
Well, I think that's who we are. I clearly feel we've taken another step. You could see that in training camp. But I would say you look at the way teams are going to try to play us. You look at their first series. They're going to try to pound the ball and challenge our run defense. Over and over again, try to soften up the pass rush. But the pass rush was relentless tonight. We gave up contain a couple times early, but after that, I clearly was in total control of the game.
Roberto, what about the former Cowboys and their opening games?
Yeah, there was some turnover this offseason. A couple of those guys went to Houston. Noah Brown and Dalton Schultz. We saw it was a tough night for the Cowboys tight ends. Did it leave anybody feeling like maybe it would have been nice to have Dalton Schultz out there? I know I thought it when the Jake Ferguson drop happened because that was the one thing you knew Schultz was going to get for you was that reliable chain moving. Dalton Schultz, 4 targets, 2 receptions, 4 yards in his first game with C.J. Stroud.
2 catches, 4 yards?
Yeah, 2 catches, 4 yards. Noah Brown, 4 targets, 3 catches, 20 yards. So combined, they go 5 catches, 24 yards, and a 25-9 loss. Biggest upside there, they contributed to scoregami. That was a unique score in NFL history, 25-9. Ezekiel Elliott, 7 carries, led the Patriots in rushing with 29 yards.
Is that the first 25-9 game ever?
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
That surely has to be the last.
No, there's plenty of numbers still.
Really?
Yeah.
Of like the low ones?
Yeah.
I don't mean like a 73 to 10.
No, there's still some others.
Really?
Yeah. Zeke, 7 carries, 29 yards, got targeted 7 times. 5 catches, 14 yards, had the lost fumble. Looked okay. I didn't think he looked bad. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of workload for him there. Obviously, Philly wins out in 25-20. Brett Maher, after we saw the missed extra point, he was very active in the game for the Rams yesterday. He is not doing kickoffs, just extra points and field goals. He missed his first 2 field goals. 57-yarder was blocked. 56-yarder was wide right. But then after that, he makes 38, 54, 45, made all 3 of his extra points.
Okay.
So a block and a wide right on a 56-yarder. I'm not going to kill him. The best day for a former Cowboy, oddly enough, was a guy the Cowboys were interested in bringing back. It just didn't work out. Carlos Watkins, the defensive lineman who played inside outside for them, was pretty good against the run.
Who he play for?
He now plays for the Arizona Cardinals, who lost yesterday 20-16. He played just about 24 snaps. He made 5 tackles, all of them in the run game. It didn't he was in on run plays that didn't go further than 3 yards on all of them, and he had a sack. And so he was generating pressure. He was making plays in the run game. Maybe wouldn't have been a bad guy to have on that first drive yesterday.
Real quick, Sean, sorry. Do they put a blocked extra point or field goal on the kicker?
I mean, it goes into his stat line. I don't think it's like a ding against him, but it's counted. It's shown there.
Last night during the TV broadcast, they were saying, Graham Gano, 0 for 2 tonight. And I was like, when did he miss the first one? Then it occurred to me they counted the block, which should not be.
Yeah, it's a little unfair, right? Because if the guy is completely, unabated and he just, you have no chance.
Drop your line, Bobby.
More like Gano good. Thank you.
It's your day.
Thank you.
It's your day. There it is. Inside the Star on your home of America's team. It just guarantees an amazing week
it does.
and an amazing night. And Bobby's Longhorns win, and you get to scout Aaron Rodgers and the Jets before they head over here for the home opener on Sunday that we gave you tickets to. Let's go inside the locker room. Nick Eatman said, 1 missed kick. Get a new guy in here. Let's go inside the locker room and find out how much the Cowboys are celebrating with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, next.
Let's get you over to
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Second down, I formation. Pollard handoff, walk the dog. Everything sealed off to the inside. Tony Pollard walked the dog and scored his second touchdown of the night.
I love the headline and the start of Nick Eatman's recap, DallasCowboys.com. Joining us now on Sean and RJ, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Blowout, shutout, and rainout all rolled into one. And then it reads statement, message, ass kicking. And Nick is joining us here on your home of Cowboys football. What was the statement made last night?
I think the statement was made that this team is really, really nasty on defense, and they got a lot of depth, and they can pull their starters and still be better than you. Mm-hmm. And that's what I think is so telling about this defense. And we've been seeing it since camp. You guys were there. You guys saw it. Even when the backups came in, they still seem better. Like Dante Fowler just doesn't seem like he should be your fourth or fifth best pass rusher. And I think, he had a big game, Dorrance Armstrong, all that, not to mention Micah. It's just the waves that they have on defense, it's going to be smothering. And it certainly was for the Giants last night.
How do you judge like the unique things that happen versus saying, the Cowboys are great or they have a dominant defense? You get the field goal touchdown return, you get the Bland touchdown return. All of a sudden it's 14-0, then it's 16-0. You're in the rain. How do you balance those things?
For me, I look at it and I just kind of pulled it up just a few minutes ago to what they did against the Giants on Thanksgiving. I mean, you don't take away those plays, but if you wanted to and say, all right, that was a little weird, a little unique, you still probably beat them 27-3. I mean, okay, take the blocked field goal away and let him make it if he can make it. I mean, he didn't show that he could, but let's say that he does. I mean, and then you don't have the interception for a touchdown, but your offense still did to the tune of 27-3, and I think everybody would have been really, excited about that as well. So I mean, that's what makes this one so impressive. If you take away those other plays, they still dominated them. And, and I think that the best part about it all is that it looks 40-0 looks like an absolute perfect game, and they weren't. The offense wasn't perfect. The offense was good and efficient, wasn't perfect. And so that's what's kind of almost scary is that if this offense clicks, the defense is already clicking. And the special teams gives you a little something. I mean, it could be really, really, fun to watch, from the Cowboys' perspective.
You notice any Mike McCarthy nuances with the offense?
Yeah. I mean, the smallest running back in the league. I mean, and not Deuce. I mean, Turpin. I thought that was fun. I mean, I don't know where you guys stand on this. I know I've been kind of on the table for it since last year that he needs a little more touches. I didn't think he was going to be a running back, but I just liked some of the things that they did. And like I was thinking we would see, they did run a lot of things wide. And I say all that, and then I got annoyed. I was like, all right, run the ball to Pollard up the middle. I think when they got first and goal at the 6, and they threw, 3 plays. One of them was a little gadget play to Turpin, and another to Ferguson, and which I thought they were forcing it a little to the tight end. I think the tight end should kind of be more, how it reads. But at some point it's like, all right, you said you were going to replace Zeke with Pollard. Well, then run him. I mean, let him show you that he can't run the ball up.
Oh no.
And on a couple plays, but. I still think that they got a little too cute around the red zone, but that's nitpicky at this point.
My little only small nitpick was before the half, they just came out throwing. It was like a minute left, and I was like, go to the locker room. Don't give the Giants the ball back with a minute, which they did get it back. Mm-hmm. And I was like, don't let anything happen. I was like, run it on first or run it on second. Make them burn the final timeout. They finally ran it on third. And I was like, man, that was my only little nitpick, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, and that's yeah, and I kind of was okay with it. I wanted. I mean, I even said if they stop him here on 3rd and 15, should you call timeout? You get the ball back, and they did. They stopped him. They called timeout. So they were clearly going to do something and try to get some points. You know, maybe try to get a long field goal. I mean, out of Aubrey. I mean, in the pregame, I mean, he was. I think 55 was the farthest that they would try with him, but he was hitting the net. So I mean, you know, before the half, you thought, you know, they've got a weapon, at least to try it. But you know, I mean, that's about it. I mean, there's really not much you could say. It was as close to a perfect game all the way around as you could ever have.
Nick Eatman, Cowboys insider, join us here at 105 through the Fan. Do you think, after they came out in the second half, they were like, "Hey, we are putting the new plays, the good plays away. We want to give nothing away for to put on tape for the other teams"?
I think so. I mean, the first time I've actually thought that. I didn't think that before, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure as a coach, you know, they do that. I mean, you have to. Well, okay. That being said, I mean, it sounds good, but that being said, I mean, you know, you're still running some plays we haven't seen before. Like, I don't think they had seen all the things out of Turpin, you know, yet, and so they still kind of ran that to get to 40-0. So, you know, I mean, probably to a degree they scaled some back, but I think they just kind of kept running their offense, and, you know, running the plays that were in the game plan, and you know, until they finally called off the dogs when it was 40-0.
When did the Giants fans start leaving?
I mean, probably in the third quarter when the heavy rain hit. Like, it feels like there was a time when it was 3-0. I think the Cowboys scored in the third quarter, and then also the rain hit at the same time. And, you know, if you're the Giants, if you're sitting there, you're like, all right, you know, I'm watching my team get absolutely crushed by a division rival. I'm getting pneumonia here. I mean, like, at this point, it's time to go. So it was about that time.
Any major injury concerns?
Not that I saw and heard. I mean, I can't really think of that many. I mean, Chuma got hurt, right? I think he got his eye poked. He played a pretty good game for, you know, and because we didn't hear about him at all, so he obviously did, you know, pretty well. And that's another thing. You know, injuries are always going to happen, but the fact that you can play the way you played and then go, man, your offensive line is going to get a lot better when Tyler Smith comes back, and he was almost there to play. And Donovan Wilson, I think Donovan Wilson is going to help you, and that's no disrespect to him, but the way he played last year is the way that Wanye Thomas and Marquise Bell were playing last night. Yeah. So I just think that position, the way Dan Quinn is utilizing it, is so favorable. But Jordan Lewis will help. I mean, so that.
Oh, I think he cut out. What were you going to ask him? I'll answer it for you, Bobby.
I was going to ask him, you know, when we've heard so much from Mike McCarthy this offseason talking about Dak.
Next question.
He wants Dak to take ownership. This is my question. All right, how is Alabama finished, Sean? That's my next question. With McCarthy talking so much about Dak needing to take ownership of the offense, like, I don't know about you guys, what was your impression of how much it felt like Dak was owning the offense last night?
Nick?
Oh, I mean, I thought he owned the offense. I mean, I thought, you know, as the quarterback, I think that he did a really nice job. I thought he was going to. I think he could have said that even stronger if you go and score before halftime, because that to me is always the kind of a signal of really being in command, because a lot of the times you're sort of calling the plays. So I would have liked to have seen that. Again, I think we're just trying to find stuff here.
Yeah.
I mean, I am. I mean, I don't know what you guys are, but I just feel like, you know, you're trying to say, okay, how do you get better? How do you improve on this? And maybe scoring before the end of the half. But I thought Dak was in control. And let's not forget, I mean, the conditions were not favorable to go throw the ball around. You know, the guy who made the best catch of the night is Stephon Gilmore. I mean, that's you know, right off the turf. But I mean, you know, when Ferguson drops passes and Hendershot drops some passes, and, you know, some of the throws were just off. for both teams, you kind of had to throw weather in there because it was not easy to throw the ball around.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby every Monday, hump day, and Friday. You had previously said first kick, maybe you're shopping.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Aubrey missed. Do you know what happened? And how you feeling about kicker?
Well, I don't feel great about it, but I'll say this: just like I was saying about throwing the ball around in the rain, I'm sure kicking it is not easy either.
Yeah.
So I think I think you get a. I'm not even saying if a pass is the right word because I don't even know. He probably hit two field goals and 3 or 4 extra points maybe. So I think overall, I think 5 out of 6. 5 out of 6 in that condition. I think it's fine. I mean, it wasn't a great miss. I mean, they're not cutting Graham Gano probably, and he had some bad kicks too. So I think it's fine. But I do think that you're kind of holding your breath a little bit because the way this defense is, I don't need a kicker that can make a 60-yarder. To me, I just don't. I need a guy that can make a 40-yarder. I mean, if I'm at the 35, 38-yard line, I'll gladly punt that ball away and try to pin them at the 8-yard line and let Micah and those guys do what they do. I just don't need to do that. Into the half, great. But even your kicker who's, the kickers that are out there could probably hit a 53, 55-yarder before the half. I just need a steady kicker for this defense. And I'm not saying Aubrey won't be that guy because, he just needs more kicks, more reps. And I think he'll get there. But, I just think that the defense, I would play more conservative, and I don't need a guy that can make a 62-yarder.
Thank you, brother. You set off Twitter. Go get some rest. I'll read the tweet. Nick Eatman joining us from DallasCowboys.com, and he said, I think it should be pointed out the last time the Cowboys won the Super Bowl, they beat the Giants in Week 1 on the road at night, 35-0. Just saying. Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford. Let's crosstalk, Cowboy crosstalk with KMC next.
Let's get you over to
on 105.3 The Fan segment brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Labor Day savings are back in a big way. Shop their biggest holiday savings of the year on over 700 new Chevys. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best Chevys with the biggest holiday savings do sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Shotgun snap to Ewers. Green going deep. He has Mitchell open. Throws it. He caught it. Touchdown, Texas. Adonai Mitchell. He's used to big catches against Alabama, and A.D. Mitchell strikes again.
The weekend of Bobby continues putting in
no kidding.
Had some good calls.
Mm-hmm. How'd you like that Bijan Robinson touchdown?
That was good. One good move he had in the game. They obviously didn't think he was that impressive near the goal line. They gave the other 2 touchdowns to the other guy. All right,
Algiers or whatever his name is.
You got the Bijan call. Bama.
Yep.
What else?
Deshaun, Lamar, and Jalen were all mid this week.
Deshaun won 24-3. Let's not put him in the
San Francisco
winning.
San Francisco.
That's a very anti-RJ statement.
San Francisco looked like a Super Bowl contender. That was another one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is that a call people didn't agree with?
They were saying that was silly that I said San Francisco.
Who did?
You guys.
No, he didn't.
Yes,
say it
you
was
did.
Silly.
You guys went, what? Because I picked San Francisco over
said
Cincinnati.
that because it's very
They're
Bobby.
one of
'cause
3 teams in the whole conference. It's not silly.
You're just like a San Francisco fan. That's what we're saying.
It's
you're
a
a Niner fan.
It's a continuation of my Purdy take, my Brock Purdy take as well, because he had the top QBR in the NFL.
You know what? I regret even giving the Longhorns even though asking you to.
The Cowboys won worse.
Let's talk about the Aggies.
They suck.
Jimbo. Bye-bye.
Hey, the good news is that does not look like the worst college football coach hiring. So it could be the second worst.
That's
who's the worst?
Mel Tucker.
Check out what's happening over at Michigan State.
Little suspension, harassment
$95
charges.
million bucks or whatever it is for.
See, that's even more.
Correct me if I'm wrong on the timeline on this one. Did they not sign him to that after all this the first allegation came out?
Ooh, I don't recall on that.
Texture Gaylord people.
I know, right?
Corey Majors, what's coming up?
Guys, sorry, the Gaylord people just threw me off. I forget.
How would they respond?
He has people up there.
What do you think they would say back, reporting back to you?
Yeah, we need to talk to them
about this. They're like,
no, you got to do it in the accent.
Sparty wouldn't do that. No. No. You know better than that.
Bobby's World.
We do have Wanker of the Weekend at 11:20 today. I'm assuming that Mel Tucker will make his way into that conversation.
Probably.
And Stephen Jones at noon today. So we'll talk about the Cowboys' 40-0 victory last night.
Golly. I still can't believe they won 40-0.
Neither can Mike. Did your timeline get lit up after your Giants prediction?
Nope. Everybody at Old 75 last night was like, I can't wait for tomorrow for you guys to, like, everybody was, I can't believe Mike said that. You know what? Tell Mike to pick against us again every week, because if we keep doing this, it was awesome to hear that how excited they were last night for Mike.
I'm just picking 40-0 just to make all the all the homeboys happy, all the homers happy. I'll just say 40-0 every game the rest of the way.
Man.
Honestly, if those people were so right, the great thing is they do have another house now, right? Because they bet their house last night on the spread.
This is the great thing about week 1 is there were people messaging me yesterday and they were like, can't wait for you guys to talk about Baker Mayfield and to talk about how great Joe Burrow is. It's week 1.
Yeah.
It's 1 week. Why dance
They're
on
out
every
on Joe Burrow?
that's what I'm saying is you get 1 week to celebrate this and the whole world could come crashing back down next week. And I don't know, like, when did that happen where we just like, all that crap you talked, 1 week it changed everything?
When people were able to social media you.
Okay. That's when it happened?
Because we wouldn't hear from those people. Now, you would have because you were out last night. But for the most part, you'd never hear from those people.
Absolutely.
They didn't have a voice.
What was it set up like at the place you were at?
It was great, man. It has the picnic tables all across the entire place. It's got the gravel on the ground. That's beautiful. Yeah, the weather was perfect last night too for a Cowboys outing outside. TVs everywhere. We gave away, Old 75 gave away 5 pairs of Cowboys tickets last night. So much Cowboys swag, State Fair stuff as well. Dude, it was an awesome night. Cowboys fans out and rocking, having a great time. There was a birthday party in the back. It was Mr. Choate and his family, and his son was turning 29.
Yeah, Randy Choate, I played with him. Good sidearm
I think it was
lefty.
David Choate, and his son turned 29 last night. Whole family's Tolos. The whole place back there was Tolo's, and they were just there for the birthday party, and they were super stoked. So it was awesome, man. They might be coming up to the station at some point to say hi. So,
what other game or games did you really enjoy yesterday, Kevin?
I thought the Chargers-Dolphins game was pretty wild, especially because that felt like a game. Look, Corey's right. It's week 1. So, like,
I went back last year, just quick interruption, to look at week 1 results.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
I just wanted to see what would be crazy or stand out. The Bears beat San Fran.
Oh, my God.
That was a Trey Lance game.
Trey Lance.
Pittsburgh beat Cincy.
It was raining in that game, too, I remember.
Jerry, that was the game Jerry was that it? What's the game Jerry highlighted? He goes, there was one game Trey played in the rain.
Was it? That was it. Yeah, that was it.
It was an awful stat line.
Yeah, awful.
He said, we really liked the way he gripped the football.
What?
Yeah, that was in the media reaction to Trey. Man, everyone wanted Trey Lance to go in that game last night. I'm like, Trey Lance doesn't know 5 plays. He's not going into the game.
Let him be Trey Freelance. He doesn't need to know plays. Just let him run.
Ooh, I like that.
Bears beat San Fran. Sorry, Kevin. Pittsburgh beat Cincy. And the Commanders beat Mike's Jags. All those 3 things happened week 1 last year.
Look, the same thing is going to happen this year. Like, half the teams that pulled these upsets are going to get worked next week. Like the Bengals are the easiest bet in the world next week. The double digit, if you lose by double digits, your hit rate the following week
is off the charts.
It's off the charts against the spread.
Man, I was intrigued by the Chargers-Dolphins too, because those felt like 2 teams that might be at about the same level. Like, I don't know how you feel about the hierarchy of the AFC. So it was a really entertaining game.
Yes.
The other one that I almost tweeted this out. Why didn't we get more on the red zone? Why didn't we get more Arizona Cardinals, Washington Commanders? Come on, man. That game was so close and so tight the whole time.
Did you have an easy time accessing? Who does Cincy play? Oh, Cincy hosts the Ravens, though, Choppy, next week. Cincy by 3.5. Easy bet?
Okay, so since 2012, 63% of teams that lose by double digits in week 1 go on to cover the spread in week 2. And they win outright, greater than 50% of the time. It's like just a little trend that you can.
I dare you to bet on the Giants next week. I have no clue what their spread is. Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe take that bet.
That game was close with Washington.
It was.
It
was.
Did you have an easy time getting the red zone? It took me an hour and a half to access it and get it. Did you pay for it beforehand?
I have Fubo. No. I went to my manage add-ons, and it said, here's your option. I hit it. And then I just hit refresh, and everything was there. It was awesome.
I get what I get, and I don't throw a fit. I get enough NFL football with what they give me. So
you don't get a football package.
Nope.
Okay.
I don't have anything other than Red Zone. I like Red Zone specifically. I just like the ability to watch all those games like that, and then whatever else.
Also, it's select baseball. There's a lot of Sundays that I'm not home, so I feel like it's a waste of money that I'm not going to be there for. And then sometimes if we do have a free Sunday, I go to my dad's house. So
and watch football there?
Yeah, so I'm not at home watching it.
You don't go play a game of catch with him?
Not anymore. Used to.
Commanders was an awful game.
Was that the worst game of the weekend?
No. Titans Saints.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, to your point,
Raiders, Broncos.
I was wondering as the Cowboys were blowing out the Giants, does their rating go down because the game was like midway through the third quarter, the game is completely over? So I get Cowboy fans sticking with it for sure, but as everybody's tuning in to see Cowboy stuff, I'm wondering, like, the rating's probably super high the first half, right? And I'm wondering, I don't know, the third, fourth quarter, as it is a non-contest, how many national people stick with a game that's that bad?
It may be on. They may have it on.
Choppy will find it out. He gets the ratings.
Yep, they may have it on just to have it on.
Yeah,
like it's like because what else is on Sunday nights?
Well, you go to sleep.
Yeah, you go to bed.
Or you're having a party and then now you're talking out on the back patio. The game's still on.
But the game's still on. So you're
drinking and talking about how crappy your team is.
Yeah,
you fall asleep with it on.
Yeah, and if you've been watching football all day, like probably if there's a spouse saying like you've been watching football, all day, it's easier to relent to the argument. Like, all right, fine, I'll turn it off.
What's your cracked out level right now? 1 to 10.
I'm pretty tired.
And
I don't know, 11.
Pepe slept here.
90 minutes sleep, baby.
Showered downstairs.
Ooh, at least you showered. That's pretty good.
At least you slept.
Maybe the boss will give us a victory non-post show meeting.
Yes, Victory Monday.
for the tire guys.
So that's the encouragement. Is you don't have a meeting?
encouragement right there.
Oh, okay.
Well, when the Cowboys win, no meeting, and the Cowboys lose, meeting.
Yeah. So we'll be in for like 12 meetings canceled this year. 11
Hopefully,
and 12.
12-5. This team's 12-5 every year. Every year they're 12-5. Not every year, literally.
I can't believe you're thinking they're going to lose after that game.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Mike.
Could anyone
14-3.
detect anything?
14-3.
Mike McCarthy nuances offensively. Corey, did you notice anything?
I will be honest. I do have to go back and watch the game. I got in late last night. Through the first half this morning. I was busy last night.
You guys, really props to you guys.
Yeah.
The things that you guys can do and get away with and be number one. Bassick doesn't know anything else that happened in the other games. You haven't watched the Cowboy game. And you guys are still cruising. You guys are cruised to 1 or 2.
I watched San Francisco and Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And I watched Baltimore and Houston.
Yes.
And then I had to leave for baseball.
I did the same thing.
I watched
you had baseball yesterday.
Red Zone all day. I was watching the game while also talking to tons of Tolos and accepting drinks. And also, then this morning when I got up, I watched the first half during my workout, but I didn't get to the second half because you don't
need another second.
Also, I feel like this is
actually kind of in this game. It felt like
this is my argument, Sean, to Red Zone watchers. You're actually not watching football. You're just watching highlights of football and inside the Red Zone. Because I always feel like when I've watched the Red Zone, I think it's a great cocaine channel, but I think that you're not getting to see how they got to the 20-yard line or the 10-yard line. So there is a lot to me of a nuance of how did they get to that situation. I understand loving the situation of we're taking you to this big play because this just happened, or we're taking you to red zone. They're in the red zone. Here we go. And I'm like, well, how did they get there? Was it a 70-yard march to the red zone? Was it just a one play? And they'll give you that.
Yeah.
If it's a big play to get you there, they show the big play to get you there.
But I think that's a problem because I think what happens is red zone viewers are like, why doesn't my team do this? Does this team do that?
That's no problem at all. You guys are full of crap. It's amazing. If you were locked in the house,
but you can't
for
say
12
you
hours.
watched all the games. You can just say I watched.
But I
the
watched
red zone.
more than you watching
for sure.
Houston, Baltimore for 3 hours. I know everything else that's happening around the league.
Yeah,
and they
I guess
do a
I watched
nice job
the boringness. I mean, to be honest, I had two very boring games. I didn't think Cowboys could play better than San Francisco. They actually did, but I actually watched San Francisco. I can talk a lot about Brock Purdy. I didn't just watch Red Zone Brock Purdy. I had to watch all of it because I can't flip to some sort of cocaine channel, which is great.
I love cocaine channel.
I bet you do.
The channel.
You look like you need some right now.
Not the regular cocaine.
Borrow some of Bobby's.
I've never done that.
We're back tomorrow morning with
Promise.
Jerry Jones and another Rangers giveaway after Game 1 against Toronto. Kevin Hagelin talks about the NFL.
Everybody will.
Next.
Be a part of From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Graham Gano, the 9-year veteran, just signed a new contract, will try a 45-yard field goal from the left hash. And that ball is mishandled. Blocked and picked up by the Cowboys defender on the right sideline. It is Noah Iganbanamaki, and he runs it in for a touchdown for Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Cowboys are victorious 40-0. And if you need even more reason to be excited, in the noon o'clock hour today during the Expressway, we will give away a pair of tickets to go see Cowboys Jets.
Nice. All right, I do question two things here. One,
no, we're definitely giving the tickets away.
I'm not questioning the tickets. I know that. Like, that's a fact. One, do you envy Brad Sham for having to say that name? Like, do you envy like him trying to make it sound like it was rolling off of his tongue? Do you envy that spot? Because I do not.
No, that didn't go super well.
The other question there is, do you think he thought I will have to say this name at some point today?
Iganbanamaki.
Like, I feel like he was like, dude, if you know what, I'm going to learn the name. I know Brad's really good at what he does.
Yep.
But I think he was like, you know what, I'll know. But you know what, he's never going to play a game
let
on
alone
the defense.
make a huge impact play.
Apparently, Brad in the postgame said that he had practiced it all week.
I bet, man. I bet.
He did say, because I was listening to the game in the car, he did say after that play when they came back from break, he said it correctly, and he was like, I really didn't think I was going to have to say his name today.
Yeah, and because I would, again, nobody probably would have gone into that game going, he's going to make a massive play to start the Cowboys season.
It's and one of the things is, and there's certain names that, like, if you practice too much, then when the moment gets there, you're like, I can't screw this up because I've practiced this so many times.
Yes.
And so I do kind of get that, but yeah, that pronunciation wasn't as good as the play itself. I think we can all agree.
Dude,
Now,
the on that play specifically, Kevin, Wanye Thomas makes the block.
Wanye Thomas.
Then down, like, you go watch this, Mike. I got a picture of it if you haven't seen it yet. He makes the block downfield also. He didn't block it and pick it up and run with it. He blocks it. Somebody else gets it. And he's like, I still have more to do in this play. Makes a huge block downfield. It's awesome.
Man, I like this, Mike, because you always ask this question from the 469. And that, my friends, is how you outswag somebody. It's not defined by just apparel. It's a combination of many things, including attitude. It did feel like, if you had to quantify that, they outswag the Giants. But it is an annual,
was attitude.
Right on this show, complete overreactions from one game of the season.
This will be the greatest defense in Cowboys history.
My God. And
Cowboys history.
Lilly. Take that, Randy White.
We just saw Bob Lilly at the Dallas Card Show.
Take that, dead Harvey Martin.
Okay.
Oh, he is dead. I don't know how to. He can't hear us.
Okay.
Or can he hear everything?
Oh, that's
I don't
a good
think
question.
So.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
I think whatever place he's at, I don't think that.
You don't think
there's
people
much
in heaven are like
I don't think
focused in on
all hearing?
Yeah.
On like, wait, what happened in week 1?
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Hold on. You think, like, based on what you saw, you like the Cowboys defense that much right now? How many other people are feeling that same way right now this morning? That because people were saying it last night at Old 75 with me, man. People were like, look, this is the best I've ever seen. They were excited. Super Bowl was coming out of everybody's mouth last night. Hey, look, people had drinks. I get it. But also they were up 40-0. So,
and it looked like the Giants center was drunk for a second on that one snap. From the 214, it was the MetLife Massacre. From the 817, all right, I'll overreact. Doomsday 3, lock it in. Man, because especially that first drive, the defense looked solid, right? Like, it didn't look like it was going to take over the world. It was one freaking drive. And then the block and the return after that. If I'm Daniel Jones at halftime, I was like, don't anybody say anything to me, especially if it's an offensive line. I was like, don't effing talk to me right now.
Well, Corey, I think the main thing is they got rid of the softest team in the history of football, calling themselves the Hot Boys.
Uh-huh.
They weren't soft, but when you just give yourself the stupidest nickname I've ever heard in my life for a defensive football team, the Hot Boys.
Did you like John-Jacques Taylor coming on
Yes.
saying that last week?
Yeah, it was just, it is being nice. It is the softest nickname for a defense in the history of football.
Uh-huh.
And so now that they're done with the Hot Boys, they can now become a great defense.
They still did, though. I think they had some pictures of the Hot Boys going into camp this year. So
they're like, be better than these guys.
No,
Oh, okay.
like all these guys. But I will say, okay, here's my overreaction. Cowboys aren't going to give up a point this year. All right, like they didn't give up a point in the first game. Why would they do one in the next game?
For the season, they're on pace to outscore their opponents 680-0.
Sounds like the Rangers.
Would that be a record?
Yeah, yes, Corey. That would be a record for many reasons.
Can I take it down just a little bit in my
Yes.
overreaction then? My other overreaction is I think this is the type of defense that can hold opponents under 14 points a game.
Yeah.
And like I want to put them at 10. I want to say Ravens like. And Mike, we were talking about that last week where that's what we saw. That's what we remember right now as dominant because you couldn't score on that team.
Yeah. To your point, I do think the Jets will score next week, but I don't think the Cardinals will. So I think 2 out of your first 3 games, unless there's a favorable turnover for the Cardinals,
sure.
I do think this is overreaction time. I do think 2 of their first 3 games will be zeros for the other team's offense.
I love that.
One of the reasons for that is this team looks physically tough.
Yeah, they're intimidating.
Yeah, and on the defense, their depth is crazy. Like, I remember we talked about that a lot in training camp. It's like, you're going to have to make some cuts of players that other teams would pick up. Is you saw it when Dante Fowler, like, isn't really even, at least in my thought process going in, one of your, like, top 2 or 3 rushers. I mean, he's not. And then he's in Daniel Jones' face all day long. And you're like, oh, yeah, that's right. He can be a really productive player. I know it can ebb and flow with him, but the physicality and depth on the defense, I thought, was incredible. On the flip side, because we just need to throw this out at some point, is we don't have a tight end that can catch a football
What are you
all
talking
season.
about? That's an overreaction, dude.
The football was wet. Okay.
Who caught the ball anyway
Wet
yesterday?
ball.
You know?
Okay, so
look
we're
at
not-
Cincinnati. They struggled catching the football yesterday in the rain.
Hey,
so
this is overreaction.
Yeah,
Don't
no.
tell me how to overreact.
Tight ends had wet balls yesterday.
Yeah.
They couldn't catch them.
that is an overreaction, though, Kevin. I do think that's a feeling of. I think that Ferguson's better than that on third down. You have to make.
I
that
sure
catch,
hope
dude.
he's better than that.
You have to make that catch on third down, especially when you're driving the way the Cowboys are.
Yeah, Ferguson let us down yesterday because Hendershot, I know it didn't end up mattering because you scored the touchdown anyway, but Hendershot's got to catch. That's an easy touchdown right there. That was a great pass.
So you're calling for Schoonmaker to get out there. You're like, hey, let's go ahead and get him going. I'm done with these tight ends. Let's get a draft pick in here and do something.
Let's see it.
There was a moment in the first tackle of the game. I think the Jaron Kearse makes the tackle and the flag comes out, and it was the 15-yard penalty for hitting the quarterback late and everything. I didn't mind it. I know this. I don't want this every time, okay? But in my mind, I absolutely wanted Daniel Jones to be hit early and go, I don't want to be hit again. And then for the rest of the night, he feared for his life to be hit again. I know on that drive, they looked pretty good going down the field, but the Cowboys ultimately figured it out. But I didn't mind early in the game establishing a physical presence with him.
Can we do retroactive overreactions?
Sure.
All right. I take you to Tiki Barber last week. We brought this up, but just a friendly reminder about what he said of Daniel Jones v. Dak Prescott.
I'll take Daniel Jones over Dak Prescott 100 out of 100 times. And I think most people would agree with
You
me.
think most people would agree with you?
Most people would agree
Based
with
on
me.
last year,
based
I'd
on-
agree with you,
based
but
on-
over their careers, no, I wouldn't.
Based on the projection of where both of these players are going.
Why would he say that?
I mean,
He's a Giants guy.
Yeah.
Like there's a belief and hope before the season starts, and he was wrong. I honestly don't think this. I think if you talk to most head coaches or general managers, I think they'd lean towards Dak. You might get, I'm just guessing.
Oh, I do.
You might get 10 general managers or coaches that go, you know what, I'd rather have Daniel Jones's athletic running ability, so I'll do that. But I think the majority, I think it would be a 2-1 vote for the most part for Dak Prescott. So I don't think that he was correct saying most teams would take Daniel Jones over Dak. I think it would be majority Dak.
And it felt like his co-host was going to bail him out there for a second. He was like, but, if you look at last year, I get your point. And I was like, oh, we were so close. Corey, here's my number one overreaction. The biggest shutout of the Giants in Cowboys history that's ever was 35-0 last night.
It was 5 points more.
It was more. Do you remember the season where they beat them 35-0?
I think it was 1995. Didn't Emmett run it for 70 yards to start the game? Or it might have been 80.
1995. And Corey, what happened to the Dallas Cowboys in 1995?
They won the Super Bowl.
They won the Super Bowl!
Barry Switzer was
Despite
bringing
Barry
guns on
Switzer.
planes, I think, right? Switzer's bringing his 6 shooters on the planes.
That was later, I'm pretty sure.
Michael Irvin's wearing mink coats going to court.
There are so many encouraging signs to come out of this game, and before, save it. For the rest of the day, I'll just tell you, save it. If you're like, it's just one game, that's right. This is the entirety of the sample size that we have.
Mm-hmm.
This actually lends a lot of credibility to the Cowboys preseason mode, too, by the way. They're like, we're not playing
We don't
nobody.
need to play any
It's gonna matter.
preseason games. Our offense will be fine.
On Tuesday, if you were running the power rankings for your website, and we'll power rank the power rankings, is that on Tuesday? Wednesday. Is you would have to put the Cowboys at 1. I get it. It's just
Or
1 week.
2.
But
I hear what you're saying. I wonder if they put San Francisco at 1. But
Corey,
no.
What's this gonna feel?
No,
Man, what are you doing? 40-0, bro.
I said I hear what you're saying.
40.
I wonder if other places, not me.
Kenny Pickett isn't even as good as Daniel Jones.
You're number 2 and on the Cowboys after 40-0.
That is not what I meant. The Cowboys clearly had the most incredible performance of the weekend.
Kevin, I did have
that can be disputed.
A buddy last night leaned over and he goes, "Hey man, you guys, y'all do the scoregami all the time, right?"
Oh my god!
And he goes, "Hey, are we at scoregami yet?" And I went and looked, and there have been only four 40-0 games. All right, not to open the season.
That's more than I would.
But only
guessed.
4. But Kevin, if they would have scored another touchdown and not made the extra point, or just decided to just forego the extra point, 46-0 would have been a scoregami last night. So that's what we were shooting for. That's the next game. We need to shoot for a 46-0 game.
If our field goal kicker would have made his extra point to start the game, it would have been 41-0.
He's never missing again, Mike.
I'll tell you what.
Overreaction. He'll never miss again.
I'll overreact, and this is for another day, not today. I'm wondering, when the games get close, will the field goal kicker be the Rangers bullpen?
Surely it can't be that bad, right?
Listen, remember the Rangers bullpen, we were not worried about the Rangers bullpen after 30 games. Yes, they were faltering a little bit, but it didn't matter because you were scoring so many points. I'm just wondering, after that first extra point, it's only 1, and then there was no more pressure the rest of the way. There's pressure in that if you would have missed 3 more kicks, they probably would have had to fire him. But
yeah.
But I'm just wondering, I was just thinking of that. That's for a different time, just like the bullpen was for a different time. Don't point it out. Don't be worried about it.
It'll only come out to hurt us later in the season. Yeah.
And like, one of the things is I do see some people still asking questions about the run defense. I thought it looked better as the game went along. Now you can make 2 arguments for that. Is that because they started to make some adjustments and they stopped letting Daniel Jones go wild? Or is it the fact that New York just stopped running the football as much or with any importance because they were so far behind in the game? It is tough to totally pull too much away from that.
There was a point after they were down 16-0 and the Cowboys had been just going after Daniel Jones where Chris Collinsworth was like, look, they don't have a choice but to run the ball. They can't drop back and throw right now. The Cowboys know they have no choice but to run it, and they weren't doing it effectively. So I will argue back at that the Cowboys stopped that and forced them to start throwing again, and then it became too much for Brian Dable and his football team.
That's right. That nickname is gone.
For a week.
By the way, Cowboys' first team in 24 years to open their season with a shutout of 40-plus points on the road. 24 years
in a row.
I can't imagine if the Cowboys can keep doing this. And I know not 40-0.
Yeah.
How intimidating they become. I think that we'll talk about this later because I know we got to go. But the best defenses in the history of the NFL, they've already mentally psyched out the other team before the game starts. And so I do think the Cowboys have the opportunity through this month of September to almost mentally psych out the teams playing the Cowboys later in the year.
Like, it kind of reminded me of the Geno Smith, Aaron Donald moment yesterday. Is Geno Smith is like, oh my God, but also because it's Aaron Donald. It's not just somebody coming at you. It's Aaron Donald. So if you can get that mental advantage before the game, I mean, like so many of these games are super close. Any kind of advantage you can get ahead of time is going to be a really big deal. Coming up next, could you tell a difference with McCarthy calling plays, or was the game too out of hand to tell? 877-881-1053. Let's talk about it next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece, followed by
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Ferguson, Turpin, and Cooks have each caught 2.
It's going to be a toss left.
Third and goal. It's a toss left to Turpin. Tyron Smith opens a massive hole, and Turpin blows through that and runs into the end zone for his first NFL touchdown from scrimmage.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Could you tell a difference with Mike McCarthy calling plays, or this is going to be weird to sound like a problem? Was the game too out of hand to really tell the difference? Well, one of the number one things I think that was the easiest to notice is the variety of situations in which Kamonte Turpin was actually used.
Okay, you felt that was better?
Yeah, because they tried him on a couple of different things, and he went from, again, it's one game. That's all we have to go by for now, is he went from a theoretical offensive player to a, hey, let's see what happens.
I would say with Kamonte Turpin, I'm sure they're going to use him to try to get the ball in his hands 2 to 3 times a game besides kick and punt returns, right? But I think that's a very tough game to learn anything from your offense because it was so dominating. This is where I worked with a guy, I'll just say his name's JC. And he's not a big Troy Aikman fan. He thinks Troy Aikman was just a bus driver, like, because he looks at his numbers. Since he didn't watch him play football, like Reggie, no offense, like I'm not taking a shot at you. You never watched Troy Aikman play football. You're too young to watch him play. So what you have to do is you have to go back in history and look at a box score and look at a QBR, which QBR wasn't even a thing when Troy Aikman played. So it wasn't like you're trying to reach some sort of QBR. There wasn't really such a thing. Just like OPS, yes, we keep that in the history of baseball, but nobody cared about OPS till about 2012 or so, where that became a bigger deal in baseball. And so you would look 10 years from now or 20 years from now, we're going to have somebody come up here who was 10 years old when this game happened and say, anybody could have quarterbacked. Dak wasn't good. And you're like, no, Dak did great. There was no game to really push the ball. And so I really am like, hey, Dak was good, really good. I thought he threw some balls away instead of trying to force. It's 3rd and 12. Brandon Cooks is over the middle. He's covered. Just throw the ball in the dirt. Punt the ball. We're fine. We're up by 26 or we're up by 33. Like, there's no reason at this time to Tony Romo this thing and try to force the ball in there and possibly cause a pick. And they probably still are not coming back, but to give them any type of momentum. So I thought Dak played a very good Troy Aikman-like game.
Yeah, I think that there were some drops that you were kind of upset about.
I was.
One thing that I did notice that I liked that it was just added to it. And I feel like this just got added to the offense. That Brandon Cooks pass interference that came down, that's the play I love, Kevin.
That's the fakest pass interference.
I love it.
Maybe of the weekend.
And here's the deal. The great quarterbacks get that.
Yeah.
They put the ball up in the air, and they move their team to the other side of midfield, and they get it on 3rd down because they know that NFL referees are more likely to call that. Dak's never been that guy. He's like, let me complete the pass. Tom Brady's like, let me throw into a pass interference. And that happened. He also has a wide receiver that's savvy enough to make somebody look stupid whenever he's going up against a rookie to do that. So I liked that. Sometimes it doesn't have to be a completion. It can just be moving the team upfield.
Brandon Cooks could make a great wrestler, Mike, because he sold the hell out of that thing.
And he did. The guy did have his arm on his hand on his shoulder, which made it easy for the referee to call. But I'll say this is where Tom Brady is one of the greatest, if not the greatest of all time, because he knows that's a punt. So I'm not going to throw the ball over the middle on our side of the field in a 3rd and long situation with a guy that's covered really tightly, because that can change the game.
But I'll throw it to
But
a
if I do
sideline.
throw a 45 or 55-yard pass down the sideline and it does get intercepted, that is very much a punt-like interception. It counts on your stats as an interception. It's a big negative play. But if you're smart and you understand the game you're playing, then you're like, I can take a risk here because I can get the pass interference, which is great. Tom Brady did a lot of that in his career. And if for some reason the defensive player makes a really nice play and intercepts the ball, as long as my receiver makes the tackle there or that guy falls down,
still went 40 yards.
It's like a punt situation.
Yeah, and Mahomes does it very well. Aaron Rodgers does it very well. The great quarterbacks do that very well in those situations. Dak did it last night, and I don't know that he ever had that in his repertoire before because I just didn't see it that frequently where he would look at it that way and get that pass interference call. But Kevin, I agree with Mike on the offense last night. I think there were some subtle things. Man, how great is it that you did get Deuce Vaughn in for 6 carries last night?
Did you hear the people chanting for him too?
Yes, of course they did, because Deuce Vaughn's going to be that guy at some point. But the thing about it is last night was Choppy made a very, very good point this morning. They were up 16-0 by the time the Cowboys ran their 15th offensive play. So, Mike, for the script that you write, your 15 scripted plays, they were already up by 16 and cruising defensively, and Mike McCarthy was able to say, you know what, I'm just going to tuck the rest of this. I'm going to fold this sheet in half, and I'm going to take these plays. We'll do this for the rest of the night. I don't have to show anything. I don't have to show any other opponent what other gadgets we have in this thing, and I can just cruise and rely on my defense for this win tonight. So other things offensively, I would have liked to see. I would have liked to see a dry ball. You know, that would have been nice too.
Sure.
What can they do in those situations too, man? But I think that there was a little tempo that I liked. In the offense, and it didn't feel like it was draggy, but it didn't feel too fast where it was overwhelming.
I just sometimes you get to the point, and usually it's when the game is going worse and you start to nitpick. When I want to tell Dak, I know he's trying to find the best play possible. I don't need the play clock to go down to 1 or 2 every single time. So it did feel like there was some more tempo from the 817. The rhythm was quick from the 972. I noticed this definitely on this specific play. I don't know how much I noticed the pick type plays otherwise. The bunch set where CD had the 50-yard catch was different, kind of using it off the pick. The legal pick, mind you, of course, is obviously that was impressive. And I know it didn't end up mattering, but I did want to give a shout out to Michael Gallup for making an incredible catch that was never going to be in bounds. He was like 3 yards out of bounds, but the hell if he didn't just throw his entire body and he's like, let's see if we can make this happen.
What do you think about CeeDee Lamb? Again, like this, he gets 4 for 77, has the big play early in the game. Like that was something where he was wide open, then makes a stop cut and goes back the other way. I'm just so looking forward to him. I was in the discussion the other day of, is he in that category with Justin Jefferson? Is he in that category with the Jamar Chases? He's not there.
It's better than Chase yesterday.
But he's really close, right? Yeah, you know what? Hey, look, it could be reverse order for the rest of their careers. But he's really close. He's your number one receiver, and he's really good in a group of good receivers.
And I don't know if you felt this way at all when they went to Cooks like 3 times in rapid succession. I was like, what the hell happened to CeeDee Lamb after that one play? And then I was also like, it's 26-0.
Yeah, exactly.
Does it really matter that much? And that was one of my odd takeaways from the offense. And I know at some point we're going to talk more about Tony Pollard. Is there were so many times when I was like, I guess it doesn't really matter right now because they're just like, hey, let's just get to the end of this game.
Okay, then let's now talk about Tony Pollard.
Okay.
He didn't get 20 carries last night, and I don't know if he can ever carry the ball 20 times, Kevin. Like, that's the real deal, isn't it?
No.
Is that where we're going with this?
Because you know what's funny? He scored.
He can't carry the heavy load.
No. I think it's cut 3. Can we play cut 3 right here?
He can't as a feature back average 5 yards a carry.
Okay, well, he did yesterday, even if he didn't run 20 times. I think it was this one and not the next touchdown that I thought was really impressive because it was a goal to go type situation. You can't score in those. Cut 3.
Gallup and Hendershot have come in. This has got to be 2 plays, doesn't it?
This got to be a sneak.
Prescott, instead of a sneak, with a wide pitch to Pollard, starts right, comes left, goes right. Behind Aduga pulling. Touchdown, Tony Pollard.
Is the cutback when you realize speed alone wasn't going to get you to your spot. Because that's one of the things we talk about all the time with speed players is you can outrun anybody. That was a play where I thought Pollard was like, I've got the spot on the right side and I'm going to go. And then he got about a half step in and he's like, oh crap, I'm not going to make it. And then he cut back in and kind of went closer to the pile to score the touchdown. Again, this was not a game where you saw drive after drive after drive that had to be extended by tough Tony Pollard runs. But that touchdown right there, I thought was really impressive and smart.
From the 903, one thing I noticed that I've only ever seen our opponents do in the past, Rodgers especially, was situational play calling, keeping the same offensive personnel on the field for back-to-back plays to keep the defense from substituting or making them rush. Yeah, that's smart. That's the things we've seen happen against us on many different times where you're just like, we couldn't get our guys on the field because they kept saying, we're going to stick to this. We're keeping the clock moving. We're moving forward on this. Yeah, Tony Pollard, man, I don't always give Chris Collinsworth a lot of credit, okay? Because I just always have kind of been like, when it comes to Chris Collinsworth. Like, I found out he won an Emmy, and I was like, how the hell did this happen?
Wow.
But whenever he said this last night, he said, you know what? And Tony Pollard has earned the right to be the starting back on this team. And then I did watch Zeke yesterday for New England, and I was like, damn right he did. He did earn that. Because he's the dude that was like, I'm waiting for my opportunity. And whenever I get my opportunity, you're going to see how good I still am at all this stuff. He got his 2 touchdowns yesterday, had his 70 yards. He added to what the Cowboys are as an offensive attack, and it's just going to continue to grow like that. Now, will he ever be a guy that's carrying it 20 times a game? Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't need something like that, especially if they're going to beat every team 40-0.
Okay, well, I mean, sure. I would love to see you as the coach if they're winning every game.
There'll be a time and a place. I hate comparing it already to the dynasty that I was in high school for, the Dallas Cowboys. There will be a time and a place where McCarthy and Dak and CD and everybody else will have to put up 30-something points to win the game. Now, hopefully not with this defense, but when the time comes, Troy Aikman elevated his team to 30-plus points a game. When he needed to match the other team and beat the other team, Troy Aikman and Emmett and the offensive line and Michael Irvin and Jay Novacek, they could do it. They could elevate themselves in San Francisco to 30 points to make sure they won the game. That will be the challenge of this Dallas Cowboys offense. At some point, they are going to have to show an efficient offense that can match score to score and beat the other team because your quarterback is better than the other quarterback. That will be an interesting game. Will it be next week? I don't know. We'll see the Jets play tonight, but it will have to be. That's the one thing that Troy could do. The numbers didn't look good when it came to regular season stuff. And I argue with kids all the time, and I'll call anybody 35 and younger kids when it comes to their Troy Aikman takes. There will have to be a time and a place. And can Dak Prescott, with this unbelievably great team, can he elevate his team? Can he then take that team and beat Brock Purdy, beat Jalen Hurts, beat Patrick Mahomes, beat whoever it is to become the championship quarterback, the championship team that we hope this team can be?
One positive, I'm sure he does not look at these at all, but one positive, Mike McCarthy was the co-favorite to be the first coach fired this season, which I thought was wild. After one game, his odds went from 6-1 to 50-1.
Can't fire a coach who beats all the teams they play 40-0.
No.
And so far, he's beat every team he's played 40-0.
I'm being man.
Don't fire that guy.
That would be so shocking if Jerry was like, you know what, we decided to make a change today. You'd be like, wait, what? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in the Expressway today, we'll be giving away a pair of Dallas Cowboys tickets. Coming up next, across the rest of the NFL, what was Sunday's most surprising or interesting result? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
A Post Roofing.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold direct to the public below market value. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. And don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Dobbs to the left side. On the wing right side to Ray. Love throws the fade. Dobbs leaping grab left to the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, Green Bay Packers.
Now we're talking.
A beautiful touch pass, Romeo Dobbs, right over the rookie Stevenson.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. We got Stephen Jones coming up at noon o'clock. Plus, in the noon hour, we will give away a pair of Cowboys tickets to the game against the Jets. I played this highlight specifically because I think this is what it was for me. What was Sunday's most surprising or maybe interesting result is, I guess it was both surprising and interesting to me that Jordan Love, again, a game, but he looked good against a Bears team that I know a lot of people were like, hey, maybe the Bears are ready to come up in the world, and the Packers just smacked them back down.
I agree with that. I didn't know what Jordan Love was going to do, and there was so much hype on Justin Fields, which I thought was like, man, I feel like he has gotten the most hype of anybody ever for 2 years of very unproductive football, and I get how bad the Bears were around him, but I was like, wow, this is a big leap to go with. I know Justin Fields, and it's one game. We'll see how he does the next 16, but yeah, I thought Jordan Love did a great job of taking over for two historically great quarterbacks in a franchise.
The LaFleur offense that Aaron Rodgers despised so much while he was there worked. That was what I was watching, was a quarterback that was like, this is my offense. I know it. I've developed into it, and I'm comfortable in it. They gave him the time to deliver really good passes. He had a couple of really big plays to Aaron Jones that were short dump offs and that turned into bigger plays. And I was very impressed with Love in game one here. I still think the Bears have a lot of work to do with their roster. They added a dynamic player in DJ Moore, and I don't know if you happen to see the stupid play he had where I believe it was Jair Alexander tackles Justin Fields over on the sideline. And everybody gets all mad. You know, the Bears offensive linemen run in there and everything, and they're walking away from the whole situation, and DJ Moore just often pushes somebody because he got bumped in the back.
Yeah.
And it ends up costing them. I think there's still a lot of things to fix in Chicago, but yeah, Jordan Love gets the win on this one against the rest of the guys.
From the 972, man, the most surprising but also super disappointing. See Fields not live up to the hype in game one. Then we had another text that mentioned Justin Fields, and I think that's why I registered it as mine. There are plenty of other really interesting things that happen, especially before you get a sense for who's going to be good and maybe who's not. I think that one stood out the most to me.
Mine would be that the Rams, Sean McVay is really good at play calling still. He doesn't have all of the talent at his disposal, and I was thinking, man, that's going to be a really tough thing to do. But their play calling was interesting. It was drawn up very well, and their offense was in command of that game. And Aaron Donald was like, "Hey, I'm still here." And so, like, that's I do have to do the question of, is this the year that Geno Smith doesn't put it all back together? And is Seattle not that good? So I have to, it's a small sample size, but I thought the Rams were going to be miserable this year. And, especially with Cooper Kupp having to figure out his injury and wake through that. But Matt Stafford looked really good, and the Rams offense, whenever I saw them play, I was like, man, that was a really good play that created lots of space. There's Sean McVay again.
Go ahead, Richard.
No, I was going to ask, have you ever heard of Puka Nacua?
Yes, I have, because it was a Stetson Bennett preseason game where he said, I'm going to go right there to Nacua, and he does throw a touchdown exactly in that spot to him, and he was like, I told y'all I was going to do that, and I was like, wow, that's fascinating.
Oh, I must have missed that, because I was like, I did not expect 119 yards from Puka Nacua.
He just has to stay healthy. He's a very talented player, just has to stay healthy.
So looking last year, Seattle beat the Rams both times, and it was late in the year. They beat them December 4th and January 8th. They were both close games, 27-23 and 19-16 in overtime. That Seattle did go 2-0 last year against LA. And in one of those games, Geno Smith, I don't know who's healthy and who's not from last year on December 4th, but he did throw for 367 yards in that game. In the overtime win, he threw for 213, the last regular season game of the year. And I would probably have to go back and look at all the context of was the playoff spot up for grabs? Was it not up for grabs? I can't remember all that for Seattle. But yeah, I think I was very surprised because I expected Los Angeles to be They still can be one of the 5 worst teams in the NFL.
And I agree with Corey. When he brought that up, that's the same thing that I thought. So I was surprised to see them win emphatically.
If you would like to bring the crow in, I will definitely eat it on this day.
No, because then I have to eat the crow from last year with Geno Smith and Reggie. Yeah. So
we aren't a crow eating show then, is what you're saying. No. All right, got it.
Well, I don't care that much. You can eat or not eat the crow. It's fine.
I will eat crow on Cincinnati. I thought that would be a highly competitive game, and I honestly thought Cincinnati, even though I guess Joe Burrow didn't have any preseason because of injury, I thought that they would look better than that. And I'm just wondering, last year, if you remember, they lost to Pittsburgh, they lost to Dallas, and they still ended up making the playoffs and having a good season. But Cincinnati is off to a horribly slow start again this year, and it's going to be interesting how quick can Cincinnati bounce back or get back to what I think is going to be a very good offense. When you look at Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, you just look at that team, Joe Mixon, you look at that team on a piece of paper and go, they should average close to 30 points a game.
And it's always interesting to me because, like, obviously Joe Burrow said after the game, nobody's going to panic, and week 1 doesn't define a season, which he's right. I just think it would be so much more amusing.
Did you hear the first segment of this show today? We overreacted. That was a blast.
I just think it would be so fun if he is like, oh, yeah, we're in trouble. Like, just after one game. But to go along with that, and it's kind of the same thing about the Bears and the Packers, right? Is, you know, the Bears struggled, but, like, how good could the Packers be at the same time? Is I do have questions about the Browns. Clearly, I've taken plenty of opportunity.
They look clunky all day, man.
Yeah, and I've taken plenty of opportunity to dump all over Derek Collins, all excited about, hey, we're going to win the Super Bowl and blah, blah, blah. But Denzel Ward said they got the best group of cornerbacks in the league, and no Bengals wide receiver eclipsed 40 yards. That is obviously an incredibly talented group. And so then I start to wonder, how good could the Browns defense be? And then we'll still see about Deshaun.
I will say this about the Browns defensive front. Like, it's always been Myles Garrett's very good, right? Like, we've always known that he's a talented defensive end. The rest of the defensive front looked like they were at that, not at his level, but at the level that's competitive and what they deserve. Like, that's what he's never really had. We talk about Tank Lawrence like this a lot, right? Like, he's never had a group that wanted to play the same way he does and be a dog like he is. And finally, the Browns have that with their defensive front. So if that's the case for their defense, Kevin, this could be a definite different year for the Cleveland Browns if their defense is going to play at that level. There was another one that kind of surprised me.
Real quick, just on Cincinnati, because I had to look back. They went 8-0 to finish the year last year, so they were 4-4 to start the year, and they really would have been 9-0. They obviously the game got canceled with Buffalo, but if you're watching that game until DeMar Hamlin went down, it looked like Cincinnati was going to win that game too. So they were a slow starting team last year, going 4-4 to start the year, and they got blown out at Cleveland last year on Halloween, 32-13.
Wow. The Buccaneers winning against the Vikings.
I mean, Baker Mayfield's just a winner.
Baker Mayfield. What the hell happened there, Kirk Cousins? The game was at noon. It was at home.
It was all the things you deserve.
This is all the things you want.
Yeah.
That was that Baker Mayfield in Tampa, because I also thought that team was going to struggle mightily. But Baker Mayfield is, I think Mike Golick Jr. said it this morning, Kevin, our friend Mike Golick Jr., who is also pushing the 2-pack out there for you.
By the way, that conference is awesome. We'll talk about that later.
But he was like, look, Baker Mayfield is Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's your summer fling. He's going to get you excited, but then he's never going to be your guy for the rest of the time. And I am kind of curious, like, there's nobody pushing him to be to take over. Kyle Trask is not the future of the Buccaneers, is he?
If he is, I need to go back to the offensive coordinator who said Kyle Trask is the man.
But then they would have given him the job.
Because Baker Mayfield is that good.
Okay.
Do I need to find that quote again? And when he goes, we could not possibly be in better shape in the quarterback room than we are now. Not when you had Joe Montana and Steve Young. No, that does not compare to Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask.
Baker had I don't know, did he have a great game? He threw 2 touchdowns, all right? He had a 94 rating. He threw for 173 yards. He had some tough runs in this game, too. I don't know that it was great. It was enough for them to win against Minnesota. And that's like really all that matters. Even though Justin Jefferson has 9 for 150, they couldn't win. They couldn't get a win against Baker.
Didn't he have 8 catches at halftime, though?
Yeah, they shut him down in the second half for sure. That was a big one.
He said afterwards, and I get why you need to say this, I don't care about my contract. I care about winning games. I'm not disputing that is largely true, but I'm sure part of it, he was being totally honest. He's like, yeah, no, I totally care about winning the games the most. But if you could also just go ahead and get this done and make me the highest paid wide receiver, that would be great because I'm the best.
I agree with you, Corey, though. That was the biggest upset, I think, of week 1.
Yeah, I think it was, too.
You guys, Tampa beating Minnesota?
I agree with that. And we'll talk about it around the NFC East is, man, the Eagles played some games yesterday that made that perhaps about to be the biggest upset of the week.
I was upset that Trevor Lawrence won.
And that the Colts couldn't score. Second a goal from the 1.
Come on, what are you even doing?
Scored
16 more for T-Law. Watch out. That dude can play football.
Gardner Minshew's miserable, dude.
Sunshine, baby. Sunshine.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, maybe Texas really is back. Plus, our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. What's going on?
Cowboys won 40-0. They're never going to give up a point again, Mickey.
Oh my
Shut
God.
out this season,
Let's
right?
go. Would that be a
680
record?
to 0 is the pace.
Yeah. Do you think that'd be a record?
We'd have to check on that.
No, you don't. It would. I'll tell you right now.
I like that
it will
he's
be
like, hold
a
on.
record. Even back when football used to end 0-0 all the time, I'm still willing
All
to bet.
I know, back in the day, my broomball team shut out the season. How about that?
So that's what he's saying is let's just
never
check.
gave up a goal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you believe him or do you want to fact check him?
Well, let's find out. Was that season more impressive than last night's Cowboys performance? That's my question.
If we put it in the proper context, it was pretty impressive.
That was good. Okay. All right.
All right. Let's go.
All right. So I just want to ask one question. Any concern? I know the weather conditions were just horrid, but any concern about some key drop passes by the tight ends? Because it didn't end up making a difference, but in a more competitive game, the one that stopped a drive by Ferguson and the one that would have been a touchdown by Hendershot, those are catches that feel like you got to make.
Yeah, no, you got to make them. I mean, the other side was dropping a lot of stuff, right?
They stink.
Okay, well.
Or we're awesome.
I mean, did the rain look as bad on TV as it was in person?
No. I mean,
sometimes
not until like late in the game, maybe.
Well,
but yeah,
it rained almost the entire game.
Okay,
I don't know if it. And I'm not giving them an excuse. They got to make those catches. But the weird thing is, in training camp practices we watched, they made those catches.
Yeah.
So I'm not worried about it. They'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. They'll be fine. And if that's your biggest worry coming from that game, then it probably was pretty good.
No, and you're definitely right about that. And that's what I thought of. I almost struggled to find anything bad in that game. And so that was one of the things that immediately jumped to mind. It didn't end up mattering. Even on the Hendershot thing, is Pollard ended up scoring anyway. So that didn't end up costing you any points.
But that's about the only thing you probably could pick on what happened with an offense that was, I think, okay, good, not great. And with the help from their friends, the team scored 40 points.
How much?
The most points any team scored in the opener going into Monday night.
I don't know if you got a chance to see it because obviously you were working and everything. I thought it was a great moment after the game is they were on NBC. They were interviewing Tony Pollard and Dak Prescott, and Dak Prescott was holding one of the game balls. And immediately in his first answer, he goes, honestly, I don't even know why I have this. I feel like it should be given to all of the defensive players.
Well, absolutely. And I saw where when Tony Pollard came in to the locker room, he had a ball in his hands, so he must have got something.
Yeah, he did.
And, yeah, can you give one ball to the entire defense, which was pretty impressive. But I think what happened last night is everybody else saw what we had seen building in training camp. We saw that about this defense. I don't know that anybody believed us, and especially nationally. You see the attention the Giants got going into this game?
Mm-hmm.
They were going to, challenge the Cowboys and the Eagles for supremacy in the NFC East. based on 9-7-1 last year and winning a playoff game. Daniel Jones was going to be, the next Eli Manning. So I kind of, easy on that one.
Do we need to play that Tiki Barber cut again where he said
I heard
100
you.
people out of 100 with
yeah.
Oh, my God.
And all the experts, and I don't know if you guys were watching the NBC preview show, everybody picked the Giants to win except Jason Garrett.
I appreciate that.
So no one was giving the Cowboys, and if you thought about it, I've seen people, the Cowboys were going to go 9-7, 10-6
That's
at
not enough
best,
games.
and I wasn't sure. Yeah, right. I'm sorry, 9 and I guess 10-7, right?
That makes more sense.
And no one was giving them any credit. It was like they were going to be worse this year, and I was sitting there. Well, we're sitting here going, this might be the best roster, the deepest roster they've had in quite some time. And the expectations from afar were not that great, while they had their own expectations of, yeah, okay, let's go. And, I mean, we saw this defense wreck practices in training camp. And it was like, okay, are they that good, or we get a little problem on offense?
Well,
right?
I do want to ask about that because I asked that question a lot during camp, Kevin, about, hey, that's Mike going to stop practicing.
Well, and it was that play when we talked about it. They kept running the play, even though Micah had definitely gotten like what would have been a sack under, and they were like, hey, just run the play anyway.
And you realize one of the key plays in the game was that first series of the Giants.
Yes.
When they were 3rd and 2 at the 8.
Mm-hmm.
And Thomas false starts. You know why he false started?
Because he was terrified.
That's right, because Parsons was staring right in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
And he tried to get the jump on it, and the false start, and after that, everything went downhill. And you saw all the different places that Micah rushed from. Including when he got his sack, he was like a defensive tackle, standing up, bounced off of 2 guys to get to the quarterback, right? So I think you saw the versatility of this defense. We saw, and you saw a little bit in preseason games, what Wanye Thomas and Marquise Bell were bringing to the team, right? Those are the most snaps, I'll guarantee you, Bell has had all from, more than any last year, and he led the team in tackles with 8. And everybody's like, well, I don't know, what are they going to do with Overshawn? Well, Marquise Bell is going to step in and give you 8 tackles, 1 tackle for a loss, and 1 forced fumble. And I know he played as a rookie, but he didn't play that much. He was a special teams guy. You saw what Wanye Thomas can do.
He was awesome.
I mean, he told me after the game that C.J. Goodwin told him he's going to have an opportunity to block a field goal, block a kick, just because of how they analyzed how the Giants were lining up and what the Cowboys were doing. And sure enough, he registers his first block kick since high school. Wow. Since high school.
If you're the
and
kicker,
then he makes an amazing block on the way down
he
the
did.
field, too.
And then blocks another guy going downfield, and then plays that big linebacker spot. And he was the one early that was Thomas was the one early that was covering Waller. They had him in single coverage on Darren Waller.
If you're that kicker, though, what are you supposed to do? Because by the time he starts moving, it felt like Wanye Thomas was already there.
Like he could have picked the ball off the holders.
Yeah, and like he would have gotten annihilated by them. I wonder if he was like, I'm going to try to kick this ball as hard as I can.
Well, I'll guarantee you when he missed his field goal, and he only missed 3 last year,
he should get credit for missing 3 based on how far that one was off, though, right?
Well, yeah. But you know what happened, don't you? Sam Williams was bearing down, and I guarantee you he saw him, and he didn't take his normal swing. And so credit the special teams for that one, too. So, between special teams and the defense, awfully impressive, and the fact that, they put the wraps on the offense. After it got ridiculous and it was raining, and I thought that was pretty enlightening of what they did is Mike McCarthy talked about how they went into their weather offense. They were planning on it raining, and 3 times during the week, they at some point in a portion of practice, they practiced with a wet ball.
Smart.
And they decided that we're going to have another game plan. If the rain is really bad, then this is what we're going to do. And so they scaled back the offense. They scaled back, some of the plays they were going to run, and they were much more conservative than they would have. So, I think everybody was, oh, Mike McCarthy calling plays. Let's see what happens. Well, I don't think you saw the entire package or what they would have been doing because they adjusted to the weather. And once you get a lead and you can see the Giants aren't doing anything, there's no sense taking chances because the only way the Giants were going to come back is if the Cowboys turned the ball over. And so they had a very conservative passing game. I'm sure everybody looks at the stats and sees Dak quarterback rating was 72.
He's miserable.
I mean, 2 of those drops were a big part of that.
No, he should have had 2 touchdown passes for sure. But it was 40-0. And I think everybody maybe out there is going to wake up and see that, this team didn't fall off from 12-5 last year. They might have gotten better.
You love to hear it. Thank you very much, good sir. Let's catch you again tomorrow.
Okay, I'll be here.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Now, we have 2 options right here. We could just end the segment and move on.
All right, let's go home.
Or we could talk about the Texas Longhorns.
Hey, I'd like to say Quinn Ewers is way better than that Rice game I watched him play. He was great. He was very, very good. That was a really fun game to watch. I'm not a UT fan. I'm not a UT hater, but I do root for Texas schools. I would love to see A&M and TCU and Texas Tech and Texas and all the schools be great at football because supposedly we're a football state, but really we're a basketball and baseball state when you look at the success of the last decade of where we actually win college things. So I would just like to say that was really fun, and Quinn Ewers played a very good game.
He made some big time throws in that game, and his receivers made some big time catches. Like the whole team looked like they were ready for that game, like it was their Super Bowl, and it was they matched up well, man. It was fun.
It was wild to see droves of Alabama fans leaving their own stadium, and not just because you were up 52-0 on whatever, and Nick Saban was going to chastise everybody about that in the postgame.
Right,
no, it was because they knew it was over and they had lost. Now, Texas jumped up to number 4 in the Associated Press poll, and this probably won't surprise you to know that their betting odds to make the college football playoff are now 4th best. And it's early.
Okay, interesting.
But you look at that schedule, it is a softer schedule from here because you just won the game. You know how for years and years, and this will change eventually when they expand the playoff, is there was one game on the schedule that you're like, hey, win that game, you're probably going to be good to go as long as you don't screw around. And for the longest time, it was always Texas, Oklahoma. We'll see. We've got about a month till we get there, Texas, Oklahoma. But you look at the rest of Texas's schedule, is it K-State and Oklahoma? And outside of that, I don't know. I will just say Texas sometimes does Cowboys-type things, but if they play as well as they can, obviously this team looks awesome.
Dude, Nick Saban is 103-9 at home for Alabama. And they it doesn't happen that frequently that they lose a home game. Like that's 93% win. Is that what it is that they win at home?
I mean, it sounds like
and
it. That's incredible.
Like so to take one like that from them is a significant thing that you walk home with. But it is just the same, Mike. We talk about this all the time. You can't just walk home with it and be like, okay, we finished the season. You know, we did everything we set out to accomplish this year in beating Alabama in one game. There's so much more left to do there.
From the 817, Quinn was surgical on Saturday. I don't know if this next part, if those are related, but Mike, I think you might feel that way. From the 318, he played great because he cut the mullet.
Oh, I 100% agree.
He got a lineup and everything.
He looks like
too.
a professional. He looked like a Nimrod. His first, his time
God.
at South Lake, I get they all dye their hair blonde, for playoffs.
Yes.
Like that's a team thing that they do. But he's looked pretty stupid for most of his football playing career, just by the way he presents himself. Or he looked like a homeless person, right? He's like, you know what? I'm going to try to look as homeless as possible. I'm going to grow a horrible beard that I'm not going to trim. It's just going to look like I pasted pubic hair all over my face.
Oh my gosh.
Good Lord, it's 11:14 in the morning.
Well, that's what he looked like. And now he actually looks like a young man who actually cares about presenting himself as a leader of a team and a quarterback.
That's an interesting point there, man. Like he does look like he's like, I gotta get these guys on the same page. I don't know how much look, man, when you're reading success books, appearance is a big deal. And they see that just a little bit. What about, I did want to ask you about this. What about Colorado again, dude?
I think
Do we have another place for that? Okay.
I think we'll have an opportunity to get into that more probably tomorrow. But for the 817, Kevin, what hurts worse Saturday? A&M getting blown out? That's debatable. Or UT beating Alabama? It's definitely A&M because that's what I care about. Like, if A&M would have won, I would have been like, hey, fantastic. Good for you, Texas. At least A&M won a road game for the first time in what feels like 60 years. But instead, they didn't. They do what they do.
That wasn't even a sellout, was it? When I flipped over to the A&M game, was it packed, or did I just flip over to it too late where 20,000 people left the stadium?
I felt like it was maybe not quite full for Miami. So I think that's probably fair.
I just thought that was interesting that in Miami, I don't know what the temperature was. I didn't pay attention to that game too much. That I'm like, how is that place not sold out for this game?
Yeah, but A&M does what they usually do on the road, at least the last year and a half. And so that hurt way more. At that point, I was numb to college football. But then I had plenty of people who made sure to come around, including my own older son, who made sure to be like, hey, did you see Texas, Alabama? I was like, yes, I did.
Tomorrow, we'll talk about how Deion's going to be A&M's head coach next year.
Oh, would that be a step in the right direction? I don't know. This is an interesting topic.
Right now,
I love that topic.
It doesn't feel like
he can go anywhere he wants. He can go anywhere he wants, do whatever he wants.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation? Also, hit us up on Twitch and YouTube. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Fancy Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Glass Doctor.
Hi, this is Larry Patterson, owner of Glass Doctor. Your fogged insulated glass window frames don't have to be replaced. The specialists at Glass Doctor can install new insulated glass in existing frames for less than you might think. Visit glassdoctor.com today.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
How about this? No, that's going to be it. Come out the first time ever making it this far, and they have reached the podium. They have won the third place game against the United States in the Battle of the Americas.
Not only did Dwight Powell beat Luka, he now beat America. As it's time for Wanker of the Weekend, 877-881-1053. Does Team USA fit into that after they couldn't even get in the podium?
Are you saying that Luka's Wanker of the Weekend for beating America?
No, he couldn't do that. He couldn't make it this far.
Oh, okay.
I think it does show this. We are teaching the game of basketball wrong. We have the most talented humans on the face of the earth, basketball-wise, especially majority. I get there's Luka, there's Giannis, there's Jokic. They are the best. The best players are not from the United States, but the majority, when you look at what the United States is putting out there, every team, whether it's Germany, Serbia, Canada, they would pick every player off of the United States team and say, we would love to have him on our team, whether he's our second best player or third best player. They would love to have those guys playing for their country. But I think it goes to show that we are not teaching how to play basketball the right way in the United States of America. We are teaching one-on-one basketball. So as these other teams are really, as they started to love the game of basketball in the late 80s to the mid 90s, they said, we're going to run Showtime offense. We're going to run Boston Celtics offense. We're going to run kind of triangle-like offense. We're going to have movement off of the ball. We're going to learn how to all pass and catch the ball and somewhat shoot a basketball. Really, most Americans do not know how to play off the ball. They do not know how to pass the ball. And so because of that, they just know how to isolate one-on-one. The easiest team defense you can play is when somebody's just an isolation offense. Doesn't mean it's still not unbelievably great when you have great players, but I just think we have done a good job in the United States of America on how to teach the game the wrong way.
Well, I mean, you could look back, Mike, it's in 2017, all the good teams have been passing. Like, that's what they've done so well. They've been teams that play team basketball.
From the 2-1-4, the New York Giants are the Wankers of the weekend. And I like that. And I love...
Why? We just... Like, Adrian this morning, Kevin... This morning, Adrian was like, I feel bad for them. They got beat 40-0.
I don't feel bad for them.
Well, what are they wankers for? They got beat by a great team, a team that might never give up another point in the NFL.
Because they couldn't score any points, and because their entire fan base, well, actually, it's really Cowboys fans, started chanting, "Let's go Cowboys." It's always, and like I know it's happened to the Rangers, it's always got to hurt just a little bit when the opposing team, you're in your building and other people are chanting for the other team.
How demoralizing is that? Because they kept in their first team offense to at least get some momentum going into the season. And we were playing our backups and they couldn't do anything. And I just remember when Dave Campo did the same thing when they traded their two first-round picks for Joey Galloway. And it was like, you know what? We gotta create some momentum. They were losing, like, I can't remember, it's 33-0 in the fourth quarter, something like that. Joey Galloway's first ever game, and it was like, we have to create momentum. We have to keep our starters in so we can build something. Then Joey Galloway blows out his knee at the end of the game, and you're like, well, our season's totally screwed. I guess at least for the Giants, nobody got majorly hurt that they're counting on this year.
That is true.
But when you keep your first team out there to create momentum against second team defense and it looks just as bad, that has to be pretty demoralizing as a coaching staff.
We have had Ross Tucker
before on the show.
I know who that is.
He's a fun personality.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes he says things that I'm like, wait, what's that now? Let's go to cut number 28. Ross Tucker is talking about Taysom Hill. This audio has not been doctored.
I'm not kidding when I tell you I think he's one of the best football players ever in Taysom Hill. Wow. Now, I know he's not a Hall of Famer or any of that. This guy can play quarterback, running back, tight end. He makes tackles on special teams. This guy's like Jim Thorpe. I mean, can you name any other guy that's ever done all the things that Taysom Hill did? He's like the perfect football player.
All right.
He's the Shohei of the NFL, right?
Except for he goes, he's like one of the best players of all time.
Yep.
I know he's not going to be in the Hall of Fame or anything. Like, doesn't that
Those aren't
immediately-
correlated. Being the best players and going in the Hall of Fame, those aren't together, right?
No, they definitely are. That feels like that completely undercuts
Name
your
one
point.
best player that went in the Hall of
Probably
Fame.
Jim Thorpe. The person.
Hold on, do you know if he's in the Hall of Fame?
I
Let's
feel
go check.
pretty confident about that. But yeah, he goes, he's like Jim Thorpe. He's one of the best football players I've ever seen. About Taysom Hill.
It is impressive that he can be below average at every position in the NFL. But it is impressive. I mean, honestly, Tim Tebow could have done that. He just didn't want to.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, Tim Tebow. Now, I will say Cordell Stewart blows him out of the water if we're looking at people that could do different things and asked to do different things on the football field. Because at one point, Cordell Stewart was a good, solid quarterback. He was a good, solid slot receiver. He could run the ball. He was a below average running back because they'd line him up back there sometimes, but he was a threat because you didn't know if he was actually going to take the ball and then pass it after they handed it off to him. But I think that's...
He was also good when he was a guest on Weekly for us. You remember when we would have Cordell Stewart on Weekly?
Yes, Cordell Stewart was very good.
It's a little bit over the top to say because Taysom Hill does play different positions and quarterback that he's good, because if he was just a tight end out of the NFL, just a running back out of the NFL, just a quarterback, we know never would have got a chance in the NFL. So he does do all those things, but he does them at a very poor situation. Like, it's just bad. Like, he's just bad.
My question is, why is he still doing those things? Sean Payton isn't there anymore. You're not beholden to this.
That's a great question. I have no freaking idea.
Mm-hmm. Can I submit a wanker of the weekend?
Course.
Can I submit Irvin Magic Johnson's Twitter account as wanker of the weekend?
Oh, what facts are you about to submit
Okay,
as wanker of the weekend?
All right, so here's why, Reggie, and I have two tweets I want to read and that I need you to understand
I bet
why.
they will be factually accurate.
All right, they will. Well, one of them's not.
What?
Oh no!
Here's the first one, and this, like, somebody said he's the first Chat GPT is his Twitter, and this is why.
Oh, that's
just
so
watched the USA men's basketball team play in Germany in the FIBA World Cup, and I was very disappointed. We lost 111 to 113.
Mm-hmm.
Now instead of playing for gold, we will be playing for bronze.
That's right,
And
Magic.
That does sound like Chat GPT.
That was
What?
no.
But hold on. So, Reggie, as you pointed out, lots of facts. Cookie and I are so excited to watch the Washington Commanders take on the Arizona Cardinals tomorrow at our first game as new owners of the Commanders. All facts. The fans are excited. The city is on fire, and the players are definitely ready to go. Go Commanders. When I saw that, I literally went and looked to see if the city of Washington, D.C. was on fire, because all that his Twitter does is give you facts. And I was like, if he said that, then it must really be on fire.
Oh, my
It
gosh.
was not. So I know I'm very confused. So if you don't follow Irvin Magic Johnson's Twitter, you're doing
Twitter
okay.
account
You're
is-
fine.
I'm assuming he wasn't at the Commanders game. Can you imagine if he went in after the game was over and says, guys, you won 20, was it 20 to 16?
That is correct.
You guys won 20 to 16. Sam Howell, you played quarterback. Dodson, where's Dodson at? Dodson, you played wide receiver.
And
All
our
right.
coach was the coach.
We play next week versus another NFL team, and we're 1-0. See you guys next week.
That's his Twitter.
I know. It is absolutely incredible. From the 214
The Beagles. I think that means Eagles, but it could mean Bengals.
Yeah, I don't know. I like it though.
Are my wankers of the week? They
Where's
cost,
our Hushmanzada guy at?
Oh, if it was a parlay, then it was probably the Bengals. They cost me $350 on a $25 4-team parlay. Then they probably mean
Washington didn't cover either. They were
Bengals.
7-point favorites.
Whoa.
So they both lost.
So yeah, cost money on a parlay. I can definitely understand that. All right, Luis Rubiales.
Who's that?
He was the president of the Spanish Football Federation.
The story's still going on.
It's still going on. Mercifully, I think it's at an end. He resigned as the Spanish football president yesterday. Here's the thing I don't understand.
Doing an interview with Piers Morgan?
Fair enough.
Okay.
But my more pressing concern is he didn't resign when his mom went on a hunger strike. He didn't resign when said hunger strike, along with anxiety, sent his mom to the hospital.
Oh my God.
He didn't resign then, but now he is going to resign?
What was the reason?
It's probably not great for your mom.
Yeah.
So
You think she's going to go on another hunger strike?
I don't know if it's because
that is a very marketable
prosecutors had talked about bringing sexual assault claims forward, and they're like, all right, here's our trump card. And he's like, you better resign now. And he's like, you know what? My mom went to the hospital. Big deal. Might have to go to jail. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's probably. That is a problem.
That is going to make the next Mother's Day awkward, right?
What do you mean?
Hey, what do you want for Mother's Day? For you to not force me into a hunger strike that leads me to the hospital.
She didn't have to go on a hunger strike.
That's fair.
You just
But
send her
wouldn't you
flowers?
think he would have quit after?
Well, I mean, she wanted to do something for him. If he quit, he'd be invalidating her hunger strike.
Okay, well, what happened yesterday then?
Facts.
Did he not invalidate her hunger strike?
Well, it was
then?
already over. At
I
that
think
point.
maybe she gave him the okay.
Once you take an IV, the hunger strike is over.
Okay. And then obviously Mel Tucker, the Michigan State head coach, he has been suspended without pay after it was erroneously reported that he had been fired. Give that a minute. He's 2 years into his, I believe 2 years, maybe 3, into his 10-year, $95 million contract. So, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, especially with at a school that's already been
Oh,
involved in all of that stuff anyway.
Yeah. By the way, we visited that campus. Not that great. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's not. Michigan is better. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. It's only week 1, but we might already have the quote of the year. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Hey there, Gene Slater with
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine has one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold direct to the public below market value. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Parsons is lined up at left tackle. And Jones back to throw. Parsons coming. Parsons got him. Slung him all the way back at the 12. There's number 1 for the Lions.
Could have heard that right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, of course, you know the Fan Replay is brought to you by Ciroc, as it is each and every single day right here on 105.3 The Fan. You guys ready to go around the entire NFL?
I am.
Then let's dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with the most important news of yesterday, Mike. Do you know what it was?
T-Law.
Nope.
Oh. Jacksonville.
Nope.
I have no clue. I don't know.
Baltimore defeated Houston 25-9.
It was a boring game. It was
and that, my friends, Scorigami for the 1076th time. And I was too excited about Scorigami. In NFL history, that is a unique final score of 25-9. Congratulations to all involved.
Since I watched that game flipping back and forth between the San Francisco-Pittsburgh game and that one, I would like to give a check mark to Bobby for week 1. Lamar Jackson sucked.
Oh, my gosh.
I will tell you this. So did Quinn Ewers against Rice, and then he was unbelievable against Alabama. So I don't know what that means for Lamar Jackson the rest of the season and for week 2, but if you watched him play yesterday, you would say, yes, he's just a running quarterback and cannot pass to save his life.
The same cannot be said for C.J. Stroud, who completed his first pass in the NFL to himself.
Well, good for him.
That was awesome. They said, I didn't know this, but Brett Favre did that.
Yes, that is correct. And I was going to bring that up. So you have to make a decision right now. Twofold question.
Will he be Brett Favre?
Will C.J. Stroud have a better career than Brett Favre? And 2, will C.J. Stroud get into less off-the-field trouble than Brett Favre?
Stroud will get into less trouble. That's pretty easy at this point.
Don't send unwanted junk pictures or defraud the welfare system.
There's plenty of time.
He shouldn't aspire to that, though, right?
Agreed, but do you think Brett Favre aspired to that?
Brett Favre will be better. A little bit. Brett Favre will be better than C.J. Stroud. Another thing against C.J. Stroud, it's tough to be like, hey, do you think you'll be in the conversation for top 10 quarterback of all time?
Sure.
That's very tough to do. But I will say, watching some of that game, I just expected more from Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson, I don't even know if he was better than C.J. Stroud. They just obviously were able to kind of control that game, especially in the second half. I thought Stroud showed signs of potential. So if I was a Houston Texans fan, there might be 5 of you listening right now. I would say, man, CJ Stroud, we're going to lose a lot of games this year. We're probably at most going to win 5 games at most. But I saw potential there. I saw some plays that I liked, some throws that he made, some extra time that he created. Right. Overall, he's going to be one of probably the 10 to 15 worst quarterbacks in the NFL this year, but it doesn't mean that he can't improve as the season progresses and in year 2, year 3 look like a guy who could maybe lead us to a playoffs.
I almost wish, Kevin, that you had been in radio many, many years ago so that you could have created the nickname Bet Favre. For back in the day, because there was a time where you just didn't bet against Brett Favre. You always bet with him. So that was a pretty good job, dude.
Now, I know we already talked about the Cincinnati-Cleveland Browns game, but I'm going to take you to cut number 27. My hypothesis is, even in week 1, this will be the best football post-game quote you will hear all year. I take it away, Jamar Chase.
It's frustrating because I called their ass L's and we just lost to some L's, so I'm pissed on my part. I'm pissed on that. And like I said, man, we got missed opportunities. We didn't capitalize on that, and we lost. So that's how we lost.
You're telling the truth.
He said, and I quote, I call they ass elves, and we just lost to some elves. That's a top-notch quote right there.
Elves?
Yeah, because remember they had the touchdown elf.
Like L, okay.
No, they have the Keebler elf as their logo now on the middle of the field.
Yeah, and they lost to the elves.
Exactly.
I appreciate him just being like, look, like whenever it's that bad, that's kind of how you have to respond is we stunk. And we know we're better than that. And that's just what we got to deal with this week. And then you got to eat that all week, you know? Like that's what you have to sit with and eat all week long.
Now, we talked about some of the disappointing games. And in addition, on the Ravens side, J.K. Dobbins tore his Achilles. He's out for the rest of the year.
He's out for his career. That ended it. I will put money on. He will try to come back, but his body cannot handle the NFL. I played with people for Major League Baseball that, hey, they were really good. Their body, especially pitchers, could not handle pitching every fifth day. It was too much of 6 months every fifth day. And J.K. Dobbins, unfortunately, has the talent and ability to be a good running back in the NFL. God did not provide him the body to last in the NFL.
If you're looking for a super fun game yesterday, I thought this was probably the most exciting game outside of the Cowboys, which I loved every minute of it, no matter how lopsided it got. Let's go to cut number 25 right here. Is the Dolphins and the Chargers was a lot of fun.
And a 3rd and goal at the 5-yard line going in. Flips it to the corner and it's caught! Tyreek Hill, touchdown!
Who else can you beat in a game? My gosh. Tyreek Hill, again, what a throw. What a throw by Tua.
Now, that game was incredibly entertaining, especially if you love offense, was it not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even seeing Austin Eckler go loose for 117. He had 4 catches for 47 yards. For a guy that they were like, hey, look, we don't need you that much. He sure is a big part of their offense. But that's, I mean, like on both teams, lots of offense. Kevin, this is what I was pointing to last year with Miami, though. Every time their offense would make a good play, their defense kind of let them back into the game. It never felt like they had control. I think the Dolphins are going to be playing games like this all year. And here we are, the Chargers again. Their offense was able to do something. It was better than it was last year at times where it was just like it would stall. But they just couldn't keep the opponent from doing what they were doing.
Now, this is going to be a tough question. Over under. Tyreek Hill is currently on pace to finish the season with 3,655 yards receiving.
And he only predicted a 2,000-yard season, right?
He's taking the over or under then.
If Tua T can stay healthy, then I do think he can get to 2,000 yards. They have a special connection. That's going to be an interesting team to follow because I think if Tua T can
That was my dark horse MVP.
I think they can win 12 or more games and win that division and put themselves in Super Bowl contention. Now, their defense, that's their thing. They're going to have to keep doing that. I don't know if their defense is going to be able to hold good teams under 27 points.
Mike, I'm going to put you to the test, and I'm going to give you a hint. Tua T, 466 yards passing in that game.
Mm-hmm.
4th most in a season opener ever. Oh, gosh. The 3 that are ahead of him are all either in the Hall of Fame or going to be in the Hall of Fame. None of them are active. Steve DeBerg is not in the Hall of Fame.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
Let's go look.
Steve DeBerg is not going to be in the Hall of Fame.
You don't know
that. Brett Favre? Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers
They're all retired.
Oh, okay. Because he said going to be in the Hall of Fame, so I thought
That's
maybe
a
there's
hint.
an active. So somebody who is Tom Brady?
Tom Brady, 2nd on the list with 517 yards in a season opener.
Corey's favorite quarterback of all time?
Drew Brees?
I don't know. I'm just guessing. I mean, I honestly don't know the answers. I'm guessing.
Incorrect. Dan Marino is 3rd on the list. Number 1 is the guy who people always forget about because he played 6,000 years ago.
Fran Tarkenton.
Norm Van Brocklin.
Of course it's
had
Norm
554 yards in a season opener. But yeah, Tua, 4th most. And the other 3 are all in the Hall of Fame. Like, I know probably our audience doesn't actively think about Norm Van Brocklin, but he's still in the Hall of Fame.
We should bring his name up more often. Like, we really should have more conversations about.
Would you rather hear
Norm
about
Van
that,
Brocklin.
or would you rather hear about the 3rd place Super Bowl they used to do in the NFL?
What?
3rd place game?
Yeah, it wasn't called the Super Bowl, but they had a 3rd place game.
Smart. I mean,
Is it?
basically like the bowl system in college football, right? They're like, hey, we got a bunch of games.
It's like FIBA.
We're going to watch them.
They made the United States get hammered
There ain't
again.
crap else to do right now, so y'all just enjoy these crappy games.
Yes, there used to be a 3rd place NFL game. It was called the Playoff Bowl.
Did the Cowboys play in it?
Yes, they did. In 1968, the Cowboys were indeed victorious in the playoff bowl.
Kevin, in Norm Van Brocklin's first 8 games of his career, he threw for 601 yards.
Well, what?
So you're saying that he
Wait,
threw for
how many
500
games?
something in his first 8 games of his career?
Ooh, okay. This was in a season opener, so I don't
Yes,
know.
that's what I'm saying is in one season opening game,
that's amazing.
he almost threw for more yards than he did his first entire year of football.
Football used to be crazy, man. All right, let's take you, right? Don't you think? Can you imagine? Think about it, Mike. You gave me this look. But can you
Well,
imagine?
that's just like when you just that one sentence by itself is
yeah.
interesting.
Just can you imagine back in the day, you're just used to running the football, and all of a sudden they're just heaving it up in the air.
Well, I turned to CNN after the Cowboy game just to see what the liberals were talking about.
Oh my God, Mike!
And
politics.
It was actually they were doing a football special, and I didn't know this, but Teddy Roosevelt actually, when he was president, got the Ivy League coaches together because there were 45 deaths in like 5 years based off of football because of how violent it was, and people were dying with head injuries because of it. And he was like, how can we make this less dangerous? I love this sport. Teddy Roosevelt loved it, wanted it to continue in college. And he said, but we can't have 45 deaths in 5 years based off of this sport.
Yeah.
And that's what started the forward pass.
Wow.
Is they said we probably need to spread things out a little bit and maybe not have all 22 guys ramming their heads together every play.
That makes a lot of sense.
So that's what started the forward pass was 45 deaths in Teddy Roosevelt's time in a 5-year period.
Now
that's what CNN was talking about yesterday.
Another version of ramming your head into another person's head was watching the Raiders-Broncos game yesterday. But the good news is Sean Payton tried to start off his run in Denver with a bang. Let's go to cut number 29 here in the Broncos' eventual 17-16 loss to the Raiders.
First kickoff in a Broncos uniform, and it's an onside kick, and it's fumbled into the hands of the Raiders, and there's a pile, and it seems like the Broncos may have it. They do.
Flag down on the field.
Oh.
So they didn't actually end up getting it.
Dude,
so,
pretty brilliant though, right?
I mean,
to try it.
I agree with
That's
that.
some cojones to say, you know what, here's how I'm starting this thing, but it didn't go very well.
That was very
Sean Payton.
controversial this morning on the national shows.
The onside kick?
Yeah, to say Rex Ryan was like, all you're doing is telling the other team and your team we're not as good as them, so let's trick it up to start the game. And I was like, I get where he's coming from, but I can see the other side of if we do get the onside to start off our season, how kind of exciting
it changes
and the momentum.
Look,
and
we're all
of
different
that.
here this year. You know, that's what it's telling you, the entire fan base is this is different if it works, but it didn't work, and so you look like a fool.
I think Peyton will get exposed this year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Plus, in the next hour, we will give away a pair of Cowboys tickets. All coming at you next right here on The Fan.
Miss any show segments? studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas. Built for you. It is Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Man, as you can guess,
Great.
we're doing fantastic. A couple of weeks ago, or I guess a few weeks ago, when you made the Kelvin Joseph trade, you knew it would be for the player that was going to score the first touchdown of the season, right?
No, we had that down pat. We knew that was coming for sure. But no, in all seriousness, it was certainly great to see Noah. I won't even try to, other than Noah I won't try the last name, but I'm sure if he keeps doing things like that, we'll figure it out before it's over.
That should be a new mantra of all sports teams. Do more important things. We'll get your name down, Pat.
Yeah.
I think that's a good point. And him and Deron Bland scoring the first two touchdowns. Like, as much as we love this offense, holy cow, special teams and defense was showing out all night last night.
Well, of course, that starts at the top with Mike, and, it's what he and Dan and, stress. And, of course, Shotty on the other side is protect the ball, which is what we did last night. And, it's just they're picking up right where they left off the last 2 years in terms of getting the turnovers. You can see it in the culture. You can see it in the attitude of the defense. Bland, picked up right where he left off as well. He had a great year picking the ball off last year, and, of course, gets a pick six last night. And, Diggs, there we're up, 30-plus points, and he's running a guy down and hacking the ball out and, doing the way we practice every day. So hats off to Coach Quinn, Coach McCarthy, Coach Shotty, the whole crew, Bones, and what they're stressing every day and certainly taking it to the field.
Well, to your point, and then this is on two of the other cornerbacks there, and you just mentioned Diggs. One, did Diggs come in this season and intentionally say, I want to be more physical? And then with Stephon Gilmore, is that the smartest player you've ever seen on the field?
Well, he's just, we knew, when we made the trade for him, what he brought to the table. He's a former NFL Defensive Player of the Year, known for getting the ball as well, and certainly knows the game. He's not only, as I mentioned at the start of the season, both him and Cooks not only bring, their game to the field, but what they bring with leadership off the field and what they bring, every day in practice may be as big as what they're bringing on the field. But no, I give Dan a lot of credit there too. He critiques these guys, what they can be better at from the year before. I know certainly it's great to see Diggs out there responding, after getting a big old contract and then making the plays he did. Certainly makes you feel good about that. But, I just think, that's the way we've seen us practice. We were looking forward to seeing it. As we know, we didn't see a lot of these guys in the preseason, the veteran guys, and it was great to see them go out there and perform at a high level.
Is there ever that worry, even with the veterans who you've seen do it year after year after year, how they'll come out in that first game, seeing as how they don't usually see time in the preseason?
Well, it is. I mean, it's a little bit of the unknown, but at the same time, I also understand, everybody has different ways of doing it. Mike's a big believer in protecting the vets and getting the work done in practice. As you can see, both sides had their challenges practicing against each other every day in practice. I know I even saw where Dak was quoted as one of the things he was looking forward to the most was going against the defense without Mike on it. And certainly Michael's disrupted our offense throughout. And, you guys who were out at training camp saw it, just how disruptive he can be for a practice. But I think it made the offense better. And, that was tough conditions last night, for both offenses. The ball was wet. I think saw some drops, saw some things that we can definitely clean up. But, that was certainly tough conditions out there.
Steven, my son asked me this question, and I'll just pass it on to you. He's 15 years old. He's really excited about the Cowboys last night, and he said, Dad, are we really this good? So I'd like to ask Stephen Jones, are the Cowboys really this good?
Well, you've got to a lot of things went our way last night, and it's not that I don't want to take away from any of our guys because they made a lot of those good things happen for us. But, that's just one game. Certainly, our guys came out and were prepared. Hats off to the coaching staff. Hats off to the players. I think when we walked in to see Mike before the game, he was saying, this one's overcooked. We've gotten prepared, and it's time to play. So, we've got a lot of work to do this year. As you know, you can look in the game and see a lot of places where we can be better. I mean, the first drive, they were having some success running the ball against us. We certainly tightened that up and played well the rest of the game. As I mentioned, had some drops there that can certainly be better with. So, we've got to continue to improve, and it was a great start, but we know we got a lot of work to do.
Now, one of the other things that everybody was highly anticipating, looking forward to, was this new Texas Coast offense and trying to see what it was all about. Do you think you kind of got to see the full view of that, or because the lead was so big, you kind of had to tuck some of it away and say, we'll save it for another day?
Well, there's some more wrinkles for sure, and things that I know, Coach McCarthy and Coach Shoddy are going to build off of in terms of setting other things up in the future. So I think that was a taste of it, but I do think there'll be a lot more wrinkles as we move forward. The biggest thing of all, that we're going to stress, that Coach McCarthy is going to stress, along with Coach Quinn and Coach Shoddy and Bones, is, one, get the turnovers, and two, protect the ball. And last night we did a good job of both. And, like I said, tough conditions. It would have been easy to have a turnover or two in that rain. And certainly we got our share of them, but our guys did a good job of protecting the ball as well.
Since you are on the rules committee and salary cap can be carried over, could you introduce a rule where we can carry over some of this 40-point margin of victory to future weeks?
It's funny you say that. We actually said that. We're wanting to save some of those plays, especially as we went into the fourth quarter. Let's save some of this for the future. But no, it was a great night. Anytime you can get a big divisional win on the road like that against the Giants, it's a great start to the season. But I know our players know this. I know our coaches know this. I know we as an organization know this. We got a lot of work to do.
Now, a more serious rules committee question for you. I was curious, we didn't get a chance to talk about this in the offseason. More restriction of hitting with the helmet. Can you walk us kind of through that talk as it went along in the offseason and how that rule might have kind of been expanded a little bit?
Well, I just think the bigger thing is we all know if you can keep the head out of the game, it's better. There's some inherent things that happen when you have inline play with the defensive and offensive linemen that, are just part of the game. But it doesn't mean that you can't continue to coach, and coach plays out of games that, that you can look at. And I know our coaches, lead the way and wanting to keep our players safe. So, we're always going to look at that. But at the same time, we know we play a game that's physical. And you're going to have, it's impossible to avoid not having, the helmet involved. As I said, inline play, things of that nature. It's going to be part of it. But our goal is always to make the game safer, but also have a great game.
Steven, I was kind of curious. When did you think that Wanye Thomas and Marquise Bell would be contributing this way, like with this many big plays for this team? Was it fully realized last night, or was there some other time when you were like, I think these guys can be a part?
Well, Bell was making a lot of, things interesting for us last year. He just didn't get the opportunities with Dono and Curse and Hooker and, just never got his chances. Wanye, I must say, but obviously he's come on. We had thoughts about moving him to linebacker in the off season, but didn't do it. Ended up needing to because of injury to Overshone, and certainly he played well. But and then on the Wanye side of things, he just took another big step here. Once we put on the pads in training camp, from day one in the preseason games, that's what those games we believe are for, to get these young guys opportunities to show. And every time Wanye stepped out on the field, he was making plays. And certainly he carried that right on into the regular season. When we moved Bell down, it gave Wanye the opportunity at safety, and we're a better team for it.
I'm curious your take on the play of Chuma Edoga last night and your thoughts about Tyler Smith's availability going forward.
Yeah, I think Chuma's a veteran guy who's who's played the game, and that's what we liked about him. His only knock when we did sign him was injuries. Of course, he's had some of that here with us in camp, but he was able to really step up for us last night. And we're getting ready to walk in here and get some grades on these guys and see exactly how they played. But my feel for it was overall the offensive line did a great job, and certainly I know Tyler was wanting to be in there, but he'll continue to work to get ready. As we all know with soft tissue, same thing going on with Dono and his calf is you don't want to rush those back because it's if they re-injure those, then you're starting over again. So we think we got the best in the business in Britt Brown and Jim Maurer in terms of rehabbing these guys, and they're aggressive, but at the same time, they want to get them back to where they stay out on the field. So we'll definitely be monitoring those two situations. But overall, we thought Chuma did a good job, and it'll be interesting. Some of the guys got in to play the fourth quarter, and be interesting to see how they played as well.
And whether it's Chuma or Bass or whoever else, if the offensive line can play well, does that give the team and give Tyler maybe a little bit more time to properly heal that injury and not try to rush back?
Absolutely. I mean, that's why you have these guys and you feel comfortable that you can go out and play a game and protect Dak and, have the offense function at a high level. Then certainly that gives you the time, just like Bland playing the way he is at nickel is certainly letting us, work with Jordan Lewis in terms of his injury. So when you have that type of depth, it's certainly helpful. Same thing at the safety situation with Bell and Wanye, giving Dono that chance, do what he needs to do to be 100%. All those things are big pluses when you have competitive depth on your football team.
Stephen, at the bar I was at last night watching the game, when Brandon Aubrey missed the first extra point, there were a lot of oh my gosh, oh no, situations. But then I told everybody, I was like, he's not going to miss another one for the rest of the year. So far, I'm looking pretty good. But I
love it.
Were you feeling like, oh no, or what were you feeling when you saw that first missed extra point?
Well, if you're real honest, everybody probably said, oh no. But it's like you said, he's a rookie. It's his first kick. And, when he stepped right back up and made the field goal, the next kick, then I think everybody said, hey, he's going to be just fine. He's got great mechanics. We really think a lot of this guy, and I do think he's wired the right way in terms of his nervous system, and I think he's going to be a really good kicker for us this year.
Now, the last thing I was curious about has nothing to do with the game last night. You've been around football your entire life. Do you ever remember an NFL game called the Playoff Bowl?
I'm not sure. I don't think I remember that one.
From 1960 to 1970, that was the third place game that was played for the teams that did not make it to the Super Bowl. Vince Lombardi once called it a loser bowl for losers.
Well, we hopefully won't be in a position to be in that type of bowl game this year. Hopefully we'll take care of our business and get in the real tournament and see if we can be better than we were last year.
Well, while they're giving out those grades, spread the word about the playoff bowl. We really feel like everybody needs to know about that. Thank you very much, good sir. Congratulations on a dominating opening game.
Well, great being on with you guys and look forward to a great year with you.
Absolutely. There's Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Look, Corey, I started looking up more stuff about this. Vince Lombardi also called it the S Bowl.
Oh, my God.
And after they lost one of the games to the St. Louis Cardinals, he said, and I quote,
oh, my gosh.
It's a hinky-dink football game held in a hinky-dink town played by hinky-dink players. That's all second place is. Hinky-dink. That is actually what he said.
I think Vince Lombardi and Mike Bassick would have been best friends back in the day.
A million
Just think of Mike walking by hotels going, that is a minor league. That's an A-ball hotel right there. This is a hinky-dink hotel.
I always love reading stuff about coaches and Tom Landry, things that he did that you probably can't do today. He would specifically, after a loss, point out in the locker room, we lost because of you.
Oh, my God.
Like, you did this, it didn't matter if it was Randy White or whoever. Like, he made sure if you made a major mistake that he felt that cost the game, he made sure in front of everybody to make sure you are one of the reasons we lost this game because of this specific moment.
I think Corey's right. Yeah, would be friends. Specifically, the quote is, "It's a loser bowl for losers."
Yeah, that sounds like Mike.
That does sound like Mike. All right, a couple of quick NFL
Better make them quick.
notes for you. Disney and Spectrum, they have settled. So all Spectrum customers rejoice. You can get back into the groove right there.
Monday Night Football, baby.
That's right. And then potentially really bad news for the Browns is Jack Conklin, their right tackle, suffered a torn ACL in that win over the Bengals, and so he is out for the season. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. Who gets a tip of the cap from you in the destruction of the Giants? Plus, Mike likes it. Plus, we will have our Cowboys ticket giveaway. All coming up next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some?
Two safeties very deep.
They do not want to drop. Or he's going to hand it off. They do not want to drop.
Parsons at left tackle again, makes a stunt, and Jones throws it out to the left. Fumble! Recovered in the air at the 20. Run into the end zone by Deron Bland.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That fella, or the fella that helped cause that ball to pop out, might be leading the way in our Cowboys thank you notes. 877-881-1053. Who do you want to say thank you to for that Dallas Cowboys game? Also, want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers is Trayvon Diggs. So Trayvon Diggs forced 2 turnovers yesterday.
They did. I saw it.
In the first one, he dropped that shoulder. I don't know if that's because occasionally he'll drop a shoulder in there or if that was the contract shoulder that you got. I'm not sure.
No, he likes dropping that shoulder, doesn't he?
He does.
Because wasn't that what happened on the George Kittle thing?
Sometimes it doesn't work out.
He got spun around on that one too, though, and missed, didn't he? Yeah, on the George Kittle one.
But this time it worked, though.
Yeah, this time it worked good.
Yeah, and it led to an interception, and then later on he forced a fumble. Trayvon Diggs, I thought, had a huge impact in this game.
Yes. No, absolutely, man. He was very, I thought there was a little more physical attitude to him. And I think when you look at the effort that you got in the front line too, whenever Daniel Jones drops back and sees that everybody's covered, what are you going to do? You know, like you panic and then realize that Mike is about to hit you in the face.
Now, and that's pretty much nothing they can do about it because from the 6-8-2, thank you to that entire defensive line. They were going insane. So let's talk about it. Marcus Lawrence had 3 pressures yesterday. That put him in 5th place.
For the team?
For the team.
Is that good?
That's exceptional.
Not if you're the Giants. Dorrance Armstrong had 5. That put him in 4th place because Osa, Dante Fowler, and Micah Parsons all had 6 pressures yesterday.
And Dante didn't get to the quarterback. Like, he had the pressures, but he never got the sack.
Yeah.
But I have no problem with what he did because he applied pressure that forced errors.
Why am I drawing a blank? Somebody got a sack, and it was like, yay, and then there was a penalty, but then like 2 plays later, they got another sack, so then they did get a sack. It was late in the game. It was 4th quarter, because it's when all the backups were in. It wasn't Sam Williams, but I just remember going, all right, that's cool for him. Then I was like, oh, because, you know, they always do that stupid stuff. Like, oh, man, his first NFL touchdown. When it's preseason, like, it wasn't his first NFL touchdown. This is practice. Nobody keeps these stats in preseason football. It doesn't count as your first NFL touchdown. So then when he got the sack, I was happy for him. But then it didn't count because there was a, like...
But you don't know who it was?
I forget. Whoever got a sack late in the game... They got a sack, and then it didn't count. Then they got another sack. So then I'm like, all right, at least they got one.
I'll look into it and see if I can find out.
Help us out. I'll go to Twitch.
Was it Chauncey Golston?
Yes.
Golston, yes. I remember that now. Thank you for bringing that memory back to my life because I do remember that. I would like to give Osa mine. Osa, I have another thank you letter too, but Osa for what he did last night. Hankins and Mozzie do their job next to him, okay? And Osa gets pressure from his spot. He is so much fun to watch.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. This is the part that was astonishing to me. There was 37 dropbacks yesterday by Daniel Jones.
In a row?
No, no. They didn't have the ball very long. The Cowboys got pressure on him 23 of those 37 times.
Okay.
That's 62%, which is the 4th best game by any team in the last 4 years.
If they had audio, this is what it sounded like for Daniel Jones most plays that he would snap it. Set, hut! Ah! That's what it felt like every time. Hut!
I like if you're only listening and not watching on the Twitch.
You can't
this
see
time
it either.
he slightly turned to the left,
I'm
but
left-handed.
still had the same reaction.
It was just, that's how it felt like. If you were Daniel Jones, you had about 1 second until you were screaming for your life.
From the 806, thank you, Dan Quinn, for staying with the Cowboys and building this defense. Dude, I think it's a legitimate thank you because Dan Quinn could have left to any team he wanted to, according to Jerry Jones.
Sure.
But because Jerry's such a sweet talker, he came back. But the whole point is you show up the first year, you do a good job, you're like, hey, that's great. Now I'll see y'all later. But if you stick around, you have the opportunity to say, okay, I have a potentially generational player in Micah. What else do I have? And what else can I show that I can turn these other guys into something useful? How good of a defense can I build? Can I be a legendary coach also as a defensive coordinator? Can people look back and go, that dude did something special? And I think that's what he's trying to do. I like that he stuck around, put continuity together with this defense. Thank you, yes, to Dan Quinn.
I'd like to apologize as somebody on Twitch here. He said I just had to lower the volume because I was getting looks at my desk.
Oh, yeah. That kind of makes sense.
Turn it
hey,
back
look,
up now. You can
we
turn it
didn't
back
know
up.
that
I
was
won't
going to happen
scream
either. From the 6806, thank you to Thomas. I don't know his first name. He got it all started. That would be Wanye Thomas, who we talked about a lot.
Yeah, we did.
During training camp. And to see him not only make the team, especially, by the way, go check out his backstory. It's really fascinating. But to see him not only make the team, but make a huge impact in that game. Because, by the way, the Cowboys defense looked fine in that first drive. And that was about it. And it looked like, hey, they made the big play when it mattered. They were going to hold them to a field goal, which, by the way, that was huge. But then that was the only good thing that happened for the Giants, is they had a solid drive to start the game. And then with that blocked field goal, nothing the rest of the day.
Did you guys ever think after the blocked kick for the touchdown that, boy, our defense could get worn out by accident just because they have to go back on the field? And I just thought to myself, I wonder how tired they're going to get as this first half goes along if you get to the end of the first quarter. And did our offense have the ball one time? Because
maybe
we kept getting turnovers, and I was wondering about that, and it didn't matter at all. The defense just kept it up, kept getting stronger. And then also them moving the ball down the field to start the game. I thought, okay, is this going to kind of be bend, don't break? And then to your point, that was the best offense they had all game long, was the first time they had the ball.
And I do remember, was it Collinsworth? It was like, and everything's going right for the Giants right now, or in this game so far. And I was like, we are literally like 5 plays in. Chris Collinsworth, shut up. Kevin, I would also like to give Micah one. And I think you can just put this down every week, we can give a thank you letter. But here's the reason that I want to do that. The mentality of him against the offensive line or against the offense in practice, he said it multiple times. I'm not here just to show up and practice. I'm here to make them better. I want to be this. I need to show up to practice to make them better. Everybody around me, I have to go as, when we were saying, hey, can you have him stop practicing? Hey, no, I'm doing this because that dude needs to be good enough to block me. And at some point, he's going to have to block Nick Bosa. At some point, he's going to have to block so forth. And then last night, you're hearing the hey, look, we're the best defense in the NFL. I think we're making a statement that we've been trying to make. We're the best defense in the NFL. That's what they want to prove. That's the goal that he set. Some guys just show up in a season and they're just like, all right, I'm here to do the thing and we'll see how it goes. But he has something that he wants to attain, and he's pulling the rest of the team with him.
Yeah, and you're right. There is a lot of simple as for the 2-4 Micah, bro. And
yeah,
you're right.
Yes.
I am not disputing that whatsoever. But just on a night when even NFL Network's official, or the NFL's official Twitter account, Cowboys put on an all-time performance tonight. No points allowed, 5 forced fumbles, blocked field goal, pick 6, 2 interceptions, 7 sacks.
It was
that's madness.
It was maybe the most dominant. It's just one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen from the Dallas Cowboys. And it's been a while. Obviously, you can go back to the 90s and go, well, what about the Buffalo Super Bowl 52-17? What about 35-0 on opening night in 1995? So there have been moments like that. It's just few and far between. My son brought up the Atlanta Falcons game a few years ago, where it got out of hand in a hurry and the Cowboys destroyed it. He said it felt like that. But man, that was fun to watch. I'm watching some of the highlights right now. You know what I don't know or don't understand about NFL teams? Like, why won't NFL quarterbacks and offenses get smart enough? They're showing Micah Parsons' first sack, and I get it. It can be 4th down. But why don't you, when a guy runs 20 yards into the end zone just to fart around to celebrate, Why don't you just line everybody up and just snap the ball, and then you have offsides or 12 men on the field? Like, I feel like I watch enough defensive players. It's not just Micah Parsons.
Saying, yeah.
They make a sack or they make a play, and they decide, I'm going to, because they have so much energy, I'm going to sprint 20 yards down the field in the wrong direction. And I'm like, I don't know why quarterbacks don't just say, in practice, a coach say, here's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
If we ever get sacked and a player ever runs 10 or 15 yards plus down the field to celebrate his action, we are just going to line up and snap the ball and just throw it deep or whatever. Maybe they don't even allow you to snap the ball because you literally have Micah Parsons 5 yards behind the quarterback when you snap the ball, and they just call it dead and you get free 5 yards. But I'm like, when will NFL coaches or college coaches get smart enough to teach these guys, when guys celebrate that far down the field, just line up and snap the ball? It's a free 5 yards they're giving us.
Yeah, no, I think that's that would be one of those little, hey, they did it once, you got to be aware of it. Like that one play, you're probably going to get it, but it could be very useful for some team. I would like to give a thank you note also to Deron Bland for being a right guy at the right place all the time guy. Doesn't seem like that when the ball's like got an opportunity to be intercepted, Deron Bland is just there. He's one of those guys.
I was going to give one of my thank you notes to the fans chanting "Let's go Cowboys" early in the fourth quarter. Like, it was audible enough that it had taken over the TV broadcast. Now, I'm sure many Giants fans had left. By the way, do we need to give a thank you note to that one Cowboys fan who's already a part of a bunch of memes, or does he look a little crazy with all the rain poncho people around him, and he's just like,
yes,
hey,
it is kind of terrifying.
He looks
Is
like
that movie Smile.
Yes,
that's
what
it is.
Exactly what he looks like.
How long will you sit in the rain to watch a game?
Well,
I was
depends
wondering,
on how much
especially
money
for
I have.
Giants fans, as they were showing them depressed in the fourth quarter. I'm like, dude, you've been getting poured on for 2 hours. Go home.
Yeah.
Your team lost. It's miserable for you. And then I can kind of understand more if your team is winning, and this is the only time you're going to see your team play in person because you're in the New York, New Jersey area. But at the same time, I just don't know how long I'm going to sit through a downpour watching my team play football.
I'm with you. I don't like to be wet in my clothes, and I don't like to be wet when I'm not in a pool. Like I or in the ocean. Like those are the two times, or a lake, all right, or a river. You understand where I'm going with this?
You don't have to name every type of body of water.
I would like to be in a swimsuit and be in the water rather than just standing there. I don't like getting rained on. I feel like I don't just.
I hear you. It depends on the circumstances, because I remember my freshman year at A&M. This is when they play Texas the day after Thanksgiving at like 10 in the morning. It was freezing cold that day, and it was raining, but me and all my friends were freshmen. This was our first A&M Texas game, and we were going to stay no matter what. So I think it's the circumstances, but if you're like a Giants season ticket holder, you'd be like, let's just go ahead and go home.
Like after 3 quarters,
awful.
you realize that it's
can't
not going
win.
to happen. You're not going to come back. It's wet and rainy, and just go home.
From the 682 thank you note to the Giants, who couldn't even score on the backups. Man,
that is kind of awesome.
The depth on the defense is absolutely tremendous.
We went through the depth multiple times at camp, and then as they started making cut downs, and we were like, dude, a lot of these backup guys would be starters on other teams. Not all of them. And I'm not saying that they would be, elite starters on all teams, but they would be starters. And I think the fact that the Cowboys have that, again, that's Dan Quinn influence. Because what happens if you bring a new defensive coordinator in? He wants turnover. He wants his guys, and whatnot. Dan Quinn was able to say, all right, I have my top here, and now let's add more to this, and let's keep growing it. Creeks, ponds, and seas also do count. Yes, thank you from the 469.
Do you mean creeks?
Creek. Well, I call it creek. Why do you call it creek? Is that?
Because I'm from Texas.
Okay.
From the 214, I'm spending that kind of money. I'm sitting through rain, hail, whatever. Even if your team is getting destroyed, I get it. If you're a Cowboys fan, you're like, I want to be there to celebrate this until the very end. But if your team is getting destroyed, I feel like I might bail. My team was winning like they were last night. I get it. Go ahead and stay out there. Oh, from the 214, I don't know if we need to hit the breaking news sounder or not.
From the 972, no man, star down. Our backups couldn't even score. So
okay,
our starters scored, Kevin.
Hold on, hit the breaking news sounder that we have.
Okay.
Breaking news.
you,
From the
Lucy.
214, I think Daniel Jones just got sacked again.
Oh,
all right,
no!
so go ahead and mark that
He got out of bed
down.
and instantly put back on his pillow.
He had the wettest jersey because he was on the ground so much. So he was getting the rain, and then he was getting the slosh.
Yeah, and the
of
rubber.
falling on his back a whole bunch of times. Oh, man. That's what my wife was like.
What's that word you used? The slosh?
The slosh.
Slosh.
Yeah, you slosh around in the water. My wife, because she doesn't watch sports, she sat down and was watching for a second, and you talked about the rubber pellets that were on.
Yeah.
Like, she thought Dak had a skin condition.
Oh, no. Okay.
Because he comes to the sideline, and, it's the camera's on, and there's all these spots on him, and Sue's like, what's wrong with Dak? And I'm like, those are just the pellets from the AstroTurf. But she's like, oh, I thought he had a skin condition that, like, in the offseason happened.
From the 682, yes, a fjord is also another body of water that I would like to wear a swimsuit in.
FJORD.
A fjord, yeah.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Mike Likes It coming up in about, 20 seconds. But before we get to any of that,
Get something away!
Dallas Cowboys Monday giveaway brought to you courtesy of Miller Lite. Caller number 10 will win a pair of party passes to see the Cowboys play New York again, but the other New York on Sunday, 877-881-1053 for caller number 10. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
Okay, so let's talk about the other dominating performance from Mike Likes It, because I watched 2 games yesterday where I watched most of the game. Obviously the Cowboys, and then the other one was the 49ers and the Steelers. That was the game on at noon, along with Houston and Baltimore, and I flipped over there during breaks. That was boring. This game was kind of boring in the aspect of the Steelers could do absolutely nothing. In fact, looking at the box score, it's shocking to me that Kenny Pickett had 31 completions for 232 yards, because it seemed like after watching that game, I was like, wow, the 49ers are the best team to start this season in the NFL. Obviously, that was before what the Cowboys did. But watching that game, guys, the 49ers look as for real as the Cowboys looked on Sunday night.
That was the worst home loss in the Mike Tomlin era. And he said after the game, we got our teeth kicked in.
Yeah.
I would say that their offense looked great with the ability to get the ball to Brand. Like, you can see that Ayuk is now that as good as Deebo is, Purdy has a connection with Ayuk that he just trusts completely.
Did you guys know the story? Because watching the game, I didn't know this. Maybe I just missed it in the offseason. Did you know Deebo was out of shape all of last year, and there was a 2-hour conversation between him and Kyle Shanahan at the end of the year and said, your career's going downhill, and if you don't get in shape, it's going to be over before you know it?
I did not know that, but I do know that, like, the season before, his body had taken a toll because they gave him the ball all the time. You know, he had always had these touches, and last year he was dinged up and he looked a little heavier. This year he looked a lot trimmer. In that game, he looked a lot trimmer.
So the story goes, which this is a little bit scary for Cowboy fans. Last year, Deebo Samuel was out of shape all year. And so because he wasn't great last year, and you could blame that on maybe starting Trey Lance and having the quarterback situation. But
he also had a holdout situation going into it.
So I didn't know this, that Deebo was out of shape all of last year. So if you didn't think like he made much of an impact last year or this and that. So Kyle Shanahan tells him after the season's over, kind of end of the year meeting, they have a 2-hour conversation, and Kyle Shanahan said, look, you're out of shape and your career is going to end before you know it with how you show. If you show up again, you're going to find yourself hurt, dinged up, and your career is going to be a short career. He said 40 days later, Deebo Samuel shows up in tremendous shape. He's like, he couldn't believe it only took him 40 days to get his body right and ready to go. So he's had his body in obviously good shape the whole offseason and ready to go. So that was one of those kind of stories during a game when you're watching the whole game and it's kind of a blowout that I had no clue. I thought maybe this is what more well known than I knew, that Deebo Samuel was out of shape last year. But Deebo Samuel has shown up in shape and ready to give them the best version of Deebo Samuel ever. So sometimes they best shape of their life. I guess at least for Debo, he showed up in the worst shape of his life for 2022, and their head coach, Kyle Shanahan, let him know at the end of the year that you really hurt us and you hurt yourself by the shape that you were in. My next thing from this that I want you guys to discuss here is this is going to be too high a praise, and he's not going to live up to Joe Montana. Brock Purdy has Joe Montana traits to me.
And what are those traits that you mean, like poise in the pocket or?
Yes, I think when you talk about all the extras, he just looks like he knows where the ball's going to go. He seems calm and collect. Look, TJ Watt was getting pressure on him at times. It didn't seem to affect him. He didn't seem to then get erratic or rushed or in a hurry when Pittsburgh would have some nice defensive plays. He looked in total control, in total command of that whole game. And I get it. Like their defense, San Francisco's defense was great. And Brock Purdy at the end of the day, right? You don't watch football games. 20 years from now, Brock Purdy, 19 of 29, 220 yards, 2 touchdowns, and you're going to go, big deal. He wasn't that good. It was the whole team that led him. And I get it. They had great running from Christian McCaffrey. They had great defense. But if you actually watch a football game and watch that whole thing, I think you would come away going, Brock Purdy does look like the real deal in his poise, where he places the ball. He has good risk reward in his brain. Yes. He understands the risk reward factor in certain situations. To your point, Ayuk does look like their number one receiver, but they have other weapons. Obviously, Kittle didn't even do much.
He didn't register much,
in this game, but it's like Brock Purdy's like, that's fine. Like there's going to be certain games where I rely on Kittle. I don't. To me, guys,
I think
Brock Purdy looks like the real deal.
His coach is very good. Like his coach understands and is very good at calling an offensive game and designing offensive plans. And I think in addition to whenever he steps foot on the field, he feels comfortable. I think it's because he knows that he got the education all along the week to prepare for it. I think he's prepared. And that's a huge factor in it. Whenever you know what you're supposed to do, you feel like you're protected. He never does look panicked. And he feels like, he sees what he's supposed to see.
That's an amazing trait to have so young.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a little concerning.
Being the last pick.
Yeah.
Like, I guess, look, I'm not saying he is the next Joe Montana. That's almost impossible to live up to. Joe Montana's arguably the greatest quarterback of all time. I'm just giving you, but he is in the conversation with Tom Brady, with Peyton Manning. If you want to throw like a Terry Bradshaw or something like that in there, I totally get it. He's in the conversation for greatest quarterback of all time. So that's unfair to compare Brock Purdy to Tom Brady, to Joe Montana, but he's end of the draft, obviously the end of the draft, but that's Tom Brady's kind of story. And then you look at Joe Montana and you look at all the traits he had. He could just run a West Coast offense better than anybody you've ever seen do. Get the ball out quick, read defenses quickly, calm and collect. There's obviously the story against the Bengals in the Super Bowl where he's pointing out John Candy in the stands.
Look, John Candy's there.
Because he had so much confidence in himself that he wasn't panicked in big moments. And Brock Purdy, to me, displays a lot of traits that make superstar quarterbacks. And it's not the athleticism. If you want to watch some of the greatest plays ever, watch Patrick Mahomes. I've never seen people do what Patrick Mahomes can do. He reminds me of John Elway-like stuff, Brett Favre type of stuff. Obviously, those, and Patrick Mahomes is better than Brock Purdy and will be probably remembered more than Brock Purdy.
Well, Mahomes has that combination of like extreme athleticism and the brain that goes along with identifying the game.
It's kind of like
and good coaching.
Can the pocket quarterback ever exist in the NFL ever again? And it has to be all about extending plays and being super athletic. And then you watch Brock Purdy and you're like, look, he's athletic enough. And he is so calm and collect as things are going around him that are a little bit crazy. And I was just looking. TJ Watt did have 3 sacks in this game. So it wasn't like he wasn't getting pressured a little bit. So I felt like Brock Purdy shows all the traits of one of those guys that's just going to be cool, calm, collect, and rack up 10-plus wins for a decade.
Now, would he do that on the Houston Texans? We always have this conversation. He is in a fantastic situation for sure. And like Tom Brady, he had the perfect storm that led him to being a multi-time champion.
All right, so I have a few minutes here, and I know we haven't done this all day, and I know that they're in the background of things happening. Let's just talk for a second about the Texas Rangers. Okay. As they do win on Saturday and Sunday. They lost Friday night, and I just thought, this thing's over, man. They just can't get it together.
Totally asking a serious question. Did you think they might get swept?
Yes. Now,
I figured it.
I felt good going into Friday. Not like the Rangers are going to turn it around and make the playoffs and win 90 games, but I felt like, all right, they're going to figure it out against the Athletics. And when they lost Friday night, I thought, oh my. And then when it's tied at 2 late in the game on Saturday, I'm thinking they've lost all confidence. They don't believe. And then yesterday watching, I did flip it over when John Gray had a horrible third inning. And you're just like, nothing can go right. In fact, John Gray looks like he has nothing left. I hope I'm wrong about that. But it looks like his energy and his ability to maybe give you 3 more good starts to end this season doesn't look like it's there. And then watching Evan Carter, that was fun. There was nothing super special that Evan Carter did in his 2 games. I thought it was weird that they sat him out, but they sat him out Saturday's game. But he ended up getting a hit. He has drawn 2 walks. He has a stolen base. He has a sac fly RBI. So I'm excited to see him play again tonight. And I get it. Monday Night Football, watching the Jets, Bills, that's our next opponent. I get 99% of our audience listening right now is going to be watching Monday Night Football over the Toronto Blue Jays and the Texas Rangers.
It's a big game.
It is big. And here's the deal. You do get from 6 to about 7:30 till you have to possibly change the channel.
True.
So you're going to get the first half of the game. What's going to be interesting for me tonight, Dane Dunning has not looked anything like himself the last 3 appearances, 2 as a starter, 1 as a reliever. I'm very concerned about tonight and what Dane Dunning has. If I was running the Rangers, which I'm not. I am glad I'm not. We probably wouldn't be in contention for a playoff spot if I was the manager. I would go to Martin Perez and tell him, I need you to be ready to pitch 3 batters into this game. I cannot afford, because I do have extra pitching. Yesterday you used Andrew Heaney to pick up John Gray. I have Martin Perez to pick up Dane Dunning. What Dane Dunning has shown me lately is I don't know if he's going to get out of the first inning. And I don't want him to face 6 batters until I decide to get Martin Perez going. I need Martin Perez to know quietly, Martin, I need you preparing for this game like you are the starting pitcher. Because if the first 3 batters get on base and he's walked 2 of them or he looks erratic, I'm taking him out.
Okay.
I know you can go 80 pitches for me. So in a way, I'm not saying this is the World Series Game 7 tonight, but because Dane Dunning has struggled. Now, here's the tough thing. Max Scherzer's supposed to start tomorrow, and he has an injury he's dealing with. So it's really tough right now because if Dane Dunning doesn't go deep in a game, and obviously Evaldi pitched on Saturday. If you're not following, Evaldi pitched on Saturday, so he will probably
2 1/3, 3 hits.
Maybe he pitches Thursday against Toronto.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. I'm not sure exactly how the Rangers are going to do this, but I do think Martin Perez could play a valuable role in this now because Scherzer's pitching hurt. Dane Dunning isn't pitching like the same. John Gray looks like he's out of energy, like he has not much left for the rest of the season. So this is very concerning going into this series, but you are connected half a game behind Seattle and a game and a half behind Toronto for one of the 2 wildcard spots. I don't think there's any chance in hell they catch it, the Astros. I think that's over and done with. So I am looking way more at Seattle and I'm looking at Toronto. I do think catching the Astros is dead and gone after getting swept.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and perhaps a special guest.
Yeah, let's talk to our friend from DallasCowboys.com, Isaiah Stanback, next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you missed out on our giveaway for Dallas Cowboys tickets, the G-Bag Nation will have a giveaway in the 5 o'clock hour for Dallas Cowboys tickets. But right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for that introduction. And in just a moment, we will talk with our friendly Swiss Army knife of a media member and former player, Isaiah Stanback. But before we get to that, I did want to say, last night we were at Old 75. And that is right there off of Central Expressway, or otherwise known as 75.
75, that makes sense.
And it's funny because, and I wonder how much they get it. They get that joke. Like, people are like, oh, is it because it's off of 75? I'm like, yeah, it's exactly why. But I did find out like that they were partnered with Doghouse. They had this plot of land, and they were just like, you know what, we need to do something with this. And they asked a couple people, hey, well, you want to invest in this? You want to be in with it? And they said, you know what, let's just do it ourselves. This place is awesome, dude. Like, it is the perfect outdoor patio for anybody that wants to just go hang out at some picnic tables, watch a game. They got a villa in the back area. Ooh. Yeah, villa, Kevin. I know you like fancy words. In the back area for you to be able to go, like, just chill and hang out by. And so, like, they had the party back there. That was where the Mr. Choate and his and his family were having a birthday party for their 29-year-old. He was the birthday boy. And they were giving away football tickets for the Cowboys. They were giving 5 pairs of tickets away. I know at some point there will be a Dak Prescott jersey to be given away.
Oh.
And so I invite you out. I do believe the next one is going to be the next away game, which is September 24th against Arizona. Come on out, have a good time with me. I had a bunch of buddies out there last night. We were having fun watching the game. But, dude, it was just a range of Tolos from all over that were just like, this is right here in my neighborhood. I'm excited about it. So I implore a lot of people to come out and enjoy it with us. Thanks to Old 75. And I don't know if you heard it or not, but in the pregame show, they were even giving shout-outs to Old 75. So nice work to our pregame guys, Eric and Broadus. Zach is on the postgame show with him last night. Now let's turn our attention to our good friend, as I call him, the Swiss Army knife of sports and media. It is Isaiah Stanback. How you doing today, Isaiah?
I'm good, fellas. How y'all doing?
Dude.
We won 40-0. I'm awesome.
40-0.
40 burger, baby.
Yes. And Mike is not a huge fan of that, but it's okay. I appreciate you bringing that back to the table. And I guess the big question, Isaiah, is will the Cowboys ever give up a point this year?
Yeah, most definitely they will.
How many more games until that
how long will it be?
Oh, it'll be this game, absolutely. I mean, the Jets coming across. Obviously, we'll see how good they are this evening. But, I mean, those guys have a formidable running game, and I still have question marks regarding Dallas's interior presence to be able to stop the run. But, I mean, what a game last night. Those guys did a great job.
Can I ask you a question about the interior of the offensive line? It felt like perhaps Tyler Biotish did not have his best showing last evening.
Yeah, no, Tyler Biotish. So here's the thing. So Tyler Biotish is a serviceable center, and anybody who expects anything above and beyond that is unrealistic. He's a good center. I know he did the Pro Bowl and that whole deal, but he's not the largest of human beings. And when you're going against two of the best interior defensive linemen in the league, even though you were able to keep them relatively quiet as a unit, those guys are still dudes, and you can't expect. You truly can't expect Tyler Biotish to stop both of those guys and have a formidable game. That's just unrealistic. So him holding his own is a win for the Cowboys. That's just what the expectation has to be for him, and that's not a knock on him. That's just pure size and strength when you're facing some of the best in the league.
How do you think the rest of the offensive line did last night, and kind of what they're dealing with here in the future with that?
I think they did a pretty doggone good job. The fact that you didn't hear Leonard Williams and Dexter Lawrence's name more often than you did lets you know that they had a heck of a night. I mean, again, the Giants as a whole, they got their butts kicked, but those two dudes right there, you could put that tandem against almost any interior tandem in the league, and it's going to be a respectable conversation. So the fact that Chuma Edoga was able to handle himself, Tyler Biotish held his own for the most part, and obviously Zach Martin is Zach Martin. I mean, that says a lot about this unit, especially when you're missing one of your key pieces.
All right, I did want to I'm very curious from a former wide receiver's look at things. You line up against Stephon Gilmore versus lining up against Diggs. As a receiver, what are you thinking across from both of those guys individually?
I'm going to try to get behind them.
Okay.
I mean, just honestly, I mean, you have a better shot at getting behind Gilmore than you do at getting behind Trayvon just because of his closing speed and his ability to track the ball. But, I mean, there's really no other way to beat those guys. They're both cerebral players. They're both patient. They're both lanky. They understand concepts. They have help over the top as well most of the time. They have a three-headed monster at safety, even though Donald didn't play. I've been telling people to keep their eyes out for Wanye Thomas, and boy, did he show up.
He did.
I mean, this is a solid secondary. There's really not a lot of weaknesses in the secondary, and then you couple that with the fact that this front seven is absolute madness. Their ability to get to the quarterback. I mean, you're going to have a lot of errant throws. You're going to have a lot of inaccurate throws. And when you do that, these guys are in a position to make you pay.
All right. So, Mike, if you would do us a favor, you also played quarterback, Isaiah, and Mike said this is what it sounded like every time Daniel Jones
Turn your radios down.
got the snap from center.
Be ready, car listeners. I'm going to scare you, but here it is. Isaiah said, "Hut!"
Is that what was going through his mind after the snap or pre-snap?
Hey, in my head, I had this visual. You guys remember Talladega Nights?
Yes.
When Will Ferrell went running around the track and thought he was on fire. That was Daniel Jones last night. Don't let the invisible fire burn my friend. So that's what he was doing every snap. And I didn't feel bad for him because obviously I support the Cowboys, but I've had those nights, man, where you just feel like nothing's going your way. And everywhere you turn, somebody's getting beat. You know, you can't even key in on one person because everybody's winning on the opposing side of the ball. You throw the ball up, you make a good pass, your best player gets hit by, one of the best players on the opposing side, and Trayvon Diggs makes a big hit. When he didn't hit nobody last year, now he's hitting people. The ball pops up, you get an interception for a pick six. I mean, it's just one of those nights, man. You just have to hang it up and just go on to the next week. Man, you just want to erase it like an etch and sketch and forget that it ever happened.
For Diggs, we're calling that the contract hit right there, is since he put that in there. But since you talked about the nights where nothing ever went right, did you ever have a night as a quarterback where you went into the locker room either at halftime or after the game and you're like, don't even say a word to me. I don't want to hear it, Steve. Don't say nothing.
Yeah, I try not to have – I don't remember having entire games like that, but I definitely – there's a couple throws that you always want to bring it, obviously take back off the board. But whenever I was struggling in the passing department, I would just tell my coach, just call a run. Just let me run it. Let me do something positive, because you got to find your way out of that rut.
Well, what did you think about, because I know you said you got some questions about the interior of the defense. How much are we supposed to take from that first drive by the Giants and how effective they were able to run the ball versus they did still try to run the ball some before the game completely got out of hand?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, so it's different when you try to run the ball when you're really one-sided, right? Your approach in the beginning of the game is a lot more even-keeled than it is later on in the game because the defense knows, well, they really don't want to run it. They're just running it because they're trying to keep us honest versus they're running it to set up something else or they're running it to, to give, to equate things in terms of run-pass percentage. So that initial drive is something definitely to be concerned about because they were giving up leaky yardage. I mean, I was worried. But everybody knows, including Dan Quinn and the rest of the guys on the defense, they know that was and maybe potentially is still the only weak spot on this defense. So as an opposing offense, what are you going to do? I'm going right up the middle. I'm not running to the tight ends. I'm not running to the sideline because these guys are fast as all get out. I want to go vertical, and I'm coming downhill, and I'm going to double-team Jonathan Hankins, and I'm going to make you put somebody else in there that is going to be a force that can stop my guys one-on-one or even two-on-one. I don't know if you have that guy, but I'm going to find out because I'm going to test it out. Mozzie Smith, he's trying to figure it out. I don't personally think Mozzie Smith is ready yet to be an impact player. Now, it's going to take him time, and I'm sure he will turn into that. But as of today, you can't rely on him as an impact player on this defensive front. So you got to go to Neville Gallimore. That's the next man up. Okay, Neville Gallimore, we need you to come in there and make a big impact. You're the next big physical presence. Golston had a heck of a night, but it was more so in the rushing department, in the rushing department, not necessarily in the rush defense. So, I mean, there's some guys that have to step up and make some plays. Jonathan Hankins, you can't just lay your hat on him. And obviously the Cowboys front office has tried their best to handle that aspect of the front. They're going to get tested this week, though, and we'll find out a lot more about those guys that's coming this weekend.
All right, we were kind of going through this a little bit, too. It feels like the game got a little bit so out of hand that the Cowboys offense didn't really get to unfold the entire map and say, this is what it's going to look like. We got a little glimpse with CeeDee Lamb, a little glimpse with this, but did it feel like there's a lot more for this offense to grow into?
Yeah, there's a ton. I mean, the West Coast offense, I ran it. I've been in it numerous times, and there's so many layers to it. Even when you think you have it figured out, you don't. The offense always knows what they're doing. They're always confident because you're really not running a ton of things, but you can make it look super complicated. So they're going to come out, they're going to do their base version of it, and then they'll start adding wrinkles. You'll start adding personnel changes. You'll start adding, motions and shifts and formations. There's so many ways that you can take the basic concepts from a West Coast offense and make it look like something totally different, like you drew up a whole new script. So that's what Dallas is going to continue to work into. I think you saw a little bit of it yesterday in terms of the creativeness. Who would have ever written or even guessed that Turpin would have lined up as a running back? It's not something you would have ever guessed. Nobody even put that on none of their money lines. But guess what? He was in the backfield, and he scored. So that is something that you have to worry about. Now, when you see 11 personnel come out, oh, crap, well, is it a true 11? Because now he's the running back, you know? So there's a lot of things like that you could throw out there with the personnel that Dallas has that can really throw the opposing defenses off.
If you're
like having 3 tight ends blocking up the, for that big old run.
hey, if they keep catching like that, they need a block.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It was wet, Kevin.
I know.
Nobody can catch a wet football, Kevin.
All right. Well, speaking about the weather, how long would you have stayed at that game if you were a fan of the Giants and it just kept raining?
I'm out of there by the beginning of the second quarter. I'm gone.
Wow, second quarter?
Yeah, I'm gone. I'm not staying in that. That was something that came to my mind yesterday while I'm watching the game. I'm like, it's pouring out there. It was nasty. And once you see the games out of hand, it depends now. How much did I pay for the tickets? Let's ask that question.
Yeah, that's a lot.
$400.
Yeah, I'm staying.
Okay.
Probably trying to pick up a souvenir cup on the way out. Just seeing somebody
That's
left
filled
one in their
with water.
seat. Yeah, exactly.
Give me a poncho, and we're watching this whole thing.
Isaiah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, would that intimidate you if you're one of those ponchoed Giants fans sitting next to that one Cowboys fan who was just smiling the whole time and he didn't need a poncho or nothing?
He was just happy.
Listen, man, I would be so irritated. That's when you just wait for the fan to stand up and cheer. You know, the little seat that comes up and goes back down. I would literally just put the seat up so when they try to sit back down, they just fail. That's what you have to do in that situation. You can't say anything to them, though.
Well, Isaiah, thank you very much for hopping on with us today, celebrating the 40-0. Cowboys might never give up any points again, although Isaiah says they will. But we look forward to talking to you again.
We'll see.
All right, man. Y'all be good, fellas. Appreciate it.
There he goes, Isaiah Stanback right there. He's awesome. He's a star in lots of different ways, man. I did want to ask you this, Kevin. Have you seen the Myles Garrett dribble before he goes and sacks Joe Burrow? Have you seen this video yet?
No.
This is the video right here of Myles Garrett, and he is doing the between my legs.
Oh, yeah.
And then, he's standing over the center, and he's just like, I'm playing basketball right now. Which way am I going to go? You don't know. It's gotcha, Joe Burrow.
All right, can I ask you if you saw something then? Did you see that DraftKings had to apologize for their Never Forget 9/11 parlay?
I did not.
Yeah, they were like, do you want to bet on the Mets to win, the Yankees to win, and the Jets to win?
And that's what they called it.
And it says, never forget, bet these New York teams to win tonight on 9/11. Some people weren't super stoked about that. So there's that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go around the NFC East. Who slayed? Who got tattooed? And this is how you make someone sweat. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
They have to get to the 37 for a first down. Back goes Jones. Pumps, looks, fires. It is deflected and intercepted. Intercepted. Running along the near sideline, it's Darius Slay. Breaks the tackle at the 30, 20, 10, 5. Pick six. Darius Slay.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's go around all of the NFC East. Always choose your own adventure here. You want to go Cowboys?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
They're the first place team.
40-0.
Isn't that how we do this? Is
Yes.
we start with the first place team?
If they ever win a game by 40, they get to go first. By any NFC East team.
Okay.
No matter what place they're in.
All right. That actually does make a lot of sense. All right. For the Cowboys, the first two scores of the season came on defense and or special teams. First time in franchise history.
What?
They've never done that before.
It does seem like a difficult thing to accomplish.
The only other time it could have happened is when we decided to have Quincy Carter as our starting quarterback, and it might have taken 4 games, but the only way we were going to score that rookie year was by defense and special teams.
I don't. A lot of people give Bones Fossils hell for being, the character that he is. But that was some exceptional work that they did. And hearing Mickey say that they had, talked about, look, you're going to have an opportunity to have a blocked field goal. It's pretty impressive. Like, those are two things also that I don't think you could have drawn up any way, shape, or form and predicted or bet on that they would happen. Right?
I would not have bet that Wanye Thomas would be essentially, he got such great positioning there and penetration that he would just be standing in front of the kicker. Be like,
he was hugging him. He was like, hey, I'm here. What do you want to do?
By the way, your first 2 scores of the season being defense or special teams, that's the first time any team has done that in 7 years. Not just the Cowboys.
Who was the team 7 years ago, Kevin?
I'm going to say the team who won the Super Bowl. I don't know the actual answer, so I'm just going to go with that. And then they were the first team with an offensive, defensive, and special teams touchdown in the first half since the 2009 Philadelphia Eagles.
They won it all.
They did not.
I'm glad they didn't, because Kevin would have been rooting for him probably.
Only if it was against Tom Brady. And if it was, yes.
You root against Tom Brady every time?
Hell yeah.
Oh, no. Even early on?
Oh, no. When he didn't actually do anything to win those Super Bowls and it was the defense that carried him, I wasn't against him then.
Okay.
All right. Let's talk about, look it up.
When he loves a quarterback, he will root against their rivals.
Damn right.
Kyle Trask, Baker Mayfield.
That's not my guy. That's Brandon's guy. All right. Let's talk about Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin back on NFL Network after he reached a settlement with Marriott as part of his, I believe it was $100 million lawsuit. It was a really gigantic number. He filed the $100 million defamation lawsuit against the Marriott. They've been in a court battle. That got settled, and Michael Irvin back on NFL Network.
That all happened real fast, too, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Like, I mean, I heard about that, and then the next day he was on. And it was like, okay, well, they really were ready for him to be back on, too, and they were excited. The team looked like they were very happy to have him back on there doing that thing.
Did
you also see he was in Colorado?
I mean, that makes sense.
On the sidelines.
Right?
Like, there were so many. We'll talk about that more tomorrow.
I was going to say, why would you change what you did last week? Like, get everything back together that happened last week.
Because Miami's playing?
Huh?
Miami was playing. But he was at the Colorado game.
Yeah.
He's out on Miami.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you see that Dak Prescott got a matching tattoo with Tad Prescott to honor their late mom?
Very nice.
Very nice
A lot of people were really going, like, they were upset that they were showing the.
That was a different tattoo that they showed.
That's a lot of tattoo.
Why were they upset about that?
They were because they're not the one that you're talking about. Then I guess, but the leg tattoo.
It was a different one.
They're just upset about that, about him, like him being featured with the tattoo stuff. They're like, that's all that we have to talk about right now is this and not football. Like, isn't that like kind of a story that goes deeper into what Dak Prescott is as a person and stuff? But I don't know.
I did not know that anyone was upset about that, but
people be people. And
I just know when they showed the tattoo, was that the leg? The whole leg?
Yeah, we talked about that a while back.
There was a lot going on there. I was just trying to take it all in. I'm like, is that Dallas?
Dude,
is that a
like,
moose? It's like there was a lot of things happening on that.
Have you seen like CeeDee Lamb's back tattoo? There's a lot of stuff going on his back tattoo also. That was a last year kind of thing, but there's a big story on that too.
Do you guys want to go to the Eagles, the Commanders, or the Giants?
Eagles are the reigning champs
of the NFC East, correct. And we played the highlight for Darius Slay.
And the whole NFC.
That's true. 70-yard return for the touchdown. Next play from scrimmage. Jordan Davis strips Ezekiel Elliott because he's not that good anymore. And they scored to put Philly up 16-0. The Eagles defense then forced 3 consecutive 3-and-outs. It looked like they were going to have their own 40-0 game. Then they punted 4 straight times after that, and their offense completely stalled out.
Okay, did it stall out, or did they go bland and say we have control of this game? And I know they ended up late in the game, the
they
Patriots
lost
game,
that game, yeah.
But I did see there were a couple moments where I was watching and I was just like, they don't look like they're doing anything special, and they look like they got a little too stagnant in what they were trying to do. But man, I didn't see anything I liked about Zeke in the New England Patriots uniform.
Well, he's finished, man.
He looked, they threw
he's
him
a backup running back.
They threw him a pass. He couldn't get to it, and he just didn't. He looked like he did here, and I wonder if enough Cowboys fans that were like, oh, no, Zeke still got it, saw that, and were like, whoa, okay.
Do you know the real reason New England got off to a bad start? Kevin knows.
Why is that?
Tom Brady was back, and he rang the bell.
Dude, did you see him run down? I'm
not going to blame him.
He ran down and gave the fist pump in the end zone while he was wearing his jersey and everything, and everybody was so excited about it. They were just like, oh my gosh, Tom.
And he gets to go into the Patriots Hall of Fame early. Robert Kraft's like, I'm going to waive that normal waiting period. I was like, yeah, dude, great.
How many people are in the Patriots Hall of Fame? Is it the Ring of Honor or the Hall of Fame?
Recent history.
Paul Revere. Okay.
Because he was on their helmet. Was that Paul Revere on their helmet?
It looked like him.
It was just Beastie Boys.
Yeah, Patriot guy.
Yeah.
He looks like it looks like a Paul Revere to me.
All right, let's
Ben
go.
Affleck, Matt Damon.
Ben Affleck has to be in the Patriots
Kurt
Hall
Schilling.
of Fame, right? Ooh, yeah.
Kurt Schilling. Is he a big Patriots fan?
I can tell you what he was a fan of
the
later on.
He got the Red Sox a World Series.
The Eagles.
He likes right.
Yes. The
Handed
Eagles
pitchers.
were 4 of 13 on third down and 0 of 1 on fourth down. They made it to the red zone twice, their first 2 drives of the game.
Oh,
And then
man.
Nothing. So much so that their offense struggled. Nick Sirianni said he'll reconsider preseason playing approach next year. Because he did. Because he said he thought the team came out so flat. He didn't say he would change it, but he said he would consider it. Something to keep an eye out on for the Eagles. Nakobe Dean made his first start on Sunday. He is now expected to be out multiple weeks with a foot injury that he suffered against the Patriots.
Tomorrow I ask all the football questions?
That's right.
So
You just made me think of a football question.
So it's all falling apart for Philadelphia.
I mean, they did still win. I'm not saying that. It's just slow offense.
Here's my hope, Kevin, because I did hear in that game Sirianni that he was quoted saying, "Look, nobody remembers the Super Bowl loser, so we got to go out there and establish ourselves this year." I hope that they
Did
just
you raise your hand and be like, yeah, last year was you guys.
Yeah, I hope that we establish again that this year is a nothing year for the Eagles.
You want to go Commanders or Giants?
Commanders won.
Indeed, they did.
They were good.
Their defensive line,
It was, yes.
it looked excellent. So
I don't know what to think about it because they played a minor league football team.
that's
but,
fair.
You know, it is true. Like they did play great, and when the
played an
Cowboys
XFL
win
team, yeah.
58-0 on week 3, we're gonna celebrate it. But you're like, I'm glad that you've played the Giants. They did make the playoffs last year because if you had done that against Arizona, you would go, oh my God, how bad is Arizona?
If I tell you right now that point spread is 16.5.
Cowboys.
Okay.
You're taking 16
I think
and a
it
half?
would have to get to
No, he
20.
thinks the Cowboys are going to win.
I think if it's 20 and a half, I would then go, ooh, I don't know.
Is it, Mike, is it because...
And I would still think the Cowboys are going to cover, but that's so many points, I wouldn't want to bet it.
How much of that would you give then to the Cowboys are that good or Arizona's that bad? Is it mostly Arizona?
I think it'll be both. In fact, I think the Cardinals might have played their game of the year already.
Okay.
I think they're going to peter out from here.
No, we don't use that term enough, by the way, peter out.
Is it because Peter is also
a private part area?
Yeah.
What?
You don't
That's
know?
what that's based off of?
No. I'm not saying that's what that's based off of. I'm just saying, is it because you wouldn't use like other terminology? You'd be like, oh yeah, they really D'd out.
It's really weird that
maybe you would. I don't know.
Two names, Richard and Peter, have become also the private area.
And William.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, yeah, it's true.
Jimmy as well.
That's true.
Oh, you know
we
what?
have so many names.
Plenty of names.
Golly. But like, there's not one like that for a lady, is there? There's like not like, oh, hello, my name's Rhonda, and they're like, Rhonda. Like that doesn't happen, right? You know what I'm saying? Guys,
If your name's Rhonda,
I'm sorry.
let us know if you've
I'm
been
sorry.
called out, Rhonda.
Yeah. Maybe if it's Gina, maybe that's all
That's
right.
my cousin's name. You keep her name out of your
Montez
mouth.
Sweat and Jonathan Allen both had 6 quarterback pressures in the game. They combined for 12 of the 17 Commanders' pressures in week 1. Also, Sam Howell was on the run. He got sacked 6 times in that game. So Commanders win, but whew, it was a struggle.
Yeah, people are texting.
Guys, are you ready? You want to talk about the Giants? Stop looking at me like that, Mike.
I'm like, I don't have any jokes inside of me right now.
Okay, that's good.
Because I'm wondering who's going to be worse, the Giants or the Washington.
Well,
right now they're even in my mind.
But one's 1-0.
Yeah, the other one's 0-1.
But they beat the worst team in the league.
I know, and the Giants, you said they get to play Arizona next week.
So is that like
They do.
Is
So
that
they'll
like
be
being
1-1.
0-1 if you
Yeah.
beat the worst team in the league?
If you beat them by 4 points, it is. The Giants, Daniel Jones in the first half. Just to show you how horrifying the first half was for him. He was 5 of 13 for 43 yards, 2 interceptions. On 22 dropbacks, he was pressured 15 times and sacked 4 times.
Good night.
He had more sacks and interceptions combined than he did completions. 5 completions, 6 interceptions or sacks in the first half.
I wouldn't want to keep playing. I would just retire.
Why are there so many texts about this?
Somebody said, don't forget Shaq and Charles.
Man, that's a good point.
callback. Really appreciate that one. That's a Tolo right there. And if you don't know what it is, if you don't know what Shaq and Charles means, have you been Toloing hard enough? Or are you just new to the station and you're like, I need to know? Well, there's plenty of opportunities. And if you want to know what a Tolo is, it means turn it on, leave it on.
Does your wife know that's what you call her things?
That's not, I don't think that's what I call them.
That's not.
You don't think or you know?
I don't.
You did a good
I'm
job
pretty sure
today,
I didn't
Corey.
say I call them Shaq and Charles. I didn't say that.
Barbecue chicken alert.
Underestimated your game, Corey. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Help me,
Coming up
Rhonda.
next,
Help me, Rhonda.
let's.
Shaq is on the right if you're doing it by the TNT set.
Oh my gosh!
Stage right.
Yeah, from her
So glad
perspective,
there's
right?
an N in the middle of that. Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Tolos, you've heard so many of us up here talk on The Fan about Gilchrist Automotive and the great things that they're doing.
CNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold directly to the public below market value, and you can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Graham Gano, the 9-year veteran, just signed a new contract, will try a 45-yard field goal from the left hash. And that ball is mishandled. Blocked and picked up by the Cowboys defender on the right sideline. It is Noah Igbinoghene, and he runs it in for a touchdown for Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Another injury update for you on the Eagles front. We already told you about Nakobe Dean. James Bradbury also in concussion protocol. That puts his availability for the Thursday night game into question. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. Happy Cowboys Monday.
Indeed, indeed. Was the Wanye, I know there's a lot to choose from, but was the Wanye-Thomas block your favorite moment of that game?
Oh, man, that's tough to say, but yeah, I think so. I mean, it was most impactful. It was definitely the turning point, Hagee.
Oh, the turning point. That was. I mean, because that's where everything changed, Kevin.
Your defense looks solid, but okay on that first drive, and then you block it, and you're like, well, you're done for the day, Giants.
It looks so damn good. I did love the Diggs hit, ball pops in the air, Deron Bland, pick six. That you could have just said, all right, game over right here.
Yeah.
Giants weren't doing a damn thing. So just to be different, I'll go with that one because of the hit, the execution, and then Deron Bland just picking up where he left off a year ago.
The 49-yard pass to Lamb because it showed creativity with the two picks and the wheel
bunch, yeah.
the wheel route on the back of that. And so to me, it's all about separation for Dak. They created a lot of it for a big play.
You know, I know Tony Pollard fumbled the screen ball and the night and
so happy to see a screen.
I know. That's what I was going to throw in there because I'm with you, Broadus, when it comes to that CeeDee Lamb play. I was like, oh my gosh, okay, I haven't seen this from the Cowboys really ever here.
Great
a wide
design.
open guy.
Yeah, great design, great setup. That's stuff you got to keep in your back pocket. Know they can do stuff like that. They need more of that. You know, they just need to create opportunities for Dak with open looks.
And I think we'll take this every day, but did the blowout nature of this game make it hard to judge the offensive changes that are supposedly afoot with the difference in the play calling?
The weather did.
That makes sense.
The weather really affected my thought of what, the fact that the Cowboys could have just lived off the points they got off the block field goal and then, what they were able to do, the pick six. They could have won that game 16-0. But I think the weather really affected how I was able to see really both offenses. I know the Cowboys did a great job of not turning over the ball where the Giants, it just was so problematic. but the weather really affected, I think, both offenses pretty strong.
Certainly that's going to be the thing talking about all week and leading into next week is like, what are we really going to see from the offense? But I did think there's the screenplay, there's the Lamb stuff, there's using Kevontae Turpin, finding ways to get him involved. There were certain things that you could see like, okay, there are some differences here, and for the most part, they were all positive.
I mean, the ball was coming out quicker, and it was mistake-free. So I kind of liked what I saw. Maybe you didn't have to open things up and go for explosive plays, but I feel like they play to their strengths, which is a good defense. Pollard at 5 yards per carry, Dak, no mistakes. I'll take it.
We talked about this maybe last week. I was really intrigued by the Chargers-Dolphins game because to me that felt like two teams that were kind of about at the same expectation level. Do you feel that way about tonight's game with the Bills and the Jets? Because there is a huge amount of hype on the Jets, and obviously that's going to be the Cowboys' next opponent.
Yeah, I think that's a good comparison. I also think we need to tap the brakes on Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert's not one of these amazing top-tier quarterbacks. Is he a top-tier talent? He absolutely is. You get the football back with a minute and a half to go, and all you need to do, a couple timeouts, and all you need to do is get your team in field goal range to win it. The Burrows are expected to do that. The Mahomes is expected to do it. And I get it. Look, Burrow looked like poo cheese yesterday too. But people have wanted to anoint Justin Herbert, and the dude hasn't done a darn thing in the NFL. Tua looked brilliant, but I think, that's a great comparison. I'm fascinated to see how this Jets offense looks, but also how does that Jets offensive line look?
Yes.
Cowboys took advantage of a really bad Giants O-line. Are we going to be able to do the same thing on Sunday next week after watching the Jets play tonight?
Is it too soon to say that the Giants wish they could go in the Wayback Machine and not draft Evan Neal? I know you need 3 years to decide, but
they don't need to go way back. They need to look at the Daniel Jones contract and go, we're screwed for 2 to 3 years. Yeah, I think that to me that I didn't expect the Giants' offensive line to be that bad, but I did feel like that their inside three, there were going to be some questions there, especially at the guard spot. When I had a chance to watch the game this morning on tape, it was clear that the Cowboys understood where the weakness was.
How do you think their center played? Because I know
he wasn't great.
Snap.
Yeah, it wasn't great. And if you talk to Giants people before the game, they will tell you that the power that John Michael Schmitz, really good athlete, but power players give him a little problem right now. And you could see with the way, and I'm going to talk about this in Krusty's Corner at 240, is that the way the Cowboys played on the Giants side of the line of scrimmage, it was that way the whole entire night. And so that's guys not coming off the ball well enough. They had the Giants completely on their heels, completely scared. It's amazing, though, the first series of the game, how well the Giants did block.
Yeah.
But then it took Micah Parsons to get an illegal procedure penalty on Thomas, and it made it from 3rd and 2 to 3rd and 7, and then you got the aborted snap. That was the change of the game right there. That they were moving the ball, they get the motion penalty, and then all of a sudden, all the bad things started happening.
And that is, I heard the question asked to you guys last night in the post-game show, and this is kind of what I'm scared of is, are the Giants that bad? Are the Cowboys that good?
I think the Cowboys defensively are that good. I think there are things that when we were all in Oxnard and we saw them taking it to the Cowboys offense, that they were able to carry over from the field of the practice field in Oxnard and bring that forward. Dan Quinn, he used every player on his bench. Every player that was active yesterday had a role in that game in the way that they played defense.
The waves of defensive linemen was just...
that stood out in a big way because Brian and I are looking at each other during the game, and yes, you got the amazing blocked field goal. You return it for a touchdown, but now your defense has to go right back on the field. And they got run. The Giants ran through them.
They ran through them pretty well. Yeah.
The Giants came back out, but you notice the Cowboys had a completely new, fresh four out there. It shows the depth of their defensive line, the way that they're able to just rotate bodies.
The Giants did the Cowboys a favor on that second series after the blocked field goal, though.
Trying to put it in the air.
3 straight pass plays.
Yep. Yeah.
They should have just gone back to the run and tried to kind of reestablish some things that they were able to get in that first series.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree with that.
And then they attempted to do that when it was too late, when they were down 16-0, and they were like, well, Collinsworth was like, they don't have any other choice but to run right now. And they were like, well, because they can't throw.
You're about to get opponents going forward they're going to try and commit totally the run against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
They're not going to let you rush the passer. They're just not. There's just too many things that happen. There
There were some things in those early series of that game where you could, if you're the Giants, the running quarterback. I know Gavin always talks about the running quarterback.
Because of how aggressive they are on the rush.
Yeah, I think not every quarterback in this league can run like Daniel Jones can, but I think that you're going to have to find a way to stick with the run. You cannot let this team pass rush you. You can't.
Justin Herbert should start running more like Daniel Jones. Give him a chance. It's just a couple of nerds, you know. It's a man's game. It's a stud's game. Those guys are too book smart.
Fascinating.
That's what that comes down to right there.
Interesting. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Too much brains, not enough nuts. What you call those two guys, Higgy?
Get us the nuts.
Man, this sounds like this show is going to be awesome.
Where all the nuts go. Dak showed some nuts running the ball, and he got hit, and I didn't want him to run the ball anymore after that.
Terrified.
I
loved it.
I was like, go. Oh, God, get down.
You're also the guy that's like he gets better when he gets in the mud.
I tell you what, he's a mud and blood guy for sure.
There's fighters like that in the UFC, for sure.
The muddier and the bloodier he gets, the better he gets. But yeah, he took a big hit on that run.
By the way, the UFC needs to get Sean Strickland the hell out of that middleweight championship real quick
Man.
and keep him off the mic because he's going to deter people from watching that sport.
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. Mike McCarthy's presser at 3, Cy Young Show 420.
All right. Plus, it sounds like plenty of mud, blood, and nuts coming up on the G-Bag Nation. Roll home with them. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say what Daniel Jones said.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service, at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. You have Alec Medford in for Lucius Alexander here today. Wolchuk and Chiafalo, of course, your Nosebleed brothers. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And we're off and running here on a victorious Cowboys Monday. The Mike McCarthy press conference is coming up at 3 o'clock. I think the biggest thing to me is just how exciting and good is this defense. Is it capable of being that defense that can carry you to a championship week in and week out? Certainly looks like it coming off of a shutout. What do you guys have to say at 877-881-1053? What did we just witness? Let's go to the former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl winning champion, Brian Broaddus.
I think there was some rough patches early in that football game with the way that the Giants came out and were committed to try and run the football. The first series of the game was some times where the Cowboys clearly weren't ready to play. And I mean ready to play like they were catching blocks. Guys were getting turned. Giants blockers were getting second-level blocks on them. So, yeah, early it was a little bit of a problem. They got
punched. Oh, they got punched right in the face, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They sure did.
Got caught there, yeah.
And that, too, is the other thing you're talking about as well. But the thing about it was, you had to worry about Daniel Jones.
Victory Monday, boys.
Daniel Jones running the football. We talked about that a little bit, and that kind of showed up. But, hey, the one thing you always can count on with this Cowboys defense, though, is the coaching staff and how consistent they are. After that first series, they were able to make some good adjustments, but the Giants, I think, helped them. In that second series, Giants came out and threw the ball 3 straight times into the drive on a Micah Parsons sack. From that point on, it was really too much for the Giants.
Yeah.
But defensively, there were some early struggles in this game, but they were able to put everything together that they needed to win that football game.
It was like what we talked about in the postgame. As soon as you make a team one-dimensional, it just rolls right into this Cowboys defense strength, which is a deep pass rush. And Dan Quinn, to your point about using everybody that he had on that bench, he's got a plan for everyone. Mm-hmm. What he's able to do with a guy like Wanye Thomas, Marquise Bell, these are undrafted players that he defines and says, hey, I can do something with your skill set. You lose to Marvin Overshown, we're nervous. Here comes Marquise Bell. You go ahead and take that role, and he's going to go ahead and excel at it. It's beautiful to watch the way that Dan Quinn has a plan and uses all these players as a chess piece, but the pass rush was unconscious last night. 63% of Daniel Jones dropbacks, he's getting pressured. Micah leads the way. Osa was incredible. You got Chauncey Golston joining the party late. Fowler was incredible early, but that's what this team needs to do. You need to build a lead, force a team to be one-dimensional, because I do think, I know they tried to do it in the offseason, and that has solved the run defense. Yeah. It didn't look like that was solved, at least from one drive, and when you're in a competitive game, that might be an issue moving forward.
Yeah, but I mean, for the game, 3.9 yards per attempt, if you're successful in one drive and then we pretty much shut you down after that, I'm going to say maybe we weren't ready to play, but we definitely made the adjustments.
Yeah, and a chunk of those were, as you mentioned, it's Daniel Jones running, and some of those were dropbacks that he's just taking off and running on, so it's not like necessarily your run defense as we think of run defense getting beat on those plays, and that's some of the things that are going to happen to you. But the adjustments were made in the defense. I mean, everything was just after that first drive, and then for the Giants where they get down the field, and then they get the false start, and then they get the bad snap, and then it's blocked field goal for a touchdown, and everything for the rest of the night. It was just the ball's going to bounce the Cowboys' way, and they suffocated the team. Yeah. And the speed on defense, like all the safeties that they're playing that are like safety/linebackers, it jumps off at you. And you did all that without Donovan Wilson last night.
No Donovan Wilson, no Jordan Lewis
either.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's just, I mean, it was just football euphoria last night from a Cowboys standpoint across the board. The ball's bouncing, Pollard fumbles right into the lap of Biotish.
Yeah,
it was
Johnny
just a
on the spot.
night.
And that was on a screen. I mean, how amazing was it to see the Cowboys use, we talked about it at camp, right? The picks, the rub routes, the motion, the unbalanced line. You've got the tight ends, and I get it. Look, Ferguson and Hendershot had the 2 big drops, but the tight ends blocked their ass off last night. I'm sure you saw that on the All-22.
All-22 showed that absolutely, that the long run that Pollard had to start the second half, where the Cowboys needed to get a drive going, maybe their best drive of the game offensively, that drive that opened the second half. On that long run, you've got some really good point of attack blocking there from Steele, from Hendershot, and then also from Schoonmaker there to kind of open that thing up.
Yeah, great job all the way around. I thought at times last year this defense was showing signs that it could be so good, like the Broncos last Super Bowl, where it's like, holy cow, our offense had 2 bad days in a row in the playoffs and we're still alive. How could this be possible? It's because the defense is generational. And we'll see, how healthy can you stay? At 877-881-1053. But it's all there for the taking because he's getting more from young players now. And you guys mentioned Thomas and Bell, but also the veterans seem to be more polished, more comfortable in their roles. Maybe assignment sound football can be more of a thing, but you're also deeper and you're complete now with Leighton Vander Esch getting more help at linebacker. You have 2-1 technique defensive tackles. Osa in his 3rd year looking like that breakout player now. Yeah. There's just so many points on this defense where you're probably better than you were last year when this defense was knocking on the door of being that dominant squad.
Even with Hankins, and again, I'll get into a lot of this at 240, but Hankins, the way that he is so much more active, and I think the off season for him of working out and maybe losing a little weight, he did a really nice job with the agility that he's shown. It looked like he wasn't getting tired. Sometimes those big old heavy bodied guys, they kind of a couple of drives and they look wore down. Not Hankins at all. He looked fresh. He looked ready to play. And then Osa was clearly one of the more dominant players. You want to talk about what Parsons and others were doing. I think if you when you watch the All-22, you're going to see that number 97. It's like he shot out of a cannon.
Damn right.
He got off the ball a couple of times where these giant guards were just not able to handle how quick he was playing on the other side of the line of scrimmage.
214 is back on Justin Herbert, who I was taking a shot at there during crosstalk. Herbert has 14,089 yards to start his career. The second most is Andrew Luck at 12,957. That's for the first 3 years. Yeah, that's great.
You're stat picking.
Yeah.
What's that resulted in for Justin Herbert?
Yeah. Yeah, the stats are great.
Amazing. Pad your stats. Cool.
I think that shows you what stats in the regular season can mean. And, I think right now he's got the perfect OC if he wants to continue to accumulate stats, but maybe not win as much.
I mean, he's doing it at like inches at a time. It's like one of the worst average depth of targets we've ever seen. Like looking at total passing yards is one of the worst ways to evaluate a quarterback.
Yeah, there's no doubting his talent, but when it comes to winning and results and clutch games, like what big games has he found a way to get wins for his team in clutch moments? And the answer is probably very few.
Okay, the 817, I knew it wouldn't be long before we got into this, and they asked, I'm trying not to get all excited and hyped up about this Cowboys team. Defense looks good, but I just wonder how much of that was how bad the offense does the Giants have. I'm more concerned of the Dallas offense. What is the ball slippery, or does Dak still have a throwing issue? I thought yesterday, you didn't get the huge totals, but it was pretty efficient. It did not turn the ball over, and it's game 1 of a Texas Coast offense. I'd say, first of all, you got to put them in a situation where they need to put up stats, because unlike Kellen Moore, when Mike McCarthy has a 3-score lead, he's going to shut it down. So you have not seen this Cowboys offense yet with any experience, any time to rep it in live situations, or any desire or sense of urgency to go score points. Was it perfect? No. But hey, Tony Pollard ends up with 5 yards per attempt, and you get the job done.
The second half drive that started the drive that started the second half with the way that the pass first went to Gallup for 10 yards, and just go and monitor and look at each one of those plays and how positive that they were. The run, there was really good mix of run. There was really good mix of some pass there as well. I think that was a really important drive. I think that's what really this offense is capable of doing. They needed a drive coming out like that. They'd been a little bit of stagnant in the first, with some of the things that they weren't able to do. But in the second half, I felt like they came out, and that's really more indicative of the kind of offense that they can have. If you track those plays, how they were executed, really had the Giants a little bit off balance with the run and with the pass. And so that if you were to take away anything from the offensive side of the game, the way that they opened that second half, I think, is how this team is going to play offense this
10
year.
plays, 75 yards, 5 minutes. Yeah, that looks like an
football.
offense that was clicking a little bit.
And they were doing it in the rain as well. I really do think the weather affected both teams offensively. The Dallas defense more so than the weather, for them. But for the Cowboys, I do feel like that there was a little bit of some struggle there. The main thing, like Dawson says, is they didn't turn the ball over. That's the thing that you're worried about in situations like that. They tried to turn over the ball, but, here's Biotish was there to make the recovery. Good for him on that.
Very reminiscent of kind of that 5-game stretch with Cooper Rush where the defense just leads the way and your offense doesn't have to do much.
No.
I'm gonna just give you a couple of things right here. Week 1 quarterback efficiency and grading. Only 11 quarterbacks had a positive EPA. That's expected points added. Dak was one of them. He had the 5th highest expected points added. He played a very efficient game. Love, Stafford, Tua, Jimmy G ahead of him. This is what Mike McCarthy wants. This is what Mike McCarthy understands way better than Kellen Moore. The Cowboys' numbers as far as winning when Dak does not turn the ball over is insane. We go to Babe Laufenberg. Dak has had 2 games where he did not throw a pick last year, Vikings and Lions. Cowboys won those games by a combined 64-9. No interceptions last night versus the Giants. So in the 3 no interception games in a row, Dallas has won by a score of 104-9. From Babe Laufenberg, 3 games in a row. This team is so bleeping good. Just don't do the 2 turnover thing. Okay? We're blowing teams out. Exponentially is what I see right there, 104-9. That's by a factor of 10-1. Good teams, Vikings and Lions and Giants. I mean, 2 of those were all 3 playoff teams last year?
Lions were not.
Lions were not.
But they finished winning 7 of 8 or whatever, and almost if they had beaten Green Bay. I mean, the old deal of don't turn the ball over. I think that's why Kellen Moore is gone and Mike McCarthy's here, because he knows the power of this team and how tough it's going to be if you can just get a lead for this defense. They are going to hold it as long as you're not giving the opposition short fields. Okay, a salute to Brandon Aubrey. I thought after the first miss on the PAT, he looked nervous. First rep, very understandable. He settled in, made a couple of field goals. And hopefully that's a sign of things to come. How about this stat from Nick Eatman? Should be pointed out the last time the Cowboys won the Super Bowl, they beat the Giants in week 1 on the road at
35-0.
35-0. That was that game.
Yeah.
30-some years ago. 30 years ago?
Last time they went on to win a Super Bowl, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So look at that, boys.
Boom.
Proof's in the pudding.
Jets and Bills tonight. Monday Night Football. A chance to preview next week's opponent. A lot of intrigue in this game. Are the Bills still a factor in the AFC? I think so. But after how last year ended, I kind of feel like maybe they're just a great regular season team. Maybe they're the AFC equivalent of the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think that would be fair. They haven't had the type of success, and they kind of got leaped by the Bengals, right? It seemed like 2 years ago after Allen and Mahomes went back and forth in that divisional round, it was like, okay, they are the Robin to the Batman of the Chiefs. And then all of a sudden, here comes Joe Burrow. And Burrow is able to beat Mahomes to go to a Super Bowl. And now the Bengals are looked at as that second team. But I don't think the Bills are going to be bad. I think the Bills are still going to be really good. And I'm excited to kind of scat out the Jets tonight. I hope that offensive line looks terrible so that we can sack Aaron Rodgers, the Cowboys, that is, when I say we, because it's a full frontal, here we go, fully torqued Monday Cowboys victory. 9 sacks next week on Aaron Rodgers. I'd bleep and hate that guy.
I love the confidence on a victory Monday for Walchuk when he's wearing Roger Staubach right there on his chest.
11 straight wins against the Giants for Dak Prescott. Only other Cowboys quarterback to do it, this mofo right here, Roger the Dodger.
How appropriate. And you're going full frontal today? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I'm not wearing any panties.
Wow.
Well, he the game day thong is now 1-0 for the 2023 season. We'll put that one. That one's not going to the laundromat this week.
It ain't getting washed, buddy.
Yeah, how much of a run game can the Jets get going without a great offensive line? I think that's huge. Aaron Rodgers has had such a good offensive line with the Packers. I don't know what he's going to do with the Jets. I think my biggest concern has to be injury. With him running around and getting drugged to the curb. How many times has he broken a collarbone or strained a calf, turned an ankle for Aaron Rodgers? It's a lot of them over the years. So I'm not even sure the Cowboys are going to face Aaron Rodgers next week going into this game, Brian.
Oh gosh.
And I'm not rooting for injury.
No,
never. Make that clear.
This show,
that's your guy.
Do not root for injury on this show. Please do not do that. We'll see how good, with Dwayne Brown and Lakeland Tomlinson and those guys like that up front. Mekhi Becton, there's been some questions about him. He wanted to play left tackle. Now he's playing right tackle. So, yeah, the Jets have got – I think the Jets' offensive line is better than what the Giants rolled out there. So, with Buffalo will be a big test for them. You might get an idea about pass rush for sure.
Garrett Wilson's certainly a caliber of receiver the Giants don't have. So you'll be tested in a different way, but we'll see how that Jets team looks. And shout out to Trayvon Diggs last night as well.
Okay, we have...
yeah, we'll get to Diggs here in a little bit, Wolchuk. Settle down.
We just got a lot of text, so I just wanted to throw that in there.
Oh, you got a lot of texts. Did you see my mentions? I was just getting tagged. Yeah. Like Patrick Walker's tweeting out, like, I heard someone saying that Diggs can't tackle. I'm like, yeah, there's more than one person. A lot of people, I mean, we're all surprised. We're tweeting about it now because we're all blown away. But thank you, Trayvon. Seems like Trayvon Diggs might have actually been as angry at himself after the Kittle play as I was.
I think we should thank Gilly. I think the Gilmore confidence is rolling over on Trayvon.
He's like, oh, wow, that's what a legit corner actually, he sticks his nose in there.
He's showing him the way.
Maybe when you get paid, too,
Very
it kind of
exciting.
helps. You need to earn your check. Yeah.
Yeah, that was it. There's a clause in the contract.
Yeah.
You have to make at least one NFL caliber tackle per week, Trayvon Diggs, in order to fulfill all the bonus opportunities that you're going to have with this.
Hey, we've all been wrong, right? I was nervous as hell about Adoga. That guy ended up playing pretty well.
He was all right.
You can watch. We're going to have some film takeaways. Sounds like film takeaways from Broadus coming up at 2:40.
Yep.
We do have a pair of party pass tickets to Cowboys and Jets to give away in the 5:00 hour. Rangers and Blue Jays pregame is coming up at 5:30. And Texters, I'm coming for you. Okay, we're gonna have it out today. And by the way, don't act like because the Cowboys won big in week 1, that means I'm wrong about anything. Okay, I've told you, this is the best regular season team we've ever seen maybe in the NFL. Okay, I probably picked them to win more games than you in the regular season. It's not till the wild card or divisional round where things will, most likely come unraveled. But shoot, if it stays healthy, I might be eating some January crow, maybe some February crow. We got to run. Questions about the game, I'm going to rocket fire at you. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30, and we're back at the Nation. Welcome back, Nation. I got some loaded questions about victory. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com. Micah only the one sack, which surprised me looking at the box score. But did he have that total impact that he was talking about wanting to have?
Dude, he was doubled and tripled so often. I'm pretty sure every single sack that the Cowboys had last night involved Micah being doubled or triple teamed and somebody else benefiting from it. So it didn't pop up the same way that maybe it usually does, but he still had 6 pressures, which was tied with Fowler and Osa for the highest on the team. So he was pressuring the quarterback, and he was just getting mobbed by these dudes, and everybody else was the beneficiary of it.
Well, there was the one sack, was it Osa or Dorrance, where he gets tackled by 2 guys.
Yeah.
So 4 of the Cowboys' sacks, to your point, have come on plays when the Giants double-teamed Micah. I mean, he's drawn the attention.
He is absolutely drawn the attention, and we talked about this on the show really leading up to the game was, how good can Micah Parsons be? What was it going to be? Could he even raise his game? And a lot of it, I believe, is on Dan Quinn, because I think Dan Quinn he's got an idea that teams are going to try and take Micah away. And so he realizes, though, if I put Mike in a position where maybe he takes some blockers with him, who could I put next to him that can get home? Don't waste an opportunity when Micah draws 3, and all of a sudden we saw that yesterday. We saw what he was able when he took those blockers with him, the extra blockers. What did Osa do? You got Osa on the same side as Micah, and so now Osa knows how to rush. Mm-hmm. He knows how to stay active, be free. Get himself in position to finish the plays. So what does he do? Micah gets the press, just like if it was a defensive tackle, one of those heavy one techniques that just push the pocket in and somebody comes behind it, with the pocket collapsing. So Dan's figured out ways. Don't waste Micah's rushes by putting somebody next to him that can't get home.
We talked about this for years, how if you could bring pressure from 3 different spots at a high level, it becomes impossible to block and still operate your offense. And I think the Cowboys have that, and now they're perfecting it. Okay, Chief, when do you think we could see a guy like Trey Lance in a situation like yesterday instead of Cooper Rush? How many weeks do we need here?
I really think they want to avoid it. I think they want to avoid it sort of at all costs, at least through the first half of the season. Like, he just got here. I think they're wanting to temper expectations. I don't think they want to do too much here with him. That's just my read on it. Maybe there's a different feel for you guys, but it feels to me like they don't want to play him unless they absolutely have to, or late in the season they feel like, okay, we got to break through. We can work him in certain situations, but I don't see it.
So is it the threat of having Trey Lance that's the chip in negotiation, or do you need to get him out there and have him play well in order to provide intrigue here?
That's a good question. And when you say that's a good question, that means you really don't have a good answer.
Well, it's because he's not a threat.
Well,
now he's not.
I will say this, though, from what I am hearing, that usually your backup quarterback takes all the reps on the scout team. Usually the backup quarterback's the one that will run say they're preparing for the Giants, that Cooper Rush would get all the reps. They're actually working Trey Lance into the actual splitting of reps.
Yeah, they want to develop him.
So and they're going to have these post practices with him and meetings and stuff like that to try and get him up to speed. I'm going to say this. I don't think they're to the point where it's not to the point. I think it's going to be several weeks, put it that way, because they know that if something happens with Dak, that they can win a game with Cooper Rush. And that's the one thing that I think is keeping Cooper Rush in place as the second quarterback.
I just want to, in blowouts, that's your chance to get Trey Lance some reps working with your guys. Yeah. It's not in a crap, we got to win this game. You're going with Rush. It's blowouts only.
Yeah. What happened yesterday to me is so rare. Yeah. They blew out the Vikings last year, right? Yeah. I mean, it's so rare in the National Football League that you get one team that just completely dominates the other as much as the Cowboys did. So I just feel like they're always going to keep Cooper Rush as the second quarterback because you can't predict the blowout. You can't say, oh, well, heck, maybe, even Arizona gave the Commanders a Fitz yesterday. You would figure a game that maybe late in the year that Arizona is not going to be any good, and you could put Trey Lance as the second quarterback, and maybe you think you could blow him out, and maybe you could get him into the game.
Yeah.
But you can't predict what happened last night.
Man, that Commanders and Cardinals, I was reminded the Survivor sweats.
How bad the
and
Cardinals
stress.
actually are.
My gosh.
Or the Commanders really are.
The Commanders did everything they could to lose that football game yesterday, but they didn't, and thank God for it. Me and Wolchuk want to know Survivor style, baby.
Goodness.
Yeah, I got way too cute with my Survivor pick, but at least I have immunity and I didn't burn a good team. That's the good news. Because I think I was going to take Minnesota against Tampa. I would have lost anyway.
And honestly, I would have said that would be a good pick.
My gut was horrible. my gut was horrible on week 1. I got a couple of weeks to get right, or I could be doing a payoff real quick. It's time now for the G bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go for the substitute pimp, Alec in for Lucius.
Boys, it's always a pleasure to be back with you and running things back here in the Pimp Cup. I believe our winner here for G-Bag of the Day is a Belarusian broadcaster for the U.S. Open that had to go full Eye of the Tiger.
0-6! 7-6! 7-6! Арина Соболенко вырывает этот матч! Отыгралась 3-5. Боже, через что она прошла? Какую встречу вырвала? Вамо! Фантастический матч! Фантастический! Кто писал в комментариях, что Арина недостойна звания первой ракетки мира? Получите! Распишитесь! Rising up! Back on the street! Did my time, took my chances! When the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast. You change your passion for glory. Don't lose a grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. It's the eye of the tiger. It's the thrill of the night. Rising up to the challenge of a rival. And they lost, no survivor, chose to Все, ребята, я сдулся.
Yes, sir. 817. What a beautiful language. I made the same joke last year. I mean, salute to their culture and everything, but they're just barking that out. They're getting after it a very aggressive
It does. It sounds a bit
there.
vulgar.
Yeah, it does. But
like they're swearing at us.
That's the first time a play-by-play's ever just broken into song and kept it that long, right?
Yeah. Right.
Like maybe here's a lyric, here's a little snippet. We never go the full gusto of like here's our own rendition of the entire song.
Yeah, the Orioles announcer the baseball guy did the Blink 182, right?
Yeah,
He was
a quick chorus or whatever.
Chorus,
you get in, you get out.
Yeah.
My guy was like, give me the mic and back the hell away.
Yeah.
I think this is something the American announcer needs to borrow. And
I like
expand on.
Yeah.
You know, maybe we're a little bit too tucked in.
This guy's a pioneer.
I'd be a fan of that. Are you guys a fan of the MyPillow?
I've never used the
used
MyPillow,
it, and I've heard mixed things.
I've never used it either. I know some people that have kind of had mixed opinions, but Mike Lindell is the CEO. You know, he's been in some trouble lately. So he was in a courtroom kind of going back and forth with the opposition, if you will, and he got his pillow called a lumpy pillow instead of a MyPillow, and he took that personally.
Okay, and I'm not asking about the lumpy pillow calls.
No, they're not lumpy pillows. That's not what they call on. Okay? When you say lumpy pillows, now you're an hole. You got that? You're an hole, is what you are. No, he's a he's an ambulance chasing hole. That's what you are.
Oh.
The lumpy pillows, kiss my ass. Put that in your book. No, they answer anything, any problem customer that wants to reach Mike Lindell. Those are the ones. I want to talk to Mike Lindell. I want to talk to Mike Lindell. They send them to here and they go, or they call about maybe they didn't get their pillow on time because of the FedEx or whatever. Well, we'll cover them even though it could be somebody else's fault. Nobody called because of a lumpy pillow. But good one though.
You done?
Good one though.
Yeah, I'm done.
The lumpy pillow. Put that in your book.
I like that.
Oh, that you done? Yeah, I'm done.
I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
This guy's an a-hole.
We're amazing. Let's see. Let's go to TikTok. This is one of my favorite pages. It's called Depressed Cowboys Fan. And he goes and he does like almost like highlight breakdowns from each NFL game, like a montage. And then he does one specifically for the Cowboys game each week. Win, loss, draw, doesn't matter. And he just goes on tangents, one-liners galore. None of it makes sense, but it's fun.
The Giants had a whole training camp for no reason. Arrest Danny Jones, he just committed treason. Dak got a bald head now. Dak put him to the barbershop and told the barber, just take all of it, my hairline gone. Dak out here playing with that bald head aggression. Do-rag Danny with the little dump off. D-block Daniel with a straight dime to the defense. Stephon Gilmore look like Ty Dolla $ign. How your name Danny Dimes and you throwing dimes to Ty Dolla $ign? This Giants pack hitting harder than inflation on the McChicken. This crazy because Tony Pollard wasn't even running right here. He just speed walking like when somebody holding the door for you, but you far as away. Bro, everybody was scoring. The Cowboys called me and asked me if I wanted to score. I told them no. Trayvon Diggs saw all them tweets about how he can't tackle in the whole offseason. He focused on tackling. I ain't gonna lie though. If we continue to win games like this and in the playoffs lose to the 49ers 10-14.
That's actually pretty good.
Thoughts exactly, dude. We definitely got to the point where it's like, okay, that was great, but we got to see something in January this time around.
That's Depressed Cowboy Fan Guy? Is that what that's called?
Yeah, Depressed Cowboys fan on TikTok. He does this each week, and it is amazing. He does it for the other NFL games, too. He had some great stuff for that Steelers meltdown. That was great, too. Let's see here. I do want to go across the hallway to our friends, give some love to Victor Villalba, the Spanish voice of the Cowboys. This call of Deron Bland's pick 6 is one of the best things I've heard, and it's only week 1.
Atrás, busca, flota, el pase, sector izquierdo completo. ¡Ah, caray! ¡Balón! ¡Suelto! ¡Pase interceptado! ¡Tiene la diagonal! ¡Qué bárbaro! Es número 26, Deron Bland. ¡Qué bárbaro! El balón saltó como liebre y Bland dijo, ¡Merry Christmas! ¡Qué bárbaro! Entrando en las diagonales.
Merry Christmas, guys. Happy football.
Is it Victor Villalba's Spanish voice with the pick 6? Is it TikTok's Depressed Cowboys fan, My Pillow's Mike Lindell, or the Belarusian broadcaster, Pure Entertainment there with his eye of the tiger? I'm going to go with Villalba there, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to run it back with the champion.
We're tied at 1. Alec, how about you?
Oh, this is tough. I'm going to go with Mike Lindell and the Lumpy Pillow.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
Jeez, give me the Lumpy Pillow.
It's 2-1 to 1, Brian.
I was going to go with TikTok Guy.
Okay. My score 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's My Pillow's Mike Lindell standing up for his product. Says it's not lumpy. It's a very good pillow. I've really enjoyed those memory foam pillows.
Do they actually work?
I don't know about the memory part, but I just like they're extra sturdy and firm.
Do you get the sweaty head in it or anything like that because you're sinking into it?
It's some of that cooling foam.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
I really like. It's got some good. I don't know.
I'm having pillow issues. I don't know which pillow is suited for me. One night I'm like, okay, this might be my pillow, and then 2 nights later it's like, no, my neck doesn't feel good. Do I want a flat one, a hard one, a soft one? I don't know what the deal is. I go no pillow sometimes. I'm having neck pillow frustrations actually. So maybe I need to try the lumpy pillow.
Go the lump route.
Yeah, hey, there are a lot of different pillows out there. a lot of options for you guys. Okay, Brian brought us in Krusty's Corners coming up next. Where are we going with that,
Yeah,
sir?
guys, we took a look at the All-22, and we'll break that down next.
Coming up.
Chevrolet in Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Thank you, Alec, and for Lucius. Evan Carter tomorrow at 2:20. Coming up at 3 o'clock, it's time for the Mike McCarthy press conference. A lot going on today, including Chris Young at 4:20 today. So it's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. First off, I want to say we got a Love of the Star that's going out for tomorrow morning. So if you feel so inclined, Bobby and I are recording this evening. If you get your questions, if you follow myself or Bobby on Twitter, at Brian Broadus or at Bobby Belt TX, you can fire your questions at us, and hopefully we'll get them answered. Appreciate everybody that listens and fires questions to us. It means a lot to us, and we'll just keep that thing rolling the best we can. I also want to thank people who were all gave Bennett best wishes after he got back last night at 2 a.m. It was funny. I got done with Zach in a post-game show, 1 in the morning, and Bennett and I was actually sitting in line at Whataburger at 1:20 in the morning. I was just famished. And the Whataburger line, it doesn't matter. At 20, it doesn't matter. It's always long.
It'll always be half an hour.
It was.
Yep.
It was literally half an hour.
But it was hot.
It was hot. It was good. I enjoyed it. Yes.
So happy for you. That's a good call, man.
Yeah,
That's a good call. Walchuk would have been right there next to you, or he'd been across the street at Taco Bell if this was pre-soda Walchuk. But you held your water, didn't you? You went to sleep hungry last night.
I held my water, but gosh, was it tough because I drive right by a Taco Bell.
A little
on the way
sleep
home.
for dinner. Yeah, it's really not fair.
I looked at it. I was like, ooh, they've got the new rolled tacos. I've seen the ad. Do it. No. My soda nutritionists were in my head. Don't do it.
No, it was very good. But again, thanks to everybody that reached out to Bennett and told him. But yeah, he made it home last night safe. He had a great time. It's once in a lifetime thing.
Oh, dude, amazing. Best of the weekend, an hour from now, we got a little Texas conversation.
Oh, there we go. Good for you. All right. Well, let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys and what I saw on tape. It's clear that Chuma Odoga is a better guard than he is at tackle. And it wasn't pretty at all with how he played. Technique wise, there was still some things that you were probably a little bit concerned about. But the one thing is, it played to the strengths of what he can do. And the Giants, with the inside techniques, they try and just push you. They try and bully you. They try and just run you back into the quarterback. And Udoka did a nice job of holding his ground inside. I was going into this game feeling like that maybe that Tyler Biadasz was going to have to help him a little bit in this game. He didn't get much help at all. He really went one-on-one. He was able to hold up. I know on my end there was a lot of concern because looking at him playing at space at tackle did not give me any confidence at all. But Udoka did a nice job for what he had to do. He didn't do anything. He wasn't a liability in this game, and I worried about him being a liability. And he was able to hold up in the running game, better in the passing game actually, with how he was able to get his hands inside, sit down on his man. But it really did play to his strengths where they just tried to bull rush him, where he doesn't have to do a lot of movement. But nice job by him. Looking forward to getting Tyler Smith back. I think the way that Tyron Smith played, I think Tyron Smith had a good game for you.
Shut down old Thibodeau.
Yeah.
No pressures allowed.
Did a great job on him on the outside. I worried about maybe Tyron getting some inside rushes. No, not at all. Thibodeau tried to play him up the field. Tyron Smith was well to the task on that particular thing. So nice job by him. Really good job in the run game too by Zach Martin and Steele and the opportunities they had. They looked like that they've kind of got that back togetherness again, where they've been able to practice. And we talked with Zach the other day about it and how he knows that Steele's going to be in the right place and he's going to do it down in and down out. That consistency, you could see that in some of the running plays that they were able to get behind him.
The Pollard scores on 2 plays to the right.
Right.
His biggest run of the night was to that right side.
Right.
Now they get the Turpin toss to the left side, and Tyron Smith gets out there, and that was beautiful.
Him in space is
that was fantastic.
Violent.
But especially with Tyler Smith out, they're trying to hit that right side anytime they feel like they need a big run or something like that.
They know. I think that even Chris Collinsworth said that last night, that they know when Mike McCarthy needs to get yards where he needs to go, and he's going to go behind that right side, and that's a smart thing. The wide receivers clearly struggled in the passing game when it came to the receiving parts. They missed a couple of different opportunities. Ferguson had a shot. Hendershot also had a good opportunity to score. wasn't able to bring it in. I felt like Dak could have maybe helped Hendershot a little bit more with where the pass was thrown, but still he got both hands on the ball. He's got to come down with that catch right there. But I mentioned the 25-yard run, the big run that they had in the game. Luke Schoonmaker and Hendershot at the point of attack were outstanding. You also got to see a little bit though of with the rookie from North Dakota State. Hunter Lipke got in it and we had not seen Hunter Lipke play really as a true fullback in the preseason. He wasn't terrible as a run blocker.
It was the second Pollard touchdown run, right?
Yeah, he was able to. There was a couple times you worry about guys like that going in there and not being square, and they get turned sideways. That's McEwen had a little bit of that problem when he was the fullback, and he would go in sideways, almost half man. The thing with Hunter Lipke was he was able to square up and get some movement, and it was good to see. I didn't know if he could do that, or he was just going to be a one-back runner and be that type of player. But at least his first time out of the blocks, used him as a fullback and used him as an inline player as well, as kind of an extra tight end. So good job by him. On the defensive side of the ball, what I want to focus on here is, to me, is as great as Micah Parsons was in that game as far as causing pressure, Osa Odighizuwa was just as dominant. And I say that with all seriousness. Micah's Micah, but Osa, we've talked about Osa as being a guy that could take that next step, could be that, make that jump. I felt like that Osa, and I know, Zach, you and I talked about on the post game last night, that maybe Osa in the past wasn't conditioned to play a 17-game schedule. He had kind of a college body to him where he's playing the 12 games and then getting going to a bowl game some 3-4 weeks later, playing only 13 games. He looks like a guy that's ready to play 17 games. And the way that he was playing on the Giants' side of the line of scrimmage the entire night, he was on these guards before they even had a chance to react.
It's the 3 years, the body transformation. You're spot on, and you could see the explosiveness. To your point, the way he was just able to split the guards and get upfield.
Yeah, I watched Mozzie Smith quite a bit in this game to kind of get an idea of how Mozzie played. Mozzie had some of the similar problems that he had in preseason football. When Mozzie Smith plays too tall, when you watch everybody come off the ball and he's a tick late behind everybody, it's just, him being right there on the ball, he's got to anticipate snap count. He's got to be able to look at the ball and get off the ball like everybody else. But there were several times in this game where Mozzie Smith was playing way too tall. He lets guys get in on his body, but then he'll have it come back in the next play, the 2 plays later, where all of a sudden he's taking the rookie center, John Michael Schmitz, and he's throwing him aside and he's getting in on a play. Had credited for 2 tackles in the game, but probably could have been even more of a factor in this game and the opportunities he got if he continues to play with the power. The only thing that's his problem is the get off on the ball. He's just a little late, and that allows these linemen to get into him. If he could somehow, some way get to where it's coming off the ball with everybody else, getting across the line of scrimmage, establishing the line of scrimmage a little bit better, he's going to have a shot. But he plays tall, he gets caught in blocks, and then they kind of wall him around or move him around a little bit. But it wasn't as bad as what we saw in the preseason with him completely getting washed out of plays.
Mm-hmm.
He just needs to play with a little bit more quickness and a little bit more off the ball. I mean, off the ball, like the get off the ball.
Is that just because he's thinking too much? Is that what that is?
I don't quite get. There was a time where I thought it was his Michigan technique as opposed to the new technique, but I think it's just seeing the ball. I think it's honestly just seeing, because you could see everybody else when you watch the all 22, especially on the sideline, they come off, and then you watch the end zone, and everybody's coming off the ball, and he's still late. He's late off the ball, and that allows the blockers to get in on him that way. So, that's something he's going to clearly have to work on. I do think this Marquise Bell is going to be, I think that he is going to take over that role they thought about with Overshone, or at least do some of the things, the ideas that they had about using that type of a guy that could tackle around the line of scrimmage, a bigger body guy. Whether it's Curse, we'll see. we'll see. It's Kearse will do that. Wanye Thomas is kind of like the role of maybe what you might see with a Donovan Wilson, that you could play him in coverage, but you could also play him forward. But I think that Bell is going to be a guy that they're going to put in there like they were thinking about with Overshown. He's got the athletic ability. He's got the size. He's got the temperament. He's got the ability to see and kind of work through trash and find the ball. That's something you always talk about, a nose for the ball. The size, he's not afraid to mix it up with those offensive linemen either. In that secondary, though, I think if you a tip of the cap, Stephon Gilmore is a really, really good player.
Mm-hmm.
There was a couple of times, though, he got matched up with Waller. I think that's a bad matchup for him just because of the size.
Yeah.
He got caught. They were trying to maybe give Waller a little bit different look. He got caught on Waller, and that's unfortunate for him. But every other time that he was playing in coverage, sticky man coverage, driving on the football, being in position, the interception was outstanding. For him to cradle the ball the way he was able to do that, to be in position to make the play, I think says a lot about him. So good job by the defense all around. We all kind of know the numbers there. They all speak for themselves. But that front seven, actually the front four for the Dallas Cowboys, it didn't matter who they rolled in there. But the guys, like I say, when it was Parsons, Osa, those guys were outstanding in this football game.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40. Unbelievable. He sees the Cowboys film before anybody in the media, and he delivers takeaways every Cowboys Monday at 2:40. Unless they play on Monday night, then he'll do it Tuesday at 2:40. I believe we have Cowboys tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour to give away. Rangers pregame at 5:30 tonight. Biggest series of the season as they take on the Blue Jays in Toronto. Chris Young's coming up at 4:20. The Mike McCarthy press conference is next here on 105.3 The Fan.
The only place in North Texas to get that brand new Ford car.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, coming off a huge sports weekend. Cowboys, Longhorns victorious. Big national stories, the way they got it done. And we have the Mike McCarthy press conference coming up in just a couple of minutes. We have Evan Carter tomorrow at 2:20. Chris Young is coming up this afternoon at 4:20. We have Cowboys tickets to give away coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. And then the Rangers pregame is going to start at 5:30 as they take on the Blue Jays in Toronto. First of 4. And it feels like a must-win series. But I guess if Seattle loses along with you, it isn't. You could still be in the wild card even if you drop 3 of 4. But with 20 games to go, there's just so few games remaining for this team to turn it around. And I think if you're like me on Friday night after they'd lost to the A's to make it a 4th consecutive defeat, you're like, okay, this thing is over. But now they've won 2 in a row. So they're dragging you back in just as the Cowboys were starting, and you thought, okay, this is it. I'm done with these guys. Now you're like, well, now what happened on Saturday and Sunday? Okay, so we got pregame coming up at 5:30 tonight at 6:05 first pitch. They ain't done yet, Wolchuk.
They ain't done yet. Just when you think you're out, they pull me right back in. Dane Dunning, Chris Bassett. This is, without question, the biggest series of the season. I do look at it as you need to at least split. You need to at least go 2-2 here. You're a game back in the wild card of Toronto. You're a half game back of Seattle. So certainly you still have a series left with the Mariners as well, to your point, where if things don't go well in Toronto, it's not like you're dead and buried. But it does seem like one of those situations where, okay, now you've won 2 in a row. If you really want to put that disappointing few weeks in your rear view, you need to carry on this momentum and play some good baseball. Marcus Semien seemed like he was the leader and a vocal person talking about, hey, guys, we got to put that behind us and move forward. They did a great job. They looked like the Rangers for most of the season, that 9-6 win yesterday, and hopefully that carries over to Toronto.
Okay, couple Cowboys things. This is from Matt Owen. Dak's time to throw for week 1, 2.11 seconds, ridiculously fast. His time was 0.21 seconds faster than the next quickest in the league for week 1. So their goal of getting the ball out of his hand quickly was very successful in week number 1 to a pretty ridiculous extent to be a 1/5 of a second faster. Dak was also a number 1 in adjusted completion percentage differential with 23%. That's the percentage of aimed passes thrown on targets, and there's a fancy adjustments. But I think the bottom line here is that the Dak efficiency was there. The totals were not. So you're looking at it, you're like, well, where's the touchdowns? Where's the yards? You know, is this a sign of disappointment? I just think the volume wasn't there because all the efficiency numbers say he had one of the best 5 games of the week for any quarterback as far as on a per snap basis, Chief.
Yeah, I mean, it was bad weather and it was a game that was a blowout, so there wasn't a whole lot that you needed to do. But he had some really, really nice throws. He had some that got away from him a little bit, thrown a little bit high. But overall, I mean, he played what the game asked for. You know, and you could tell that the ball was getting out much quicker, and there was some easy opportunities to get guys the ball. Boom. So I thought a lot of it was solid, but it remains to be seen just how effective for 4 quarters in a game where your offense has to be great. That's when it's going to be really, really fun to evaluate the offense.
If you want to talk about Dak's day, I just focus on that first drive of the second half. I think that's what this team is capable of offensively. The way that they were able to kind of mix and match
the balance,
where all of a sudden they're throwing to Gallup, and Gallup that was the only catch Gallup had all day.
Yeah,
but they were finding ways to get people involved, and I honestly challenged him myself. I know we were talking
at halftime. You did
at halftime. I said, "Hey, you come out and score a touchdown the second half. Well, I need to see something here."
Yeah, because Dak didn't look good. in the first half. He looked rusty. He certainly did. And it's not just him. I mean, you look across the National Football League yesterday, a lot of the offenses did look a little bit bad, but he certainly put together some of his better throws on that drive. And I think that there were a lot of positives. I mean, we talked about some of the wrinkles and the play calling there, with the bunch formations and the way they were able to get CD open, but also the Brandon Cooks impact, him being able to draw those 2 penalties, right? I mean, that's an element that this team has kind of lacked with his speed down the field, and then the veteran savvy to really get the sell job done on that penalty.
Yeah, there's encouraging signs from the offense, but game one, after basically not playing preseason, I think it's stuff to be encouraged by. We'll hope they polish it. Now, we knew they could beat the Giants. Maybe not like that, but they have the Jets coming up. There's a legitimate defense. They have the Patriots coming up, who, other than the first 5 minutes of the game, held the Eagles to 9 points yesterday. And then you have the 49ers October 8th. So, I mean, these games against the Giants, they don't matter that much. They're cool to get excited about because of how dominant the Cowboys were. But we have 3 of the next 4 games that are going to be real tests and tell the truth about, can this offense be efficient against strong, talented, well-organized defenses? Answers are coming. But, I mean, the Giants, we know how bad they are. Okay, great story from Saad Youssef on the blocked field goal that turned into the touchdown. The best thing is that Noah Igbenogany, he's waiting for the blocked kick out there. And they draws this thing up, not to sell out for the block from his spot, but to get there 3 yards away and to watch in case the block happens and then be first to the ball. And apparently, Sunday afternoon at the hotel yesterday, C.J. Goodwin was getting all the special teams together and was breaking it down to Wanye Thomas, and these guys were in there trying to score. I don't know if it's just a coincidence or whatever, but they said their timing had to be perfect. The G-men had to be a little bit slow, and it came together exactly how they'd just been talking about.
I believe this is a game plan decision that they made when you watch it on tape, because I don't know if it's something that they picked up from last season that carried over to this season, or even something that they saw in preseason. But Bredesen, the guard, he plays the tackle on the field goal team, and they knew that by the way that he blocks, that he gets an extremely wide base.
And he was going to go wide.
Yeah. And so what happens was Bredesen was so wide trying to take like 2 that it created a gap between his right foot and the wing onto that side. And when Wanye, they evidently knew that Bredesen doesn't play with any balance, because wide base, he went forward. So now you have this hole that all Wanye had to do was jump between, because the wing wasn't in any position to block him, to like seal down inside. And he was able to jump. He got through clean. But I guarantee you it was something that they saw during either last season with him blocking there or in training camp. And we get the coordinators today. I mean, I'm sure there'll be a tweet. Maybe Bones won't want to go into it so much, but you could clearly see that they knew something to attack that gap, knowing that they were going to take advantage of Bredesen.
Everything came together perfectly, that play. It kind of reminded me of Seattle making plays with the Legion of Boom under Dan Quinn, and that would have been, Cam Chancellor on those teams jumping through and making huge plays on special teams. But
Bobby Wagner.
It's having that same kind of feel, that same kind of vibe right now of complete dominance. The ability to be good at so many spots that now the guys that are supposed to run free and hit can really start running free and hitting. And when you can play with that kind of confidence, knowing that everybody else is going to get their guy, boy, it can make you look even way faster. And you're like, how do they keep arriving at the moment so quickly and so convincingly? It's because you're good at so many different spots now. And even guys that you wouldn't think of as, hey, here's a playmaker. Here, they all look so solid. I mean, you have undrafted defensive players, showing up and looking to be the hammer and not the nail. They're looking comfortable, not out of their element. I think that's just a huge testament to the coaching and the depth.
Well, you also think what they did in the preseason, veteran guys really not playing a lot of snaps. It was a lot of these guys like the Bells the Wanye Thomases. Guys like that are the ones that played in the majority of these preseason games.
Paying off now.
And played most of the game.
And played most of the game and got most of the work. You know, that helps. That helps your confidence for sure.
Still no word on the Mike McCarthy press conference. Okay, he should have been there by now. The Cowboys generated pressure on 23 of 37 dropbacks. That's 62%. The fourth highest pressure rate in a game overall since 2019 for any team. 8 defenders with multiple pressures, including 4 with at least 5. That was a historic game from the defensive line yesterday.
Yeah, it was special, and I think, and so much of it is credit to them, obviously, and it starts with Micah. He draws the attention, and then there's just a litany of other guys that can win one-on-one matchups. But also, I think a lot of it had to do with, there was some coverage sacks.
No, you'd see the all 22 that those guys they
were blanketed. Well, Daniel Jones is looking down the field, and it's like he's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, but the rush though really helped. It took Daniel Jones's eye level completely out of the game.
Yeah, I mean it was a second to 2 seconds, and boom, the rush is there. But yeah, Gilmore was fantastic in coverage. Yeah. There's no question.
Even the big play that they gave up with Diggs, even that catch that Isaiah Hodgins had. He was able to rally and knock the ball out of his hand.
40-0, he's still hustling.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big play. Loose. Like, okay, I know I gave up a play here, but I'm going to go knock this ball loose. And that's what he was able to do. And, you got to have those kinds of things. If you're going to give up a big play, try and make a big play,
Was this Micah Parsons pregame story true of him going into the Giants locker room?
No,
I think that's a ball
from
sack.
Tom Downey.
Yeah,
it's from Downey. Yeah, though there's I don't know if the original story started as true about one particular player, and now they put that same story on just a bunch of. They've done it to a bunch of different players now. So I don't know if the original story was true about a player going into the locker room, looking another player on the opposing team in the eye, and saying like, "I'm going to be
lace him up
because I'm going to be crushing you all game or whatever." Yeah. That did not happen yesterday. I still don't know if the original story is true. Was it ever true, or was it fabricated from the start?
It sounded like a 1977 Harvey Martin going into the Giants locker room kind of a story. It's something I don't know if you could get away with that today.
Yeah, I don't think that can happen within the last 20 years. You're not allowed to do that.
If Micah goes in there and like tries to find Saquon Barkley, they're like buddies kind of a thing.
Yeah, maybe
say hello to him. But usually a player will send somebody into the locker room to go get another player.
Yeah, come on out.
Yeah, they'll talk to an equipment guy. Hey, could you please go get Saquon? Or he'll text Saquon and say, hey, come outside. I'm outside your locker room.
I'm proud of you for asking the question.
Thank
you. You didn't just lean into it. You didn't run with it.
Almost.
And we're all now. Well, I mean, this is a ball sack butt crack era, man.
It is, man. Thanks for having my back on that one. It's time now for the Mike McCarthy press conference. Here he is, Big Mike.
Really, the last 3 years, and definitely felt it all through training camp. So I thought our guys played with tremendous confidence and set the tempo early in the game.
Piggybacking on it, Clarence Hill for Star Telegram, Osa. I mean, it seemed like he had his best game.
Definitely, just like anything, you go into games with matchups and emphasis and so forth, and he delivered with an outstanding performance. Yeah, the inside pass rush. I mean, really all the way through. I think everybody graded out very high. So, but yes, Osa had a really nice game.
Mike Toller for the ESPN. The first drive of the second half. How pleased were you with that? The way you guys came out and handled the business.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you go back to decisions that you make in the coin toss. I mean, that's what you're looking for. You always want to try to get one going in and one coming out. I mean, that's you look at what that situation gives you as far as win percentage. That was part of the reason going for the 2 minute before the half was trying to get one to going in and coming out. And so but yeah, I felt at halftime based off what went on in the first half, it was important for us to come out and jump on them and get that first score. So I was very pleased with that drive.
John Show, The Athletic. When you look back at how the offense performed yesterday, you calling plays and all that, was there any area that stood out that you really liked, that you thought went really well, or something that?
Yeah, a number of things. I thought the adjustment to go to the rain plan because, we watched the rain all week. Had an opportunity to do the wet ball drills, and I think like anything as a coach, you always did I do enough of it, so maybe should have did more of it because we did it 2 days instead of all 3 of the work days. So But the adjustment to the rain plan, I thought our players handled it seamlessly. There's a number of packages we canceled out. One got canceled out in the second quarter, then a number of things at halftime. So I think anytime you get into the, we always talk about, boundary discipline, communication, the network, and it was really our first opportunity, as a staff and as as with our starters this year. So I was really impressed with the communication between the coaches and players throughout the game, making adjustments. And I thought Dak and the guys that handled the ball for the most part, we did an excellent job. To come out of that game with 0 gives, I played in a lot of bad weather games. Very, very impressed with our players were able to get done.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio. In regards to coaches' communication, with Coach Chingon going up to the booth, replacing Jeff Glasgow, could you talk about the logistics?
A very good point. That's part of what I'm saying when I get into all details. But we had some changes. Evan Harrington did a really nice job in his role, and so we had guys doing some different things. We were hopeful. The pregame, we were teased a little bit. You thought, hey, maybe this is going to work out. We're going to have a nice night to play. But then, obviously, when we came back outside, it just wasn't the case. So I thought that the adjustment to the rain plan, with all the coaches and some of the different roles, I thought our guys did a really good job.
I want to follow up on coaching. In regards to preparing for the Jets, how is the game plan or scheduling with the coaches? Is it different this week where not only the overnight flight, but the Jets Monday night game, and you haven't seen them yet?
Well, I think the scheduling gods, they balanced it out and having them play on Monday night. So, but getting back at 4:15 is, or maybe a little earlier, but yeah, I mean, this is just we knew the schedule. We've had time to plan, so we've had a chance to do some prep work, particularly for their defense because they, same coordinator, but obviously the offense has a new coordinator, new quarterback, so we'll all be watching tonight.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas News. At 2:40, how long do you think Jeff will be out?
It's a personal health matter. I have no specifics.
Offensive line, after watching the tape, just your thoughts on how they played last night?
Thought they did well, and and I think if you look at position that handled the adjustments, obviously you have the first game, with the expectations. Obviously you have a defense that has a number of different looks, a number of different personnel groups. So I thought we had one alignment early in the game that was different than because we just hadn't seen it from them. Obviously with the addition of Simmons, so the adjustment to that was a good adjustment on the sideline. But yeah, no, I thought our offensive line did a nice job.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. Stephon has impressed since he's been here, but with that debut last night, what caught your eye most about just the way that he went out there and used?
I mean, he's so consistent. I mean, he plays at this level. I mean, just the way he's dialed into the matchups and so forth. And just his nose for the ball. Even Trayvon too. With the two cause turnovers. So yeah, I thought he played very well.
How much better do you feel generally you're at corner from?
Cowboys 105.3 The Fan. Gilmore did play very well. A lot of guys did as the Cowboys blow out the Giants in week 1. Let's relive some of the best moments. 2 guys, 1 booth with the Nosebleed Boys next here in the G-Bag Nation of The Fan.
in existing frames for less than you might think. Visit glassdoctor.com today.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
We are 1 hour from Chris Young joining us. CY, the Rangers GM, will join us live from Toronto in 1 hour. Evan Carter tomorrow at 2:20. We have Cowboys tickets for the party passes to give away coming up in the 5. It's time now for Two Guys, One Booth. Here is your hosts, Wolchuk and Chiafalo.
Hell yes. No better way than to relive a 9-hour Cowboys game day than with a little Two Guys, One Booth.
But go ahead and do that, and then we'll.
I'll do this.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
You want me to do this, or you want me to do this?
You do that, and then we'll do.
I'll do this, and then we'll come and do that other thing.
Let's do that other thing, boys. Shout out to Ross Lubinsky, by the way.
Oh, Ross did a hell of a job.
First time doing the Two Guys, One Booth responsibility, and he just hit a big fat dong out of the park.
And I love the last name Lubinsky.
Me too. You always have, Wolchuk. You always have. Let's get things going with the moment, the turning point of the game. Who knew we were going to be like 5 game time minutes into the game to get the turning point? Here is Sham. There's a new name on that roster, and there is a lot of consonants in this one, Brad.
Say what?
Graham Gano, the 9-year veteran, just signed a new contract. Will try a 45-yard field goal from the left hash. And that ball is mishandled. Blocked and picked up by the Cowboys defender on the right sideline. It is Noah Iganbanamaki, and he runs it in for a touchdown for Dallas.
Oh, bless his heart. Bless his heart.
I think he was going to have to know that name.
No.
So early.
And he said he was practicing it all week long.
He said he was practicing it, too. He gave us that in the post.
And unfortunately, that happens. That happens. How did that sound there, Medford?
Iganbanamaki.
Yeah. And you know what? It's not the first time that we've had trouble pronouncing names.
Did he say that with a question mark at the end of it?
Very much so. And there was a pause leading into it, but this...
There was a second, though, that when I was looking at the back of his jersey, I thought there was a question mark at the end.
Likewise.
But there wasn't.
And anytime I was trying to say it during the half, I was thinking, I don't know. Am I saying it right? Who the hell knows? But he's not the only one that's had issues during a Cowboys game pronouncing a name. What was that one kicker's name?
Who's this kicker trying the extra point, Brian?
This is Haialua.
This is Liram Hairulahu.
All right, let's circle back later in the game. Let's try it one more time here. Go. Take it away, Brian.
Who is going to try the extra point, Brian?
This would be Haialua.
Of course, the right answer there to get points was Liram Hairulahu.
Details.
Yeah.
Proud of you. Proud of you there, Broadus.
It's like, I tell you what, hey, you get guys like Osa Odigizua, and when they play well, like Stephen Jones says, you learn their names, right?
That's right.
Yep.
I guess Liram didn't because he's not here anymore. Bless your heart.
All right. I could not get that right.
No.
I mean,
tough, man.
seriously.
Could have fooled me.
And then I was,
I thought you nailed it.
Yeah, man.
I got to the point where I'm like, just blow it as bad as you can, and it's pause.
This would be
and
Don't worry, we'll get to another pause moment a little later.
Oh, I hope I never find myself in life just getting to that just blow it point.
Yeah. Just blow it point.
Here is
Pause.
Here is Babe, the all-knowing Babe Laufenberg.
And it's 3rd and 10.
Not where the Giants wanted to be, having to face this pass rush.
Parsons is lined up at left tackle. And Jones back to throw. Parsons coming. Parsons got him. Slung him all the way back at the 12. There's number 1 for the Lions.
Did I mention this is not where the Giants want to be, having to contend with this pass rush?
I got to say, I love the Micah, the crawl.
The
lion crawl.
And he's starting to come out to it on the field.
He came out of the tunnel that way, and that seems to be the early season celebration there, which is just beautiful.
I love it. It's the best celebration that we've had since the Hulk smash from DeMarcus Ware. I'm pretty pumped about it. Now, this certainly was one of the best plays of the game. A big-time hit from who? Trayvon Diggs, and the pick 6 from Deron Bland.
2 safeties very deep.
They do not want to drop, or he's going to hand it off. They do not want to drop.
Parsons at left tackle again, makes a stunt, and Jones throws it out to the left. Fumble! Recovered in the air at the 20. Run into the end zone by Deron Bland.
Now, some might say Trayvon Diggs might have Knocked the what out of somebody?
Yeah. So the play was actually really, really nice there by Trayvon and by Bland. It was beautiful. And all of a sudden, I didn't think it was going to get any better. And then we got the after play description from Brad, and listen to him paint this beautiful, beautiful picture.
In the box score, that's an interception for Bland. What the box score doesn't show you is that Trayvon Diggs, whose reputation is that he doesn't want to tackle anybody, he just knocked the poop out of the guy.
He knocked the poop out of him. We talking about poopers?
I wasn't expecting that from Brad.
Was it this time, like when the mentions really started to hit hard?
Yeah, it was at this point when the X app started dinging quite a bit. I'm going, what's this? What's the deal here? Oh yeah, that's right, Trayvon Diggs. He made a tackle. Everybody wants to act like this is what Trayvon Diggs always does. We have received new information. Last night was new information. That wasn't the same old Trayvon Diggs. This is a new and improved version. Thank you, Trayvon, for committing to this for one game. Hopefully it continues, but this is not the same Trayvon Diggs. Just so everybody's clear here. If it was the way my mentions look, it's like this is what he's always done. We're watching I don't know what you've been watching.
Give him hell, buddy.
I'm like, come on, dude. But I am happy for Trayvon. Seriously, thank you, bro. Thank you for being frustrated with yourself, looking in the mirror and saying, I'm not going to let when the season's on the line in the playoffs, I'm not going to whiff intentionally because I'm scared. I'm not going to do that anymore.
Doesn't have to make business decisions after you get paid. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, now you don't have to sacrifice yourself. You just go out there, you throw that body, you knock the poop out of people, and that's exactly what Trayvon Diggs did.
The poop knockers, man. That's what they're naming this defense.
Darn right. Now, we had a little sassy sham.
You know, I thought Mike McCarthy said he wanted to run the ball. They've played a whole quarter, and they've only run it twice. This would be a good time to get that going, though.
Look, my guy can't help himself. I tried to warn everybody. He's going to want to get back there and throw the football. Now, he did end up playing some balanced, complimentary football coming out of the half.
Yeah, but wasn't that the tongue-in-cheek Brad Sham where they haven't had the ball?
Yeah.
They didn't have the ball the entire quarter. I
Of
think that's
course.
Brad Sham just cracking the joke of, like,
Two run plays?
My dear God.
But still, you think the way he talked about run the damn ball, I thought he was going to come out and go run. We're just not throwing.
I was surprised when the defense was out there and the Cowboys weren't running the ball. I'm like, McCarthy, be a man of your word, gosh darn it.
Sometimes I think it is, I'm still mad you fired my guy Jason Garrett, Brad Sham.
Ooh.
Well,
man,
he needs to get in a room with Des Bryant and talk about that.
Des went after him.
Des was taking shots at Jay Jeezy last night on Twitter.
Or
on X.
Yeah.
That happened. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's just kind of the
Jess, what
par
happened?
for the
Did
course.
you see it? You see what he said?
No, what
Well,
does
I'm
say?
pretty sure Jason Garrett described Saquon Barkley as being the best player on the field at all times.
Oh, no.
In a game where Micah Parsons existed.
Uh-oh.
So that's going to get you, caught in some trouble there a little bit. Something happened to Daniel Jones that was a little bit uncomfortable.
Snap back to Jones in an empty set. He got hit as he threw down the right side, incomplete. Couldn't get enough into the follow-through because he just got creamed.
And that was happening a lot. He was absolutely getting obliterated last night.
Yeah, that's rule number 1 for an offense. Like, don't let your quarterback get creamed.
Don't get creamed, and the jersey was soaked. I mean, his looked like it was worn more than anyone else.
I was made so happy watching the sad Giants fans down 33-0 just being rained on.
Just leaving.
And then a sad Saquon Barkley as well, zoomed in as he was plopped down on the ground
Darren
after
Waller
like an
looked
incompletion.
depressed.
And this just rains pouring down, and they're all like, really? This is what we've been waiting all offseason for?
So we're
This is
gonna
how
take
we
the
come
next
out of the
step.
gates?
What the hell? All right, let's go get yourself a touchdown here, Tony Pollard. Why don't you?
Gallup and Hendershot have come in. This has got to be 2 plays, doesn't it?
This got to be a sneak.
Prescott, instead of a sneak, with a wide pitch to Pollard, starts right, comes left, goes right. Behind Aduga pulling. Touchdown, Tony Pollard.
Touchdown Pollard. Get used to it, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think, did we miss Zeke last night?
No. And you know what? Unfortunately, I wish the Patriots hadn't assigned him because maybe they had a chance to win that football game if he didn't have fumbled.
There was that moment where there was an opportunity for like a 5-yard gain that
Rico Dowdle was able to make
that
happen.
He was able to,
and still looked better hitting the explosion. But hey,
Rico looked pretty nice last night.
Rico looked good. But we love you, Zeke.
All right, the Giants. Well, they got slapped around, boys.
Yeah, that just derailed everything.
That cost him yards, and then the field goal was blocked and run back for a touchdown, and it's like they got slapped silly, and they haven't woke up.
They sure got slapped silly. Yeah, it's like a Looney Tunes cartoon. Boop, 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 just freaking slapping them left and right. I absolutely loved it.
They're getting the poop knocked out of them. They're being slapped around at their own house to start the season.
People are leaving.
What happened to them for the final 2 hours and 40 minutes of that game is effectively what we've seen from the Texas Rangers for the last 6 weeks.
Oh, no.
Things stop going your way, then you start sabotaging yourselves.
Yeah.
Avalanche, snowball,
Yes.
snowball. Can it get worse? Oh my gosh, it can. Here we are.
Now,
exactly.
post-game, Brian and I and Tim Collins, we were struggling, like, who's going to be our player of the game? Who's going to be our player of the game? I voted maybe it should be Christy Scales because Christy has to deal with the elements out there. And it was a rainy bleep show last night. And, well, the Brad and Babe, they decided to give Christy some love.
Touchback. I mean, I know Christy just told us, but man, it is really
it
coming
really
down
is.
here.
But if you folks don't ever get a chance to hear, Christy telling us stuff in the breaks and what she's got, and she's just so even keeled and so professional, and that time during the break she said, "Okay, it's really raining here now."
You know what she is so right now? She's so wet.
Listen.
You always tell me Christy's all wet, but I mean this time.
Tonight, Christy Scales is underpaid by tenfold.
You got to worry about the mics there, maybe some static shock. But, gosh, it was the downpour last night. It was bad. And shout out to Christy for weathering that storm.
True pro.
And shout out to Babe Laufenberg as well.
Shocking, babe.
Dear God. That was the most jarring moment of the entire broadcast, I believe, for everyone involved.
No comment.
Brad and Babe, it's like the Cowboys defense plays great with a lead. I feel like our guys broadcast great with the lead.
They do.
Take it away.
Loose.
You want to tell Captain Bill of American Airlines to fire up that 777? We may be getting out of here a little early, Brad. Do they have a mercy rule in the NFL? Or you got to keep playing. You got to keep playing.
I mean, this is such a bizarre game. It's it's really hard to describe.
It was like Brian, what'd you say? Like they should have a running clock like Green Hill football?
Yeah, I said this ought to be like Green Hill football. Like you get to the point where it's just like, we don't need to see Daniel Jones get hit anymore.
No.
We don't need to see Bennett Broadus get hit anymore.
No. Let's just go ahead and wrap this thing up.
I kind of love seeing Daniel Jones keep getting hit.
I can't.
That was one of my favorite things about the end of the game was still seeing Marquise Bell and Deron Bland like up a million at the end of the game in the rain. Everybody's trying to get out of the building, and they're ready. They're still just smacking people around on the final drive.
It was crazy.
McQuamu with a fumble recovery, stuff like that.
Just nuts. How about Kevontae Turpin and his usage? He went ahead and just put the dagger in the Giants.
Turpin back in at running back where he's been a few times. Lamb's caught 4 for 87. He's the leading receiver. Ferguson, Turpin, and Cooks have each caught 2.
It's going to be a toss left.
Third and goal. It's a toss left to Turpin. Tyron Smith opens a massive hole, and Turpin blows through that and runs into the end zone for his first NFL touchdown from scrimmage.
It was at that point where you looked up into the stands, Brad and Babe, and what did you see? What did you see, boys?
There were already deuce chants from the many Cowboy fans in attendance at MetLife Stadium.
There aren't any Giant fans left here. Second down,
or
about
anywhere
4.
in the tri-state area
I would say right now.
They have all been jumping ship, and that is ship with a P. And I loved every second of it. I hope that they beat the Giants 50-0 in the rematch later on this year.
Freaking glorious. Thank you, guys. Okay, Evan Carter tomorrow at 2:20. CY is coming up in 40 minutes. The Rangers GM's going to join us coming up in the 4:20 segment. Let's enjoy a little best of the weekend coming up next with the Chief. Where are you taking us?
We got some broadcaster mistakes, and the most impressive thing Ewers did Saturday night was after the game. Next, right here on The Fan.
Hey there, Jane Slater with NFL Network, and I am here with Jeremy from Kissable Dental. Jeremy, we are just starting football, but we're in the second half of the season for many of us.
backfield. A lineman picks it up. He starts running, and then he glances up, and there's a guy like 10 yards in front.
I didn't see any lineman downfield.
No lineman downfield.
I don't think any lineman downfield.
And he was still behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
So
There wasn't a forward pass before that, so I think it is.
We had a big man TD pass, which I believe is the first ever. We've never seen this.
We've definitely had
We're going to have to see
a
that for
big man
TD Tuesday.
pass in the history of football for sure.
Well, okay, listen. Yes, at some level, I'm sure we've seen it, but like I've never seen a video of it. There's no recordings of it. We hype up the big man touchdown all the time.
I'm trying to think. There's got to be somebody. Anthony Munoz probably threw a touchdown.
Yeah,
pass.
I'm sure there are.
I'm
But
sure
that's
he's
still
behind the
epic,
line.
and I love
Threw
it.
a touchdown pass.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I'm thinking
in the
definitely.
NFL.
It's very creative.
I think we got one.
Okay.
I've been around a lot of years. I think I saw one. I just can't remember right now.
I will stand down if we have one, but this is the first of my knowledge.
I'll tell you what was so confusing about that play. The fact that it was one of those schools that it's a multi-purpose field. And so they had about 75 different lines.
Oh, the soccer field is also the football
field. They had lacrosse going on.
There's a baseball diamond in the middle of it.
They had all kinds of things going on. So I wasn't sure where the line of scrimmage was, and I really wasn't sure where the end zone was with all the lines on the field.
I really wasn't sure what to make of AI robots sitting in the audience in the stands at the Chargers-Dolphins game at SoFi Stadium. They had robot fans wearing jerseys. They actually had like headphones on as if they were like listening to the game or whatever. And they're just sitting in the stands all next to each other. And it's because they were promoting some movie. Some movie promotion was going down, and so it was like, but it's like the photos are super weird. It's just like it's like mannequins, but like super lifelike mannequins just sitting down in the audience. If my seat was next to these things, I'd be weirded out. I didn't know what to make of it, but apparently it was a movie promotion that was going on inside of SoFi Stadium last night.
Movie looks good, but that was weird.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Well, there was one baseball. There was one time in the playoffs in baseball they were promoting some movie. And it was like the lady it was a movie where they were smiling. Was it called The Smile? What was the movie? There was one where everybody had these grins. Like everything in the movie was just these like villains.
Everybody looked like our favorite football agent.
Oh, it's that Smile movie.
Was it called Smile?
It was called Smile.
And like literally behind home plate, the lady was smiling the whole time. And in like promotion, that's the first time I'd ever seen. But the movie was called Smile, right?
Smile, yeah, I saw it.
And then one of the actors was just sitting there.
Just everybody just looking like Lee Steinberg. You just made the same face, bro.
It's crazy.
These AI robots look insane. I'd love to see some video to see what their movement is like. The movie's called The Creator.
Yeah, the movie looks good.
Yeah.
Was that the one with the small child and stuff like that in the movie? Okay.
What would you do if you're sitting next to that, Brian? Doesn't that look real and
dude?
Robotic?
Keep these out of AT&T Stadium for me, please. Like, save that for the West Coast.
We don't
need that.
We got
weird crap
AI
up
Jerry
in here.
now at AT&T.
You know what? You're right.
Yeah.
We
got that AI
robots.
Miami Dolphins fan that everybody's thirsting over that they thought was a real person.
So there's like an Instagram model, quote unquote, Dolphins fan who everybody's loving, and it turns out it's a fake person.
It's fake.
It's AI generated.
Apparently.
Jeez, bro. The amount of catfishing that's going to go down, the hearts that are going to be broken.
Oh, no.
People thinking they're falling in love with some beautiful man or woman, and it's a robot. That's
It's a robot.
That's wild.
Maybe they're into that.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just hand this sound over Kentucky football. Broadcaster Bleephole. I don't think he meant to be, but this did not land well when the ESPN broadcaster was talking about a Kentucky football player who had just had a really, really nice drive. Take it away, ESPN.
Is Ray Davis. 51 yards on that drive alone, running and receiving. He's a guy transferring over from Vanderbilt. 9 months ago when he jumped in the portal, everybody wanted him. 11 years ago as a foster kid, really nobody wanted him.
Oh, stop it.
You know, sometimes you get too much information about these players. You know, these play-by-play and these color guys, they get all the backstories on these players, and then sometimes it's like, you know what? I don't want that information. Let me go ahead and X that out of my notes because I don't even want to slip up and bring that up in a weird way. And that's what he did. That dude went viral over the weekend because it didn't land well.
Yeah, there's a Cowboys player who's like, I keep seeing this on Cowboys Twitter. His dad burned down their house when he was 4 years old. And I'm like, Man, like some of these stories are just, I mean, they're so depressing. I almost don't want to hear about them.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, if I'm one of these broadcasters, I'm like, you know what? I don't even, it's like all the, the grief eating that ESPN does during the NFL draft, which I think they've pulled back on at least this past year.
Smidgen, I don't know.
It's like, here's this guy who got drafted. Let's tell you about the worst thing that's ever happened in his life and broadcast it to all of you. So that was one of those moments a little bit during the ESPN college football broadcast. And coming up here in Football's Finest, we'll hit you with some Texas stuff. McConaughey and Quinn Ewers. The best thing he did was not even during the game on Saturday night. And then, of course, more Cowboy observations.
2016 Arkansas lineman threw a touchdown pass, and Dontari Poe did it in 2016.
Oh, look at that.
I forgot about Dontari Poe, former Cowboy.
Yes, they did the Tebow. They did the Tebow thing.
Yeah,
with
and
him.
he jumps over the line and did it.
Wow, good
That's
call,
so
boys.
badass.
Hey, football guys of the day. You guys called it. I misspoke.
It's rare. It is
Big
rare.
man touchdown passes have happened before.
But I think the pass one might be cooler than the receiving one.
Does Tebow count as a non-quarterback who threw passes for touchdowns?
Yeah, I think so.
Kind of. We got to run. Boy, some old Tebow trolling. That was fun 10, 11 years ago. The Tebow truthers.
Yeah.
Hitting them with a troll every now and then. That's 2 down, 1.5 to go. Rangers pregame's coming up at 5:30, the biggest series of the season. Tonight is the night where they get a jump started. Football's Finest is next here in the nation. I want to chat Frankels before we do anything else, though, because life's unpredictable and, accidents happen. Next thing you know, your entire life can be turned upside down. If that happens to you, call them roadside, the Frankels, 214-333-3333, or you can jump online at truckwreck.com. I've used them twice in our household over the years. You never want to have to call the Frankels, but boy, is it nice when you can. You're sitting there roadside. Your entire life's been turned upside down. Might need a new vehicle, significant repairs, hospital damages, and, long stay with the ambulance and all that. It's where the Frankels come in, because a major financial expense is going to result from these personal injuries. And if it's not your fault, you should not be responsible for the financial damages. We like to say the person responsible for the wreck needs to write that check. That's what the Frankels make sure of. They'll do everything in their power to ease your pain and get you the compensation that you deserve. Make you whole again, So it's the Frankels, experienced, compassionate, dedicated to their clients. If you're hurt and it's not your fault, these guys are like your car and truck wreck attorneys. They've been in North Texas for over a quarter century fighting to get clients paid. It's the Frankels, 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com. Salute.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turn it on, leave it on. We're here for you all day on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by the United States Postal Service. Get the ground advantage at USPS.com/advantage. I don't need to see anything more than what I saw this weekend in Tuscaloosa to say Texas is back. They are. I'm not being facetious. I'm not being sarcastic. I am serious. You know what being back looks like? It looks like going into Tuscaloosa and beating the Tide down. I'm Jim Rome.
Every business seeks an advantage, whether it's having the best location, hiring top talent, or spotting trends before they happen. And now, the United States Postal Service can give your business a new advantage. Introducing USPS Ground Advantage. Reliable and affordable 2 to 5 day package shipping. It's the advantage you need at the price you want. Get the Ground Advantage at USPS.com/advantage. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way. Offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan on a glorious Cowboys Monday. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Chris Young's coming up in 20 minutes. Rangers and Blue Jays, the pregame at 5:30 tonight in Toronto. A huge 4-game set will be underway with the first pitch shortly after 6 o'clock right here on your home of the Rangers. It's time now to let you know we have a pair of tickets to the Cowboys to give away in over an hour, in the 5 o'clock hour. It is time now for Eric Chiafala's football finest. Here's the Chief.
I would like the folks to text in their Carpe Omnia player of the game, the guy who seized everything for 4 quarters last night. Who is that player for you? Carpo Cowboy.
Dan Quinn.
We'll go with the Carpo
Christy
Cowboy.
Scales.
Christy Scales?
Mm-hmm.
She was a beast last night. She always is, though.
Ooh, Chris Jones is coming back. Breaking news.
Okay.
Punter?
Please, tell me.
Just a 1-year deal that he's signed with the Chiefs to get the money that he's wanting. Details still waiting to come out, but Chris Jones will be back with the Kansas City Chiefs and probably playing this weekend.
Look at that.
I would say Kevontae Turpin. He ran the ball. He caught the ball. He returned the ball. That's as much Omnia as you could do.
Yeah.
3 different things.
That's a Carpo Cowboy if I've ever seen one.
Pretty epic.
I'd like to give my clapback Carpo Cowboy award to Brian Broaddus. You know our friend Elliot Shore Parks?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Our Odyssey homie.
Oh, did you clap back at Elliot? Because that ticked me off, too.
Okay, this is great. Shore Parks, he's hilarious. He's hilarious. He's a goofy goober.
I think he's got me on mute because he didn't respond.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's good. See, he keeps the follow, but he also never wants to hear or see from you ever again.
But what happened was that, like, everybody, all the Philadelphia fans, I felt bad in a way because they're like, listen, he doesn't represent us.
Oh, yeah, they started.
They started coming back.
For sure. He's the fan. He was the one who was doing the joint practice. Eagles got the win today.
Yeah.
So Shore Parks tweets 7 hours ago, the Cowboys are a top 3 team in the NFC without question, but their win over the Giants was more about the Giants being bad than the Cowboys being great. In comes Brian Broaddus with the Carpo Cowboy clapback of the day. Your coach and QB tried to give away the game twice yesterday. Might want to focus on your own issues, buddy.
Yeah, get him, Brian.
I may have added that buddy in there, but I felt like that was
no. I think the buddy
I
really
thought
was
about
a prime buddy opportunity.
I thought
for you.
I could have thrown Buddy in there and it would have been effective, but I did not throw Buddy in
That
there.
would have been the real haymaker, like from the top ropes kind of deal. But either way, you crushed him. I hope he gets to see that. I hope you're not muted.
I believe I am because
Okay.
there's things I've asked him questions for or about. And
he just doesn't even see it.
He doesn't even respond.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you look at it, like the Eagles had 8 of their 11 defensive starters healthy for all 17 games last year. And a 9th, Josh Sweat, missed just 1 game. After the first game of the season, you have Nakobe Dean out for several weeks with a foot injury and their corner James Bradbury in the concussion protocol. That was the one thing when you looked at the Eagles of like, where would they step back? And it was just, will they be as fortunate when it comes to injuries? Last year on both sides of the ball, they were very, very fortunate from that standpoint. That's not usually something that duplicates itself. So the Eagles in week 1 already seeing some injury issues defensively. That's not something they had to deal with really on either side of the ball last year. And so that's one of the reasons that I have optimism that maybe the Cowboys actually can go out there and just go ahead and win this darn division.
I mean, the Eagles defense got them up 16-0, and then they struggle with New England. I don't know who's better, like the Patriots or Giants, probably pretty comparable opponents. I think the point clearly goes to Brian. It's copium from Elliott Shore Parks. And you got to be, even though feeling, hey, we started 1-0, you got questions around the Eagles right now, legitimate questions.
The problem we're watching the end of that New England game, and Belichick, it was strange because he didn't manage the game like I thought he would.
Yeah.
They had an opportunity to get points. He didn't take the points, went for it on 4th down. The Eagles defense made 3 stops in a row. And the last 2 were, again, their head coach. Well, Hurts fumbles the ball. Everybody's seen it. Hurts fumbles the ball at midfield.
Yeah. Quarterback's not any good.
And then all of a sudden, their coach that invented football, he tries to go for it on 4th down. Just punt them down into their end. The Patriots,
Did they ever sign a punter, by the way?
Yeah,
They've got a punter.
They got a punter.
Yeah.
They didn't use him on 4th and 2 yesterday.
No, they didn't want to trot him out there.
And they gave Patriots the ball twice, like at the 50-yard line.
Yeah.
Both and if Belichick would have just kicked the field goal, they could have drove for the game-winning field goal instead of having to score a touchdown. But it was really, really strange. But it was two really weird plays. The whole thing with the fumble, and then why he would even go for it, I have no idea.
Yeah, Eagles defense looking a little shaky there. Week 1, Mac Jones throwing for over 300 yards, three touchdowns.
Well, at the end of the game, they were good.
Yeah.
At the end of the game, they got the stops.
Jalen Carter was good. Jalen Carter was a monster.
They got the stops they needed. Yeah.
Now, when it comes to contextualizing the Cowboys' dominant performance, how about this from Opta Stats? No team has ever lost 40-0 or worse. Lost the sack battle 7-0 or worse. Lost the turnover battle 3-0 or worse. Had a blocked field goal returned for a touchdown and threw a pick six. In the same season, no team has ever had those things happen to them. All of those things.
Are you telling me you can't lose games in the NFL and still win?
I am, Trent Dilfer. But the Giants did it all in one game.
That is amazing.
No team has ever had the level of incompetence that the Giants showed last night. Has never, just in one season, if you combined everything, has a team ever done that all together in one season. The Giants did it all in one night, thanks to the Dallas Cowboys of Dallas. I mean, there was points where you were like, did the Cowboys have 12 or 13 men on the field defensively?
It was suffocating.
Are they playing, what's the advantage here? And it was just, they were just all over the place. They were seizing everything last night. And how about this from Bill Barnwell? Do you guys remember the COVID year when the Broncos had to trot out a wide receiver to play quarterback?
They lost all their quarterbacks to COVID. Yeah.
So and the NFL's like, we're not suspending this game, so you have to figure it out. And so the Broncos had to bring out Kendall Hinton.
That's him.
Who was a wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Well, he was a quarterback in college, though, right?
Yeah, Wake Forest.
Wake Forest. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Giants had a worse expected points added offensively last night than the Kendall Hinton-led Broncos from that COVID year.
Wow. Oh, wow.
The Giants' offense was, according to the advanced metrics, even worse than that Bronco offense from a few years ago when they had a former college quarterback who's now a receiver playing quarterback for them. It was terrible, and what the Giants did last night was even worse.
It's amazing because that opening drive, I thought they were going to run for 150 yards.
I really thought I thought it was going to be a tough game. I was worried about, they really don't. Cowboys don't have a handle on this running game at all.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, here we go again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are we going to be talking for 14 weeks about how do you fix your run defense and y'all being in denial about it?
You draft Mozzie Smith in the first round, it's 3rd and 1, and you don't even put him in the game? Yeah. And then after that, it was all pleasantries.
Yeah, then it was all beautiful. Except for the drops. Like when you start nitpicking last night's victory, which was
nitpicking.
It was an amazing victory, but the Cowboys did lead the league in drops for week 1. Including Kadarius Toney and company in Kansas City.
But I'm going to chalk, and then Kadarius Toney had every single drop, I think, for the
He
Kansas
dropped all
I'm going
the
to
drops.
chalk it up to the Hurricane.
I think my favorite throw from Dak last night was the Hendershot drop in the end zone. And think about how much better Dak's numbers look if that's a completed touchdown grab.
I thought
between defenders on the money.
3 guys around there.
Yeah. And there's Hendershot kind of doing what he does a little bit, which is kind of get the drops he's going.
He does have an issue with that. That dates back to last year.
Yeah, that's sort
more
of
Schoonmaker. I'm trying to tell you, Schoonmaker needs to play.
I think
more.
we need to have Ferguson and Schooney out there. I'm with you.
More Schoonmaker.
More Schoonmaker.
I mean, if you have Schoonmaker in the game, you don't have to worry about a guy turning a 180 and simultaneously catching it. He won't even attempt something like that.
Exactly. That's a great point by you.
Did you see Dalton Schultz's debut yesterday, by the way? It was like 2 catches, 4 yards.
The tight ends across the league, dude. If you play fantasy, you realize there's like no tight ends that you could rely on.
Super good. Darren Waller,
That Kelsey guy was pretty good at Kansas City. Oh, he didn't play, right?
Yeah, he didn't play. But when he does, my gosh, Mahomes is going to throw him the ball every single time. Okay, congratulations to C.J. Stroud, whose first career passing attempt was completed to himself. He pulled a Brett Favre on us.
Brett Favre.
That's
right.
What
the hell, man?
He pulled a Brett. And C.J. Stroud.
Can we have a moment, please?
Of his Crocs.
Desmond Ridder actually caught a ball. Drake London, wide receiver for the Falcons, had a
don't
bagel.
Remind me. I'm going to lose to Choppy because of this bull bleep.
Drake London, a wide receiver for the Falcons, had less receptions yesterday than his quarterback.
What the hell, Drake?
And it was weird. At one point in the game, Desmond Ridder was 4 for 4 for 0 yards and a touchdown.
I heard of Brett.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, I know.
heard of Brett.
Oh, yeah. Rules are
Mama
rules.
gave me 8 of them flapjacks, and Mama take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay
Hungry
hungry for the Crimson Tide.
I think the worst coaching decision yesterday was in Los Angeles with Brandon Staley. And it wasn't a go-for-it situation. I know a lot of people want to jump on him for those deals. But it was at the end of the half when he calls a timeout to go kick a field goal. And instead of just letting the clock run all the way down, you kick the field goal, time expires, you go into halftime, tie game. He just immediately calls the timeout after the play. Now there's 14 seconds left, so they kick the field goal, and then all of a sudden the Dolphins, who have the most explosive offense anyone's ever seen, are able to get down the field in no time thanks to a J.C. Jackson dumb pass interference play, and then boom, there's a free 3 points in a game that the Dolphins end up winning by 2. Brandon Staley continues to be
Are you saying
head-scratching.
he's poor at game management?
He has gotten worse and worse over the years.
Yeah.
I think his first year where he was going for it all the time, I actually really enjoyed it. I was pro Brandon Staley. And then last year he softened up and started being scared of fourth downs. And then what he did yesterday was very, very bad. I mean, the Chargers made history yesterday.
They did.
Since 2000, teams that rushed for more than 200 yards, allowed fewer than 100 rushing yards, did not turn the ball over, and won the turnover margin by at least 2, were 110-0 before Sunday.
Chargers gonna Charger.
That's what they do, man.
I guess Justin Herbert just needs more help, huh?
Just a little bit more help.
Yeah.
He's still throwing the ball like 5 yards at a time. Justin Jefferson was well on his way to having a historic performance yesterday. Half number 1, 7 catches, 138 yards. My gosh. And then it's 2 receptions for 12 yards in the second half, and Kirk Cousins throws a red zone interception. They lose to Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers.
And that was
you can
a
see
noon
it.
game.
You could see it on Justin Jefferson's face, man. He looked like a guy. I mean, if you didn't know any better, you just see the still shots of a sad Justin Jefferson on the sideline. You would think they were like 0-12, and this is late in the season, and it's just been terrible. It's like 5 minutes into the season, and he looks like
George
just
Pickens.
dejected.
They seem like the 2 wide receivers that are like, please get me the hell out of here and put me with a different quarterback.
Yes, I'll agree with that 100%. George Pickens is on Twitter liking things that are anti-Kenny Pickett. I mean, how about that for the preseason doesn't matter? Or the preseason does matter for those folks. The Steelers, man, they're starting offense. They're 5 for 5. They go score touchdowns every drive in the preseason.
They're doing that John Gruden again.
I believe they had 1 yard total through the first half yesterday versus the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, Sirianni's taking the opposite approach. Did you see what he said? He's like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, our offense looks so bad. Maybe I should have played him in the preseason.
No, that's just what happens when you give Bill Belichick 6 months to prepare for your
Damn
offense,
right.
bro. You're going to be all right, Nick Sirianni.
No, he won't be okay.
DraftKings, they're getting crushed right now. It was kind of like our guy on the Kentucky broadcast, just like, this doesn't land well. I'm sure you didn't have poor intentions with it, but it didn't land well. DraftKings today promoted a never forget 9/11 parlay where you could go ahead and bet to win the Mets, the Yankees, and the Jets. An all New York parlay. They called it the Never Forget Parlay. And they've had to come out and apologize for that. Because it's just, well, it's not very respectful on this day for DraftKings to lay out. They're like, we sincerely apologize for the featured parlay that was shared briefly in commemoration of 9/11. We respect the significance of this day for our country and especially for the families of those who are directly affected. So DraftKings already finding themselves in a little bit of hot water here to start the football season.
But here's a $20 gift card to help you with your next bet.
Yeah. But if you want to capitalize on that parlay, we'll go ahead and still give you that opportunity.
You know where you mess up there is when you don't do proceeds for charity. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh.
You launch the promotion.
Oh,
boom.
I like that.
We're going to the fallen soldiers family or the first responders. Bang. That's going to get you cleared.
That's how you do it. No question about it. All right, let's get to Saturday night quickly here. You have Texas Longhorns beating Alabama in Tuscaloosa. Nobody thought it was going to happen, except Alabama's quarterback just gets the ball, closes his eyes, and just throws it wherever. That's sort of the game plan there for him. But Texas looked fantastic. It was an amazing game to watch. It was like a 4-minute time span where it was just touchdown, back and forth. Really, really fun. Texas gets the win. Here's Matthew McConaughey on the Pat McAfee broadcast during the game down on the sidelines calling a Ewers to Worthy touchdown.
Quinn Ewers. Come again. Zach, be there. Go, X.
He's just fantastic.
Hey,
Xavier Worthy.
I think you could get more of that. I'd take it too.
I'd
take it.
If he wasn't making so much money at movies, maybe he'd be willing to do that. That's fun. I want an alternate broadcast with McConaughey now for every Horns game.
Yeah, I'd be so in on that. And shout out to Quinn Ewers, who played fantastic. He looks like it's like a new year, new me situation with Quinn Ewers. After the game, for as good as he played, this was the best moment of the game. Afterwards, he gets teed up for that Sam Ehlinger moment, and he was a gosh dang veteran with poise.
You know, the whole world, the whole media, everybody's going to say something about Texas after this game. What should it be?
Nothing. We still got a lot of games to win. We're still going to roll though.
Thank you so much.
God bless. Let's go.
He had the opportunity to hit him with the "we're back."
They're back.
And he decided to dodge that bullet. Good for you, Quinn Ewers.
tell
That's
you
veteran
what.
presence in the pocket.
He must have lost 30 pounds. He found. It looks like he found Jesus.
Yeah.
Lost about 30 pounds, and he's balling. He's focused now.
Shaved the hair and the beard.
That's a guy who's walking in newness of life right now.
Scouting report from young Bennett Broadus will confirm, because he's been some parties with him before. He says, change man.
Yeah?
Change man, not showing up at the parties anymore.
You could see it on his face. He's got a real haircut.
Yeah.
And maybe he's going to play a whole season at a high level this time around.
Far less bloated, Quinn Ewers. Congrats, sir.
Yep.
By the way, 5 minutes ago, maybe 6, did we get a hook 'em from you?
Hook 'em.
I believe we heard that.
Yeah, hook 'em.
Are you inching closer?
No, I'm not going to cheer for when they're in the SEC. Absolutely not.
Okay, so this is the last.
No,
opportunity
this is
to get
it.
hook 'ems.
Yeah, hook 'em.
Okay.
They beat an SEC school.
Put 'em
That
down.
was but I approve of beating that SEC.
Your
school.
Tigers are in trouble. With the Longhorns coming to town.
A.D.
soon.
Mitchell.
Hey, the Cy Young Show. Chris Young, Rangers GM, is next here with you on 105.3 The Fan. We'll ask him about this big Rangers Blue Jay series gets underway in about an hour and a half. I got to chat Twin Peaks, though. It is your ultimate sports lodge with a mini to match. Great place to go watch sports. You can pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a Twin Peaks girl. You're in for a legendary sports watching experience whenever you get into Twin Peaks. Now, give $5. Welcome back, Nation. It's time now for the Chris Young Show here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Rangers. We have Cowboys party passes for Cowboys Jets to give away courtesy of Miller Lite coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Rangers pregame is coming up at 5:30 as they visit the Blue Jays, and CY is in Toronto with them. Segments brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation, 214-333-3333, or go online to truckwreck.com. And CY presented by Anheuser-Busch and Cars for Kids. Good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We are doing outstanding. Here it's cooling down in the Metroplex. I understand you're up there in Toronto. How's Canada today?
Yeah, the weather up here is very nice. So I'm sad to miss out on the nice weather in DFW, but nonetheless, we're getting a little reprieve from the heat here in Toronto, and it's beautiful.
With 20 games to go, CY, how are you looking at this? Do any of these series start to feel like make or break, or is it still one day at a time type of mindset?
Well, it's always one day at a time over the course of the season, but certainly, there are 20 games left and they all matter. So we want to play well. We obviously have had a very tough stretch. This weekend, I think, was a step in the right direction. And we're hopeful to go on the road here and continue it. It's a tough Toronto team. We're obviously battling with them. And we want to come in here and play good baseball and then hopefully go to Cleveland and find a way to win a series there. So, I think there's some encouraging things that are happening. I'm hopeful that with Josh Young and Adolis that we may be able to get those guys back at some point in the next week to 10 days and then maybe have a shot down the stretch the last 2 weeks to have a healthy team intact for the first time really in the second half of the season, which would be wonderful.
What's the key to getting the best of Toronto here? You get 4 chances over the next 4 days. What do you guys need to do to get the wins?
Well, we just need to play solid baseball. We need to come out and pitch. It all starts with pitching. When you pitch, you have a chance to win every night. And, I believe our offense will find a way to score some runs and pitch and play defense. That's the key. So if we can pitch, if our starting pitching pitches well, gives us a chance to win. I trusted our offense. Our bats are going to get hot here. I thought yesterday was a very good sign against Oakland, and hopefully we can continue that. But again, it's a tough series, a tough place to play, and I think that we come in here, we want to win all 4, but realistically, I think if we can come out of here with a series win or a split, that's still a victory in some ways, and keep building momentum towards the last 2 weeks of the season where we're going to need to play really, really good baseball.
Dane Dunning, speaking of pitchers, had such a great season. Now the last handful of appearances, 3 appearances at least, kind of rough. What are you hoping to see from him tonight? And do you have a leash when a guy starts to struggle like this in high leverage situations?
Yeah, look, I think first of all, yes, there is a leash. I think we saw that yesterday with John Gray, that Boch went out and got him and went to Andrew Heaney. And really, we won the game yesterday because Andrew came in and did a great job and shut down the A's offense and gave our team a chance to come back and score some runs and take the lead. We're playing every game to win right now. So there's, the starters are not going to get as long a leash as they've had. And, but we are confident that they can each perform and that they'll make good pitches and that they can keep the other team down long enough for us to get a lead and then hopefully hand it over to the back of our bullpen at some point.
CY, this is my scouting question for you. How would you do any more advanced scouting with these opponents coming up than you normally do? Do you have guys that go on the road, follow? I know the Toronto was playing Kansas City, swept them this past weekend. Do you do any more advanced scouting or ramp things up as you get into some of these final series?
Yes, we do. We have our scouts are paying attention. We have a lot of analysts watching each team, and we do have scouts in the stadium. But I think the most important part of this is taking all that information and simplifying it, whittling it down to what matters most and how we apply it. And so we have a lot of information. In fact, I came into Coach's office this afternoon and said, how'd the staff meeting go today? And he said, we've got a lot of information. So, and sometimes information can overcomplicate it. But that said, it's our coaches' jobs to really synthesize it and break it down and apply it. And then, and I think they've done a very good job of that. But it is an important part of this time of year is that there are more resources being allocated to meaningful games.
The fan base always gets excited when you get a top prospect called up like Evan Carter. I know it's a very small sample size, but what stood out to you about his performance over the weekend?
Well, exactly what we've seen with Evan through his minor league career, just the approach, the plate discipline, and such a great idea of who he is as a hitter and sticking to that. And I think that what we saw this weekend, even yesterday, went 0 for 2, I believe, with a walk and a sac fly. But they were big moments, and to come through with a walk, I think that led to a run. I think Marcus got on base on a force out, but Marcus took Evan's spot on base and then scored on a Corey double. So I think that those are important things for a young hitter at the bottom of the lineup to come in and not try to do too much, to set the table, find a way to get on base, to execute with a runner on 30 and a sac fly to get the runner in. That was a big moment. So for him, just having those times, those experiences to get up there and contribute at the bottom of the order, to set the table for the top of the order, exactly what we thought Evan would do. We're excited about what we've seen thus far, and we know he's only going to get better and better. He's 21 years old playing in the big league. It's pretty impressive.
Chris Young, Rangers GM, with us. Yeah, we're excited to talk to him tomorrow. He's going to join us for the Rangers Player Show. Do you have any advice on how to maybe get the ice broken with him?
Evan's he's a very respectful and smart guy. He's just so intelligent and understands himself. I think he's got a great head on his shoulders, and but he's pretty level. He's you're not going to get too much of a rise out of him. So let me know if you've got any tips after talking to him.
We'll do our best. That's for sure. I would love to get a follow-up question about your view of the minor leagues 1+ year in. We got some guys coming up. Is minor league development, is it where you want it? And then specifically with the position players and the pitchers, have you been disappointed that more guys haven't been able to help you out in that department?
Well, I think I'll start by saying one of the things I've come to realize is I don't think any organization always says that they're exactly where they want it in terms of their minor league development. I mean, there's certain organizations that have gotten more players to the big leagues, but ultimately what the judge of the minor league system is how well they perform over time in the big leagues and what kind of big league players they become. So I think that's a big important to this. That said, I am very happy with our minor league player development system. I think that we have a lot of talent. I think we have some talent that really allowed us to make some trades to add to this big league team this year without depleting our entire system. So I think we have a lot of depth. From a pitching development standpoint, certainly, I wish that we had a couple guys really step up and become real options for us, guys that were on the 40 this year for the first time, and maybe we were hoping would take that next step, and it hasn't happened. But that said, pitching development is not perfectly linear, and we understand that, there are bumps in the road and that these guys are still talented, and it's our job to continue to make them better and get them to realize their ultimate potential and ceiling. And, I have a lot of confidence. We've made some changes in our pitching department over the past year, and sometimes you don't recognize the benefits of those changes for a year or two. So I think that next year we're going to see some real progress. And, ultimately this is something the Rangers have never been great at in terms of developing their own. And I think it's an area we have to improve, and it's something I'm completely focused on, and we are going to get there.
How impressive has it been seeing your first-round pick, Wyatt Langford, and how he's just been ripping through your minor league system?
Well, look, he's just lived up to every expectation we had, both as a player and a person. He's an elite competitor. He has done phenomenal so far to start his career, both at high A and now double A. He's off to a good start. It's really fun watching. But probably the thing that stands out to me from everybody who's gone in to see him is everybody comes back and says, this guy is a Texas Ranger. He embodies everything we're about in terms of the way he plays the game, the way he prepares, the teammate, and his attention to detail and the fundamentals of being a good baseball player. And to me, that's what excites me the most. When you have players that are super talented, who care about those things and want to be great, then normally they turn out to be. So we're pretty excited about Wyatt.
Rangers GM Chris Young with us here on the Fan. What's the evaluation of guys like Heaney and Perez coming out in relief roles?
Well, they've both played very big roles for us in terms of, I think we've won multiple games that Martinez pitched because he's come in and held the game right where it was. And Andrew, obviously, I said this, we won the game because of him yesterday. So, we're not eliminating anybody from going back in the rotation at any point. We're just going to try to win every single game every day. And we need a lot of different people to do that. And people are going to contribute in different ways. And Martin and Andrew have both done that. And we're going to ask them to continue to do that.
I mean, being the GM, but also being a former pitcher, you mentioned the short lease with a guy like John Gray yesterday. What did you see from John?
Well, we got out to the early lead, and John kind of lost the feel for the strike zone, and then walked a couple guys and gave up a hit and a couple of hits there, and just wasn't finishing hitters the way we needed him to, especially when we had a lead. And so it's something that, as a starting pitcher, it's your job to go up and throw up zeros, especially when your team has a lead, and attack the strike zone and not give free passes. And, just felt like he had kind of lost the feel there. And we were probably, with the lefties they had in the lineup, it made more sense to probably turn to Andrew at that point. And Boch made a great decision, and it worked out.
Is Max good with the forearm for tomorrow?
Max is good to go. He's feeling really good, and we're excited to get him back out there. I think we can, he's a competitor, and I think we're looking forward to seeing a good outing from him.
Well, sir, we can't thank you enough. Give him hell up there. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, I appreciate it. Look forward to talking next week.
Thank you, CY.
There he goes, Rangers GM Chris Young on the afternoon of one of the biggest series. I mean, I think Rangers-Astros was massive last week, but this one's just as big, if not bigger, considering they still haven't got it turned around, Brian.
No, and, that's it's unfortunate they didn't sweep the A's, but, they took 2 or 3. There were some signs that they got some timely hitting. There was some close games, unfortunately, but guys like Heaney and others were able to step up and kind of cut some things off. But yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to lie. I was nervous with the Cowboys playing last night on TV. I'm nervous now. Going to watch this thing tonight. The next 4 nights, I bought in. I totally bought into what the Rangers are trying to do here, and maybe this adversity, maybe the things that they've gone through, maybe you'll see some. They just need something. He's talking about getting 3 or 4 series win or getting a split. Man, that would be great. Absolutely be great.
It's postseason time.
Yeah, it is.
This is it. This is playoff baseball.
Yep.
It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20. A little late today, but where are you taking us, brother?
Yeah, let's keep the Cowboys Victory Monday party going. I got 10 thoughts on the Cowboys 40-0 dismantling of the Giants. And apparently we had a caller call into WFAN and go off on Giants radio.
Ooh, looking forward to that. We do have Cowboys.
first, but you don't have to wait until then. Visit NorthTexasGivingDay.org and search Texas Rangers to donate today.
Just announced Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Well, thank you very much, Alec, in for Lucius today. Lucius will be back tomorrow. If he's not, I'm going to eat those Tiff's treats that got delivered for him. I guarantee that. But we got to get into this top 10 at 4:20. It's a Cowboys Monday. We also have Rangers Blue Jays with the first pitch coming up at 6:05. Here's Wolchuk with what you need to know.
Thank you very much. I got 10 thoughts on this Cowboys victory over the Giants, but we're going to start off with the greatness of Cowboy fans. They're calling in to troll WFAN, our sister station in NYC, coming in hot, and this ended up being a heated back and forth. Here's how it sounded on WFAN.
What's up, guys? How are you?
Be kind,
Listen,
Mario.
first off, I know, Tiki, you don't get this much from a Cowboy fan, but you had a great career. Congratulations on a great career, and I did enjoy watching you play.
I appreciate that.
Obviously, I wasn't rooting for you, but you were a great back.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
just wanted to get that out. And look, the reason for my call is really to attack Marash, man. I mean, he sat there with Loogie for a couple of weeks. The Giants have closed the gap. They're better than the Cowboys. We're going to beat the Cowboys. I was wondering, first off, before we get to the Cowboy game, Marash, are you wearing a shirt with 8 out since you wore one with 6.5 out?
That's funny. That's funny, Marash. That's
Put
funny.
the Yankees aside now. But anyway, so talk to me about closing the gap, Marash, okay? Because we embarrassed you. And you know what? We ripped your souls out for the rest of the season.
Is that what you think, Mario? Then you better bring that heat in November because we got a couple months to figure this out, Mario.
Listen,
hey, Mario, how old are you? Were you in pacifiers and diapers the last time your team won a Super Bowl?
I want to ask you this. Oh, yeah, bring that up because you know what the point is with that, Marash?
What?
Guess what?
What's
you're going to be 80 years old, and you're going to be like, yeah, I remember 2012.
Yeah, you're going to be 80 years old,
you're gonna be
and
there
you're
too.
still not going to have seen another
You're
NFC Championship game because
Listen,
your team chokes every single year, Mario. Celebrate opening night. You choke every year.
Let's talk about last night, Marash.
What are we going to talk about? We got our asses annihilated by you. It does not matter, Mario, long term, because Mike McCarthy's fat ass is going to choke out of the playoff game for you, Mario. Mario, this. Mario, that.
You talk up Jones all you want. Last year you beat nobody but a Viking team with a horrendous defense.
Oh, yeah? And where do we end up? Where do we end up? The same elimination week.
You're going to beat nobody too this year, Marash. Nobody.
Great.
Nobody.
Guess what? I still got freaking Super Bowls in my adulthood. I at least live an hour from my stadium. Go move to Dallas then.
You're still not sitting at my table with 5
What's
rings.
your table? What's your table? What's your table? What is your table?
Get to 5 and talk to me, Marash.
All right, then talk to me in November, Mario. Your sister's ass. Take a left.
You won't get there. Yeah.
All right, yeah. Celebrate week 1 again, Mario. Celebrate.
That was fantastic.
Oh, it was good.
Salute to Mario.
Yeah, Mario, we love you, bro.
Mario.
And that's one of my thoughts, man. Shout out to the Cowboy fans last night, making it rain, MetLife Stadium. You got the Giant fans are leaving. They're soaking wet with all the rain that's pouring, and the Cowboy fans are chanting, "Let's go, Cowboys." You can hear it. You guys came out. You showed up. Cowboy fans travel, but I love this. And that Marash, I can go bleep himself.
Yeah, cosign.
Loogie too.
My favorite video from the game was somebody recording a Giants fan at one point getting up, ripping his Giants jersey off his body to unveil that he has bicep tattoos and he's wearing his wife beater. He slams his Giants jersey on the ground and walks out of the stadium. Just angry as you could ever imagine.
Have you ever heard that before as a comeback? Your sister's ass? That's what he said. He's like, your sister's ass.
I'm gonna
start adding that into my repertoire. Your sister's ass. Next time somebody's going after it. No, your sister's ass, huh? What do you think about that?
That was wonderful,
Goodness
man.
gracious,
Shout out
what
to
are they doing?
New York sports radio at its finest.
My gosh,
dude.
another takeaway, and we've talked about this, but offensively, was it the greatest game in the world? No, but you didn't turn the football over. That was the conversation all offseason. The Dak interceptions, the turnovers, the more, let's limit that. They did that. They played turnover-free. They also played relatively penalty-free.
Yeah, it was a very efficient first week for Dak. A lot of quarterbacks were a little bit rusty That's what you sign up for when you rest everybody in the preseason.
It happens, man. You got to go ahead and knock that rust off, but I'll tell you, the defense didn't come out with any rust. My gosh, Marquise Bell. This dude is the real deal. We have seen glimpses. I thought that he might end up being the J-Ron Curse replacement a year from now, but they slide him into that role that we saw DeMarvion Overshone running in preseason, and he showed tremendous athleticism. He's able to fight through the trash, as we like to call it, does a great job at taking angles, and he is a tackling machine, and that carried over from the preseason when we saw him play into regular season action.
He got a lot of work in the preseason, and every time we did a post-game show, it was, you look at the top of the tackle sheet, and he had double digits the way that he plays. Nose for the football. Guy can finish, too. Physical the way he plays.
Absolutely.
And the way he gets through the trash and gets off blockers and avoids the blockers, I thought was really, really impressive. And he brings the wood. Like, that's one of the things that Donovan Wilson brings, where it's just a huge physicality from the back end of your defense, where he's smacking people. It's not just I'm consistently tackling guys and bringing them down. It's monster hits.
He carries a heavy stick.
I think he's my Carpo Cowboy. He's my Carpo Cowboy.
He's my Carpo Cowboy. I like that. I'll give mine to I mentioned Osa.
Very Austin Hedges-like, right?
Very Austin Hedges-like.
Right.
Osa was absolutely brilliant. You know, I called maybe a Pro Bowl type of season, a breakout type of season out at training camp in Oxnard, and I'm just glad week one, hey, it's one game, but he looked like he is going to put that into fruition. Osa looks awesome. Granted, everyone benefits from Micah Parsons, there's no question, but Osa looks like he's taken that next step.
I mean, you get overall quality at so many different positions, and everybody can play better because of how much attention the stars are going to get. It's one thing to have stars, but man, when you get role players from guys like Bell and Thomas and they're undrafted, we talk about how do the Cowboys finish the roster. It's by getting lucky with day 3 picks and undrafted guys, and maybe it's not lucky, maybe it's just being good. It really feels like, at least for right now, it's a war of attrition right now, they got enough.
No doubt. The pass rush certainly stood out in a big, big way. 7 sacks. You had 2 for Dorrance Armstrong. You had a couple, as I mentioned, for Osa. Micah Parsons getting in there. Chauncey Golston. Everyone was getting after Daniel Jones. He was beaten, battered, and bruised. Another takeaway, how about Trayvon Diggs? Trayvon Diggs, I know, Eric, you've talked about it a lot, but that dude came up. He was physical. He made some big-time plays. The coverage, the confidence, having Stephon Gilmore, who looked every bit as good as he's ever looked on the other side. The matchup against Darren Waller, maybe not as favorable because of the sheer size of a guy like Darren Waller.
That's a problem.
Gilmore was sticky, and that interception he had was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, the thing about with Gilmore is that he's such an aware player. When you watch him and the way he's able to mirror routes, stay in routes, not lose his guy. I mean, he's not a very big guy, but the way the movement skills and the positioning that he plays in is pretty impressive.
He's got to be brilliant because he seems slow.
He is. I was really worried about him and Diggs with Jalen Hyatt, of them just going straight vertical. I mean, the weather might have had something to do, and the Cowboys pass rush clearly had something to do with Daniel Jones throwing the football.
Just how quick they
but
were
I
getting after
worried
him.
about them just launching one on him and trying to see if these guys can run a little bit.
No doubt. Also, of course, the Texas Coast offense. You know, were we able to tell a lot? No, but you were able to see certain things like Ferguson and Cooks being lined up in the slot, CD outside. You get a natural pick that's set up. Jake Ferguson's able to take away 2 giant defenders, sets up CD Lamb wide open, creating separation. Brian, you and I were watching that unbalanced line on the Tony Pollard touchdown run. There's little intricacies that you're able to kind of tell, okay, these are the screen. Cowboys couldn't run a screen to save their life. Granted, Tony Pollard fumble. Yes, he did. Tyler Biadasz, Johnny on the spot. I'm going to fall on that sucker. But the Cowboys ran a successful screen. Hallelujah.
Yeah, nice play, though. Nice call, too, on the 4th and 2. You know, with they get Cooks inside on the route and really an off coverage. It's not surprising, though. Nice read by Dak, knowing, hey, just throw the ball over the middle there and Cooks is going to make the play. But you saw what this offense, especially in that first drive in the second half, what they're capable of doing.
Looked like the read option was still in play for Dak there on that one play down there inside the 10.
I loved it. Somebody the quarterback no, Dak Prescott's better when he's playing football like that. Brian, you've always talked about it.
I really do believe
you can't put him in bubble wrap, man. Yeah, you got to let him go out there and do that.
When he's got those like rubber pellets from the field and stuff like all over his face and stuff, that's when he plays the best.
Final 2 takeaways, Brandon Aubrey. Looked shaky, right? He misses the first PAT. After that, he settled in. He bounced back. We know he's booming those kickoffs, but hopefully this is more positive news here from Brandon Aubrey moving forward. And then finally, and Dan Quinn we trust. I mean, they made big-time moves to get Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore, trades that we haven't seen them make. But getting Dan Quinn back, My gosh,
Might
what's
have
this
been the
defense
best.
look like without him? I don't think you're seeing Wanye Thomas and Marquise Bell do what they're doing without Dan Quinn here.
No, best offense. The best offseason move you probably could have made right there.
Thank you, Wolchuk. There is. He's got his top 10 most afternoons at 420. We moved it around a little bit today because Chris Young joined us back there in that segment. And if you want to go back, Rangers fans, and listen to what CY had to say, you can do that with the Odyssey app. Now, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, we have a pair of party pass tickets courtesy of Miller Lite to give away at some point in the final 30 minutes of the broadcast. Rangers pregame's coming up at 5:30. What do you have for Around the Bases, Wolchuk?
We got takeaways from the A series, and would you trade for this division rival? That's next.
Hey, did you know that Window Nation
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We have Jared Sandler coming up in about 15 minutes, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. He'll preview the Rangers Blue Jays series with you. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk, though, to take us on a proper round tripper. Here he is, the Woolly Bully. Zach,
we got Dane Dunning against Crisco Bleep Yourself Bassett on the bump tonight for the Toronto Blue Jays. Very excited about this series. And as I said earlier, hopefully you at least split, get 2 in this thing. If you can win it and take 3 out of 4, that would be incredible. But you just don't want to lose this sucker. Now, we got some news around Major League Baseball. Congratulations to the Atlanta Braves. They're the first Major League team this year to clinch a playoff spot. They are a juggernaut. They've been the best team in baseball. We know this. We also have the Milwaukee Brewers in the National League. You guys remember Josh Donaldson and the crap season he was having?
Yes.
Yeah. He's now back in the majors. The Brewers have decided to call up Josh Donaldson for their postseason push as they're looking for a Central League title there in the NL. The Central Division title, I should say. So we'll see if Josh Donaldson's able to be any good and bounce back with Milwaukee. I doubt it, but maybe they're so desperate that they're looking for his bat to help them out there. And then this was a fascinating development.
A hated Rangers rival, that Josh
Donaldson.
Donaldson.
I can't stand him.
It's glorious to see
Speaking
him suffer.
of Toronto and the Blue Jays, absolutely. This was an interesting development that came out, and I saw this first yesterday. But for the first time, the LA Angels are open to trading all-star outfielder Mike Trout if he indicates to them that he wants out. Trout has an exclusive no-trade right and said recently that he wants to have a private conversation with the front office and ownership about their direction. We've talked a lot about Shohei Ohtani, and the Rangers maybe trying to move and get him at the deadline. That didn't happen. Now he's going to be a free agent. I doubt the Rangers are able to sign him in free agency. I think he probably goes to the Dodgers. But Mike Trout, would this be of interest to you?
Dude, I would question Mike Trout and his desire to win if he's not demanding a trade.
I would as well.
Not? Unless you just love being there and you really don't care much about winning, like it's like 4th or 5th on your priority list.
Or you just want to be the Dame Lillard and I'm going to be a homegrown guy and help turn this sucker around.
Well, I mean, my gosh, if he doesn't have the self-awareness to understand that he, at the height of his powers, couldn't turn around that crap organization. This is no indictment on you, Mike, but you got to get out of there if you care whatsoever about having any sort of playoff stats for your career, because right now you ain't got much.
I think, to me, that's Scout Brian on one shoulder. It's telling me, yes, do this. And then there's Gavin, bro, he's hurt all the damn time.
Exactly.
Bro, remember, he's hurt. He's hurt a lot. You're going to trade for a hurt player here.
Would I want Mike Trout? Hell yes. But one, I think ultimately that would be a move that you make that he's not going to play a lot of games for you. And you're going to be thinking, why the hell did we do this?
I can't do this.
It's only 5 years in a row where he keeps getting hurt.
Right. And I'm super excited about the future of the Rangers outfield with Evan Carter and then the way Wyatt Langford's looking. It's not going to take long for him to be playing.
Well, do you just keep him healthy by DHing him?
You could just DH him if you want to do that, but for the amount of money that he's making, is it worth it?
He gets hit by pitches and breaks his wrist.
That's also a part of the deal.
He does. He stands there. He doesn't move. He takes pitches. They hit him, and next thing you know, he's got a broken hand, broken wrist. It's something always with him. I mean, even with him batting, there could be problems.
He's got 7 years at $35 million per year left on that deal.
Ooh. No, it's expensive.
How much do we want to pick up here, Angels? Are you going to pick up 170 of it?
If you get it at a discounted rate, and then maybe absolutely you could just DH him, and now you've got his bat in the lineup. Hell yeah, sign me up for that. But if you're taking on that full contract, I don't think it's worth it.
Well, then what you probably have to do is you have to give up a much better prospect in order for them to take the money. You know what I'm saying?
We could do something like that.
If I'll give you this if I have to take money, but if you want to put in a lot more money, we're now talking maybe a top 5 prospect.
I mean, he's trending to hit about 270 with 35 home runs. Any team could use that.
And he's hurt
a
lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Our buddy Sean McFarland had some takeaways from the A's series. Of course, they won the series. First time since August 28th through the 30th when they won the series against the Mets. Let's go. Fist pump time. The offense was finally alive in this one. They scored 9 runs. Most they've scored in a game since a 12-0 win over the Angels back in August 14th. But the one thing is, the starters didn't go deep in these games. Of course, Nathan Eovaldi, we mentioned John Gray. But the one thing that I think you could look at, and we'll see what ends up happening, but Andrew Heaney, the lift he was able to give you coming out of the bullpen,
he did well.
3 1/3 scoreless. And that a different role for him. You go from starter to now you're coming out of the pen. Andrew Heaney was money yesterday.
I'll tell you what, did I notice something? Did the Rangers players all shave their beards and mustaches and all kinds of things? I noticed that yesterday when I was watching baseball, or the day before, that it seemed like to me there were some clean-shaven Ranger players.
Nathaniel Lowe and Andrew Heaney, yes. Brad Miller, although not active, he got a little shave action in.
Was this something to do with trying to change?
Probably.
A little something different.
Yeah, I think just to change
mix
the
it up.
mojo. Yeah.
All right, cool.
It doesn't guarantee any super strength, but why not?
With Heaney with the clean face though,
look good, right?
He got out of some jams and stuff.
He looked sexy. He did.
Looks like Chief might have gone with him in solidarity on Saturday.
Yeah.
You got
Man,
about 2 days of growth over there.
I got myself I ran into a little bit of trouble with the Clippers.
Okay.
This is a not by choice shave.
Okay.
It was supposed to be just
happened?
a classic run of the mill trim.
You're the dude that went for the half beard look though, right?
And
pulled it
off.
It's not like I went for the half beard look. It was a payoff situation. I didn't just voluntarily go with the half face.
I think you kind of liked it myself.
Well, there was a part of me that was.
I thought you
I mean,
nailed
50% of me loved it.
You look
I got
fantastic.
a question. I know this is Wolchuk's segment, but I feel like he's so down with this question. I could be wrong. When you guys used to create a player in a video game, and you can experiment with facial hair because it's not yours, what would you rock with? Would you go like goatee, beard, something crazy?
I had a good run with the goatees, I think.
Yeah.
Good run with the goatees, and then it became like I'm trying to get whatever the most impressive beard is, not necessarily huge, but like clean there. There's a presence there. The beard was always there. I never had just a blank face.
Dawson, if the Rangers win 5 games this week, will you go mustache?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's do that.
All right. In.
I used to go.
Are you in?
Just the.
Yeah, I'll do whatever.
Just the goatee with no
He's
stash thing.
Yeah.
Like in the late 90s,
Oh,
early 2000s.
just
That was
the
kind of a look.
yeah.
Just the goatee. Yeah, that was a deal.
I think
for a
I
while.
maybe have
The
seen
Fred
pictures.
Durst.
Yeah.
I'm adding that to the payoff board, the Fred Durst.
Yeah, I like that.
I like that idea.
No doubt.
On Dawson specifically.
Perfect.
That's going to look sharp.
I think you'd crush it. All right, let's go ahead and get to Jared.
Okay, let's do this. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter.
Way too much time.
He's a Rangers pre- and post-game show host and an insider and play-by-play man. Chief?
I think we got some Cowboy tickets to give away.
And we have Cowboy tickets to give away. That is right. At 877-881-1053, caller 10, you win a pair of party passes to see your Cowboys take on Aaron Rodgers and the Jets at AT&T Stadium on Sunday, courtesy of Miller Lite. That's caller 10 at 877-881-1053. And we're back with Sands right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Diamonds Direct before we do that, though.
The sounds of straight up Texas.
Grand slam!
Your Rangers play here on the Fan.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for the Rangers preview. It's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Jared Sandler is here. Segment's presented by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com, and it's brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. How you doing, Jared?
What's up? I'm great.
Rangers Blue Jays coming up pregame here in 12 minutes. I feel like this is a must-win series, Sans. How about you?
I think it would be awesome if the Rangers split series. Just because I think, we always look at it through like the lens of the Rangers, but if you look at it through Toronto's lens, they're playing really well. They're at home. They're also a really good team, so they fully expect to win the series. And so I say that to say that it wouldn't be a crime if the Rangers didn't somehow take 3 or 4 from Toronto. If they can hold serve, they split the series, then they don't lose any ground on the Blue Jays. So the Blue Jays are still in play. the Mariners have a pretty easy run of things here with the Angels, but maybe the Angels can take a game, and you're still kind of in play with both teams. You want to keep the Mariners close. You got 7 of your final 10 against them, so you have the ability to really shape that thing. Unfortunately for the Rangers, they have the tougher schedule. They probably have the toughest schedule of the 3 AL West teams. Toronto doesn't have an easy schedule, but yeah, if the Rangers can somehow take 3 of 4, and I don't mean somehow like it's not possible, but it's just a tough order, then that'd be amazing. But I think the goal should be, hey, let's go 2-2 this series. Let's win the Cleveland series, have a 4-3 road trip, and go from there.
What have you noticed anything from Dane over the last 3 outings? He's been such a good story the whole year, but it seems like things have just kind of fallen off track for him.
Yeah, we talked about this a lot last year when he would struggle, and we just didn't need to talk about it a ton early this year and in the middle of this year. He just doesn't have the same margin for error that other guys do because he doesn't throw 94. When you miss with 94 over the middle, you can get away with it a little bit more than when you miss with 89. And I understand that there are people that are punching their steering wheel saying, it doesn't matter how hard you throw. If you throw it down the middle, you're going to get hit. Okay, but the data has shown now for the last 5 or 6 years that essentially, simply put, the harder you throw, the less damage you give up when you make mistakes. So it's not that it's not possible. It's just that you're going to give up more damage when you throw 89 down the middle than 94, and you're going to give up more damage when you throw 94 compared to 98. So, I think he's just had a tough time commanding his spots. Now, in Minnesota, he had that 1 inning where he just walked everyone, right? And that was more of 2022 Dane Dunning. We really haven't seen a lot of that this year, but I think it's really it just comes down to him being able to work around the perimeter of the zone.
You can have one thing in this series. You can either have badass pitching or timely hitting. Which one would you take?
I think for the confidence of this team moving forward, I would be very specific, and I would say badass bullpen. Okay. Because I think that will go a long way, not only in helping those guys maybe get on a little bit of a roll, but I don't know how to quantify this. You just can't convince me that the struggles that they endured, to the degree that they endured them, did not have an impact on the starters and didn't have an impact on the hitters. It's not because they're upset. It's, they probably know in their head, we're up 4-0. Gosh, we need more. And you just kind of feel.
And it's the 7th, and you didn't get more.
And then it's demoralizing when you give up the lead. And